prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamite. How will I know if I'm ready? The demons unleashed from your mind hold me steady. Yeah. 'Cause you want me, you won't let me go. So I burn slow. I can see you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire. Careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamite. I can feel you coming like a wildfire. I'm just the fuel, baby, you're the lighter. If I'm not careful, you'll burn right through my soul. Burning like a wildfire, dynamizer.
You're my perfection. See, I need you like the radio. You keep the beat alive. Gotta have you like the stereo. I need you in my life. Hey, you're my obsession.
Hello and welcome back, you wonderful people. I'm Affinity, and this is the Rick to my Morty Echo. I am super excited to be back with you for some more Project Horizon, for some VCT China. How are we feeling this morning? And it is this morning.
It is definitely this morning. I'm feeling pretty good. I am so excited to get going with this because, like, realistically, we are now looking at the must wins for some of these teams, right? These are the crucial matches that, regardless of how week 1 and week 2 went, week 3 is where it all comes down and it all matters. As we'll see for our first game today, there is a must win here, but it's going to be a very tough one. This should be a close match because the stakes are so high. I cannot wait to get started.
Exactly. Let's talk about those stakes for a second, because we talked about them as some ethereal thing. Let's give you the cold hard facts here. JDG versus TYL. TYL have qualified. It's just whether they qualify at the top of the group. A win here would confirm that. A loss, however, doesn't put it out of the question that they won't still top the group. JDG, a loss here eliminates their possibility of playoffs. Everything is on the line for them in this matchup, but that's kind of a little bit of a scary prospect against the TYL team, who quite frankly have really turned it around.
They've been looking so good. I mean, kickoff for them was, I think, rough is completely fair to say, right? But they've just been looking absolutely almost unstoppable since kickoff. They only lost that game against FPX in stage 1, right? It's been so good for them. Very good wins so far overall. And as we can see here, TYL 3-1 in their group. They're very happy. As you said, if they can win here, that secures them that first seed going into playoffs, where they'll go up against most likely EDG or XLG in those kind of like placement matches. This is going to be such a banger. But TYL, like I said, they're so much stronger than they were in kickoff. But I do think they've also got a bit of an easier group than Group Omega is.
I was going to say that. Looking at Group Omega looks like the group of death, especially with what we've seen over particularly the end of 2025 coming into 2026. EDG, XLG, I mean, even DRG is a team that I think maybe a little bit underrated in my personal opinion.
You just like the logo. You just like the logo. Come on.
Okay, sue me. I do. But that's not the whole reason I think that they're underrated. But you're right. I think that the Group Alphas maybe been a little bit of a smoother ride would be the words that I use. Having said that, though, EDG going flawless 4-0 was, you know, maybe not unprecedented, but it's just been a really good show of form from on the flip side. But I'm getting sidetracked there.
Yeah.
To take a look back at kickoff now. I quite liked kickoff. Kickoff was a lot of fun. The format that they were running there was triple elimination. And they actually had this really cool skirmish thing to decide who got to start the map veto process. And you had to designate someone. You had to send a tribute to go to a 1v1 skirmish, so no abilities, just guns. And whoever won the skirmish their team got to start off the veto, which is a huge advantage, which is usually just left to a coin toss in a lot of cases. I don't think we've got it for this, which is criminal. I think we should have this as industry standard now. I want to see the skirmish 1v1s. But yeah, it was a triple elimination. TYL came in 6th, just lasting 1 round longer. They were knocked out in the lower bracket quarterfinals by EDG. That's the one we were talking about a second ago. They both were knocked out by EDG. Actually, TYL lost to them twice. They lost in the upper bracket, I think it was, and then in the lower bracket. And then JDG got knocked out the round before in lower bracket round 3, also by EDG. So both of them came in. They'd made a couple of changes at the beginning of the year after, quite honestly, a little bit of a lackluster end to 2025. We saw Coconut brought in for JDG, which I think best name of the circuit. I'm not even a fan of Coconut. I hate it, but that's kind of been my roster move to keep an eye on.
Yeah, I do think the little bits of changes were very needed, especially when we're looking at JDG. They're not looking perfect right now, right? Obviously, it's been a little bit of a rough time for them, but these players coming in, Coconut now coming back in for them, they're looking a lot better than they were. They're still, I think, struggling a bit with roles since the patch changes, you know, since we've got Yoru nerfed, since all of that kind of came through. I do think they're struggling, right? If we look at their Haven, which I'm hoping we won't see today, They've played it 3 times. They've played a different comp every time they've played it. It's the same with Fracture. Played it twice, different comp both times.
I raise you though. I raise you.
Oh no. Okay, go on.
Different comp each time makes you very hard to anti-strat.
I don't think...
Am I wrong?
You're not wrong, but I don't think that's... I think in order to be able to switch comps consistently, you need to have the players that can do it and can actually win with it consistently with whatever comp you're playing. Whereas Fracture and Haven, not great maps for JDG. So going into it, we're looking at a little bit rough there. As we can see here, though, we have essentially TYL. They are a very, very attacker-sided team on pretty much every map. So keep an eye out for when we get to the veto for which maps they're starting on the attack side. Because if they can get, you know, an 8-4 half, a 9-3 half, they are setting themselves up very well to continue on. And realistically, they only need 5 on their defense to be able to win. So if they start on defense, 5, that's the key number that we're looking at for TYL.
Yeah, exactly. Something else that really jumps out to me here is the clutch percentage. 1 in every 5 rounds having that clutch star power is crazy. And the post plant, but like if you look at this in isolation, because I haven't been able to watch all of the TYL games just yet, haven't gone back and watched all of the VODs, but a lot of it is if you get that spike down, you're in trouble if you're up against them. Is that the post plant victories are so good, and a lot of those come down to the clutches that you can just never really be sure.
Yeah, but I mean, if we're going to be looking at our big players here, Splash. Oh, I mean, absolutely incredible. As you could say, made a splash in the scene.
I see what you did there.
Yeah. But yeah, so consistent and kind of coming on with this Jet, with this Neon, a hyper aggro, first in most of the time. 18% first kills is kind of about the upper end of average for your kind of hard entry agents. But he's looking incredible and somebody to watch when they're trying to go in. When we have TYL running in before they get the spike down, Splash is what can try and confirm them that spike plant. Because like you said, like we saw before, 23% if they lose, if they don't get that spike, if they get the spike down, they lose 23% of the rounds. That's because Splash will get a kill, maybe a second, and then allow the team that advantage in the post plant, even if he falls.
Yeah, I think that we've moved on to different play, but I wanted to just talk about Splash for a little bit longer there. Because if we look at kickoff stats, he was #1 for ACS, ADR, and then the 3rd highest for first kills per round in the whole of kickoff, even with honestly blatantly mediocre results. They came 6th. It's 6th out of 12. It wasn't anything particularly crazy. So the fact that putting up those numbers even with the team not finding the results off the back of them, I think is really exciting. Now that we're seeing that the results come with them, I think is amazing. And also amassed the 3rd most number of kills in total across the whole, the whole of kickoff. So a player to look out for, definitely.
Yeah, and as we can see here, we're looking at Jay, who is such a good, or Stu, such a good late round player. When we get into these very last minute, these clutch situations, a big part of why these clutches are being won by JDG is those late round wins by Stu going in there and just confirming the team. On the side of TYL, you've got Slowly. Again, these Smokes players are just so consistent. They're not necessarily fragging highlight clip kind of farmers, but they are there to consistently bring the team a kill around, if that, but most importantly, support everyone with their smokes and allow them to roll on forward.
Exactly. Now, I've got to ask you, looking at this here, the Brimstone Astra, we got a new map pool, and we have got maps in the pool that we haven't had in the comp map pool, if I'm not mistaken, in over 3 years. I don't think, correct me if I'm wrong,
so
Fracture hasn't been in the map pool since I started working at esports.
So Fracture was in the map pool very, very briefly a year ago.
Oh, for one
split. It was when Tejo was absolutely busted, so everyone was just playing Breach Tejo, which is something that, we are still seeing a lot of that Breach Tejo going on. Fracture, Tejo works very well on the map. Breach is a very easy agent to play on Fracture, is what I'm going to say. So, I'm expecting to see more of that, but Fracture, we have seen it in the pool, but we've not seen it especially in a meta where we are looking at double duelist from a lot of people, right? We're seeing Phoenixes on this map. We're seeing Waylay Neons. We're seeing so many different agents come up on Fracture now. And I think Phoenix, if we go there for TYL, is a pick to watch out for, because you can get that Phoenix ult every other round if you can score some of those ult orbs.
4 ult points.
Yep.
4 ult points across the map. And I'm really excited to see this with the especially in the shift more recently to this ult orb management style that we're seeing a lot more of. I'm going to be very interested to see if that's something that comes through a little bit more often. I also think that Phoenix is going to see a little bit more play going forwards. I'm not mad about it. I'm actually quite happy about it, I'll be honest with you. I think needs a little bit more time in the light. But I'm looking forward to this. So what are your feelings and thoughts on Fracture then? I've got to ask, what are your thoughts? Because you said that Breach feels easy to play. What are your thoughts on Smokes? Because I know it's hotly debated. Sova Fade, I believe, is still kind of a bit up in the air for teams.
Yeah, so Fracture's never really been a map where you need hard info on. So you've never really needed to have a Sova or a Fade. Some teams will typically go for it. If we remember back to 2023 EDG, they loved playing their Sova, but we do have the skirmish 4-side selection coming in. So we do get to see this.
I wasn't actively finding any information for it.
They're not using. Oh, no way.
I mean, there's the tag round the corner, close range, double pump, Bosch, done. I think it is, however, because it's the escalation of weapons, isn't it? I don't think it's just a one and done. I don't think it's just a single shorty kill decides it, right?
No, so it's first to 5, but you can choose whatever weapon. These two players specifically must have chosen to play shorty, because you can have whatever weapon you want. And they're going for the knife?
Knives. I love this. I think this is amazing. As somebody who came across from CS where this is all determined by knife rounds, this is a return to my roots. They just go for knives now. I want to see ops. Let's go.
You want to see ops?
One with one, please.
Scales is just better with the knives. What is going on there? 5-1 victory.
They're doing. Oh, and is that it? Oh.
Yeah, it's
is it over?
First to 5. Yeah, it's first to 5.
Did we see 5 kills? I thought they were replays. What? But that was quick. And I guess we'll see the map veto coming on through. I think that must have been pre-recorded, I'll be honest with you, Echo.
Oh yeah,
because we got the map vetoes very quickly. So we're going to be seeing Bind, Haven, which I know you were a little bit worried about. And then, of course, Split being the final map. How do you feel right now? Are you okay?
I don't like Haven pick from JDG. Okay, TYL are bad at the map. It is by far their worst map overall, kind of next to Pearl. But obviously, you know, you don't want to be picking into Pearl anyway because it's also bad for you if you're JDG.
Yeah.
They won their last game against TEC, right? Titans, which is good, sure. They won it with the kind of Waylay Neon, so I'm assuming they'll go into there. But it still wasn't a great map for them, and I don't know, winning up against TEC, I don't think is a big win, if like to be honest, right? Like you want to see wins against better opponents, basically, is what I'm saying. And I think Haven here is a very interesting one. It's essentially a coin toss for me on that map, whereas Bind, the mainstay of TYL.
A coin toss.
A coin toss. There we go.
I was wondering if you'd done it on purpose. Sorry, I interrupted your flow there. So it's essentially a coin toss, yeah?
I think so, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, Bind is TYL's Bind is incredible. They know this map so well, absolutely incredible on both sides. They're playing what I'd consider to be one of their meta comps there, and JDG, we've not seen it from them the entirety of this stage. So there's a big question mark for me here for JDG is, have you antied what TYL are doing? Are you prepared for it? Because if not, this could very easily, very quickly be a 2-0.
Yeah, it worries me when I see this happen, is I value reps on officials. It's just that I value higher than almost anything else. I think that the reps on officials is what really gives me an indication. is because you'll speak to anybody that works in esports. Scrims, it's great to have done them and
Yeah.
behind closed doors and stuff, but it's not the same as being in the official setting, especially as, look at the crowd. I mean, that is not a small crowd. And especially with it all on the line here. I think it's a weird time to bring it out for the first time. It scares me a little bit, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, this is a very interesting map, Vito. I think I didn't catch, who was going attack first on the maps, but regardless, I'm already leaning in TYL's favor here because the Haven is not good if they start on defense, but their attack is still very solid. And if they can find a way through, I mean, historically, still a pretty weak defense, 7 and 5, you're expecting a bit more than that on Haven, really, for JDG. This could very easily just go TYL's way.
I think it will be a slippery slope. If you give TYL the room to build up momentum on map 1, I fear it'll just carry across the series. I fear that when it starts going wrong, it's not going to stop going wrong. Because TYL have really been starting to find this groove.
And that groove is going to be everything. Because like you said, right, this is not a small crowd. This is a big crowd. And if you can start to get that momentum, if you can start to build up hype energy, you can feed off of that with the crowd, right? If you are winning. It's almost the opposite if you're losing. If you start to lose, the crowd might try and get behind you because you're an underdog, but it's not that big positive energy. You kind of know that it's got this little bit of a, we want you to win because you're losing. We don't want to see a 2-0 because we paid for our tickets, right? So, yeah, JDG need to come out swinging. They need to come out with something special. And I mean, what their comp is on Bind is still all up in the air. We don't know what we're going to see there because we've not seen it from them since the patch changes.
We have not indeed. I'm sad that we haven't seen more mix coming in. I really, really wanted to see it, especially with the Neon meta.
Sure.
I doubt we're going to see it. I'm assuming we'll see something pretty standard, but that would be my first mistake, is watching VCT China and assuming that we're going to see what is meta elsewhere, because this is really the testing ground for some of the really crazy stuff that we see. A lot of the time we actually see become meta further down the line. I think that this region's just ahead of the curve on some of it, but they do pull out some of the weirder comps, is what I've seen.
I don't know if I'd imagine JDG will pick up the mix. If you've got a player like Splash, right, as your entry, you typically want to be able to pump them up and to get them ready to go in. I can imagine Splash on a Neon with a mix stim would be absolutely incredible, right? Like the amount of pressure that they could exert would be great, but Brimstone is just too good on Bind. Yeah, and I think Mix's stuns definitely have value on Bind. To stop an exec, if you even just on B drop it outside of hookah, they can't just drop out, otherwise they get stunned. If you can position it just about right where they can't shoot it, even better. There's definitely some value for Mix, but Brimstone has the post plant, has the good execs, has the stim as well if you need it for the exec or for the quick rotates. Overall just seems much better. Split, which we haven't talked about, if this does go to 3 maps, Split is a better map for JDG. They have a 75% win rate, 9 and 3 on their defensive side. If this goes to a map 3, JDG, I think they could probably eke it out, but they've got to take it there. And with Haven being a coin cost, I don't know if they'll be able to do it.
Exactly. I think it's very much setting the expectations is that if we see go 3, I'm going to lean JDG's favor, but we're not yet confident that we're going to see that 3rd. So in our opinion, it's either going to be 3 maps JDG take it, maybe, or 2 maps TYL take it. That very much feels like the narrative here. But I guess we'll find out. A good start here could be absolutely everything. All players sat down. We've got team comms coming on through.
Okay. And this is already quite an interesting comp from JDG. They've gone for the double dome. So they're not having the Viper. Scales obviously picking that up again. Very, very good on that agent. For JDG, they've not gone for that. They've gone for the double entry, double dome. No Sentinel. No Viper there to kind of supplement the Sentinel stall aspect. They've gone for that Omen. And we saw double duel being experimented with on Bind a fair bit a couple of years ago, maybe last year, the year before. People were playing around with it. The Omen has a lot of value, especially in such an aggressive composition. The Omen acts as a third duelist, right? You're able to TP into some really cool spots on bind on attack side that if you get the sky flashes right, if you get the paranoias and the saturates and the neon stuns, that is a hard exec to stop. So I think JDG, they've got something fun cooked here, but the explosiveness and the reps in officials that TYL have, you've got to imagine just going to overpower that double dome because they've got slightly less stopping power.
Yeah, ever so slightly. And I will be interested to see, but I fear that this is where Valorant's heading towards, right? Is this hyper aggressive? With the paranoia and the sky flashes to set you up, it could just be devastation. But we talked a lot about this post plant, right? Is that the getting onto site is going to be huge for the side of TYL. Whether we're going to see it be huge for the side of JDG as well is how good are the retakes compared to the post plants, you know? We'll find out.
I do think JDG's retakes should be pretty good for the same reason their execs are, right? They've got utility that they can essentially flood the entirety of B site and most of A and lamps for their retake with the stuns, with the saturates, with the flashes, with the paranoias, with the brim mollies, everything going in there. But they can kind of lock out most of A and pretty much all of B with that. JDG, they're starting on this attack side. They're going to need to start momentum swinging in their favor.
They will indeed. Scales looking for the first. All hands out, dog broken down. Here's the jump on up, ready for it. Worried about a push from Lanto as a flash round the right-hand side. And that's going to be the swing on through. And here we go. Styles going to go down. Slash finds one, but it is instantly traded on out. And you can hear Spike planted here. Smoke for Heaven going to wear off. Most come on out to try block off these showers players, and now slowly has a line of sight in towards. There's the peek on out. G gets taken down here. The drop on down. It's going to get heard, but everyone's just tucked on in.
Yeah, there's nothing you can do, really. You've not got that burst potential for the retake here, and JDG, they're set up so well.
But there it is, the swing from the left as well. Pounced on from all sides. Stu round the corner, swings out to steal away the last kill. But it's a Hydra, 3 heads hunting you down.
And that is the perfect triangle that you can get set up. If you know for a fact there's nobody on the flank, JDG was set up. Their fundamentals on this map looked incredible. And I love their little exec. 2 people jumping on top of truck to dive into backside together with a sky flash. So much fun to watch. But TYL, as soon as you go into that 3 versus 2, you are, especially without a duelist, so unfavored. And now TYL, they can get a bandit, 2 sheriffs. They've got something here to work with, but JDG's got the better guns. Spotted, but not found. There's a big fight. Eventually, there it slowly goes down. He had to go
Doesn't
down.
even need the head. The body shots to the smokes, and here we go. The super fast execute. And there's the saturate on in. Lovely peek off the back of it. Paranoia's going to come on through. Swing on out. Scale's going to find one, but that's about it. Smokes out for backside, gives them the whole site, and then some. Teleport into who can set up for a post plant. 4 versus 1. They're still playing this seriously, and Splash has got a whole heck of a job ahead to even find anything further. He's managed to work in towards elbow, but as the smokes fades, even crossing back's going to be dangerous.
Got a chance, but does he spot out the top of box? I don't think he does. Yeah, Marshall closes it out. J. Kuro opened it and closed it. Great work there. Fundamentals, right? They were disciplined. They weren't going overly aggressive. They were looking for their picks, looking for their advantage, and playing off of their trades. Great util, playing it seriously, and they take the round with only 1 casualty. So JDG, they're going to be very, very happy with this. TYL now, though, they've got full rifles across the board. No Marshall was bought, no Outlaw was bought, sorry, on the other side of JDG. So they've gone for those light shields, make sure they can get the full utility belt online for most of them. We're seeing pretty much the same round from JDG.
Flash goes out to all the information that Sword9's going to need. Dog taken down. I'm going to give them any further information for where he is. Falling back as quickly as possible. That saturate as well as the shooting through the box. And that's going to be Sword9 going down. Scale's lucky to be alive, counting his blessings and what remaining HP he has left. Now they've got the site. There's the push on out. Does manage to get the ding on off. Slowly found 2 here to try work them back in. But that's it. That's everything shut down. Just Scales left all the way round elbow. Already tagged so low, and they know this. And there it is. The peak spotted on out. Beautiful hold there.
Yeah, you could see the idea from TYL, right? Let the spike get planted, let that tap, and then immediately burst out for that flood retake. But when you're dealing with such a burst of utility, when you're being spammed out of every possible line, and when realistically Splash is sliding straight towards his own demise, it's just not going to be working out well. And now TYL, they lost their buy round. JDG winning out on the bonus. An Outlaw here as well. Going to try and hold down against Splash as he's surely swinging around spots, and he does get a shot there, but Splash just survived. He had full shields. That's a brilliant pick there. Now TYL, for the first time all game, they've got the advantage.
I mean, good investment to have. You know that weapon's been carried on over, so it's got to be a constant war in the back of their mind. But look at that. Immediately the fallback off there and the reposition, healing on up the rest of the team. Splash, it's like it never happened.
Now, interesting from JDG, they went back over to re-clear towards A. I'm not sure if they made any pressure, any noise, any deeper than there. So we've still got 4 members from TYL here on the B side, and that's exactly where JDG are going. For the first time, they're facing the full force of the TYL roster, except for Irv. Nice shot.
Lovely shot from Scales. There comes out the second swing. Will be able to line up shots onto Stew. Coconut will take down Splash. Scales is still here and ready to go. Healed up the last remaining juice there from Sky. Molotov to allow the cross, potentially, and look at that. Oh, ERV, the flank has been caught perfectly, and that's brought the numbers back somewhat favorably. It's now within the bounds of possibility to get this done, and this time not a superficial clear of A. They're going heavy in, but slowly is in, lamps in. They're going to have to be careful because time's so low, and any disruption could be the end of the round. Come off of the plant. They've still got time to go, but they're trying to lure on out more. Sword 9 goes down. Scales is still here, but that's the round over. Time is against them.
Yeah, really nice play there from TYL. I think the quick flank was maybe a little bit red there. I think it was Irv out on the flank there by himself. Got red, but a great thrifty Splash starting it off, fully aware of where the opposing neon was going to be with the Outlaw. So ready for it. I mean, Scales, the man of the hour. Those 2 picks down long allowed them to stabilize, to stop that initial push. And when JDG, when they lose that initial push, they're going to struggle so hard. And now for the first time, we're seeing them move up over towards Hookah. A flash over towards B long finds nothing, but this Skydive's been heard. The rotate's already coming towards B.
They've invested to try halt their offense, and actually that is all the deterrence they need. They've already backed off.
They have. They're looking back towards A, but TYL, they're rotating back here already. They know, I think they're going to be ready to halt this push, and they've not been able to deal with an A hit yet, but now with the Seekers coming on in. Oh, a nice combo.
That trick goes over, pushes the RV off, but look at that. The orbital strike finds one, Splash has found another, and that has really taken the pep out of their step here. Have a look in towards Bartholomew. He's not going to spot anything. The drop down, they don't know where he's teleported to, but Stu's already in the back lines, hunting for the knife in the back. Hikuro around the corner, taken down by Slowly, and now I think they know there's only one of the few places that TP could have gone. They cleared out everything else, and now Stu goes down. Coconut, last player left, newest man on the roster. Sword 9 spotted, but it doesn't mean he is out of the count. Bang around there.
So many cool little pieces here from JDG. We saw that kind of, the double push on top of truck with the smoke there previously on the pistol round, and now they've done it again, but with the Omen TPing up towards heaven. A really cool idea, but it was perfectly read by TYL. Feels like they know the little tricks the JDG are pulling forward, ready to counter them. And now I'm surprised we didn't see a timeout here from JDG, because they're struggling. The econ is in the bin. For the first time, they're on that low up buy. Stu's got a Vandal, a hero rifle to try and play with as the exec is coming over towards A.
There's the jump over the top. Perfect saturate. It's going to allow for Splash to run in. ERV's found one of their own. Stu holding their smokes all over the place. Nobody can see their left from their right, and Splash has used that to his advantage for a shorty kill. Still dancing in amongst the... Okay. Dancing in and out the smokes is going to get taken down here. More smoke start to filter on in. ERV lovely find onto Coconut. You start hiding in the smoke, and death looms on either side. And there we go. Put down and dealt with. Let's go close up the gap.
Yeah. Looking very close, and we must see a JDG timeout coming out soon because they cannot get through. I mean, Splash was hindered here. That one tap was perfect to take down the opposing Neon once again. Splash has had his number since that third round, and we do finally get this timeout in. JDG need this. The initial momentum looks so good, right? They had so many cool little tricks, and they were surprising TYL with everything they were bringing out. But now TYL's got their number. They've got exactly what is going on, and they're able to counter it. I love how many coaches we see that can do this little pen spin stuff. Like, I swear it's almost like every other team has a coach that can do the pen spin.
I need to learn how to do it. I think I should. One of us should know how to do it.
Definitely, right?
And I volunteer to try to learn, and then inevitably you will end up having to learn how to do it because I won't be able to.
I mean, you've got a butterfly knife. You can just do the knife inspects, right?
I can actually. I'm not great at them, but I can.
Okay.
I can. I'm basically Yoru, you know, with the comb and the cinematic.
Oh yeah, let's go.
I think that's a cool party trick. You know, I'll learn how to do that. Next time we're on camera, you'll see me give it a try. I've got a screwdriver I can practice with right now if you want.
Oh, well,
If
maybe
you're a
not.
loud
Maybe
thud,
not.
don't worry.
Oh, but talking
no.
about screwdrivers, I'm hoping that JDG found something there to fix what's going on.
Oh,
Now,
yeah.
Splash has an outlaw. No, not an outlaw, sorry, an op. And, I mean, this is just going to be so powerful. The amount of times we've seen Splash in good positions. His rifling is great, but when he gets this op online, when he gets the scope, he's going to be able to hold down Showers here so well. And Sword9 immediately has to back off. Here's the Neon, here's the dog. Knows it's coming towards him. No?
Orb secured there. Is that all they're really waiting for? They're waiting for a second to pants because it started to being red, hasn't it? They've started to get a handle on where the waylay dashes are landing, where these site entries are going to be sort of finishing up, so they can just adjust their aim accordingly. There's no point trying to go for the waylay when she's midair, when you know she's got to land first.
And TYL have done a nice little reclear there. They spotted the waylay, so they think the exec could still be here. It keeps the Brimstone over towards the B site, which means this A exec, it should be able to get the spike down, and that's where the advantage turns into JDG's favor. Scales spots out. The Neon forces them back with the snake bite. Wait, they're going back to B. And that's exactly where Slowly is, ready and waiting to receive.
Constantly in limbo, constantly in flux, and they've actually not managed to draw out much of Tyler's utility at all in the midst of all of this. Ball goes up, Slowly's going to make sure that they can't drop on down out of hookah here. Here's the jump over the top, can hear them all stunned on up there, caught in the smoke, still manages to walk away with a pick there, looks towards backside, does get taken down, but can call over all of this information. The issue is nothing immediately off the back of it. Converging paths comes on through, Sword9, absolutely nothing that he can do. ERV does find the trade coming on through, but the wall comes up. He's got to use a dash of his own for a little bit of info, dashes back in towards Garden. Here's the Neon on, and you really don't want to be peeking that just yet. Everyone's going to tug on in, hoping that they can buy enough space maybe to start hopping on the defuse, luring them on out into ERV, but he's low health. There's only so much he can do. Oh, good for the first. Jumping over the top of the shorty. It's amazing. And the defuse comes shortly after a godlike sequence.
What a retake there. Every little bit looked so well orchestrated. The baiting and the duking over towards Garden was brilliant, and it drew all of the attention from every single member. Yes, eventually they won out those fights, but allowed Scales to scale on up from spawn, and then Splash to follow up the op shot into the shorty. That is the Neon that you need if you're TYL right now. That is who you need.
It's
right
not the
near
Neon
the top
that you
of the leaderboard.
deserve, but it's the Neon you need.
I know they're 3-1. I think they deserve it at this point.
True, true.
But now JDG, they've still got a reasonably good buy. It's not great, but I love what they're doing with these smokes. They're really forcing Splash's op to take really suboptimal angles where he shouldn't be able to get some good picks. Like this Omen smoke is brilliant.
Jump over the top, Splash X. The crosshair in the right place. Scales, however, is the person to get the job done. Amazing peek out there. It is being helpful. Coconut accounted for. Stone goes on out to buy the space to post up in towards Showers, knowing that Spike is down and they have got to push onto his turf. However, surrounded on both sides here.
Yep, there's no chance for them to get towards the Spike yet. They know that they're being encroached. Splash holding this shorty again. It closed out the last round and it's still here.
Ooh, good punish there from Stu. Omen TP comes on through and they've already got presence on the other side. They never rotated that waylay off and now stuck for options. They have to go A, and look at this position from Sword9. Creeping on up, has been spotted. Good for the first, does get traded out pretty quickly there. Jumps through the teleporter, but you know there's still a waylay hanging around somewhere. An ERV to put the full stop on this attempt. Beautiful hold.
Yeah, really nice. I'm kind of surprised there that they didn't allow the Omen to finish off that TP. I probably would have just waited till they'd stopped and shot them in the head. I've got the Spike under my control, but it still worked out. But I mean, Splash and Scales holding down the A site. So consistent.
Beautiful reads as well.
Yeah, like they're so aware of what's going on. They knew that Omen TP was coming in, the Omen ult, and they were ready to catch it on the B site. And now JDG, they are struggling to find anything as they try the B take again by the looks of it. Take B long, try and get the ult orb. You're on an eco. It's all you can kind of hope for.
Indeed, and they've got all of the makings here for a Viper's Pit. Maybe in the retake, well, if it's even necessary. Sword9 go for the first, spraying away, knows somebody's there. Scales pops around the corner, jump scares with the shotgun. ERV looking to get ahead of the curve, finds the first, still ducking and weaving in amongst the smokes, and it's slowly to finish off the round. And they are perfectly dispatching of this aggression.
Yeah, at every step, every turn, TYL have either their own aggression to counter it, or the perfect utility, the perfect placement from Scales there with the shotgun to shut down any attempt from JDG. A really nice opening there, right? You could see for a second, Splash wasn't sure where to aim, right? Oh, yeah.
Also, Viper, my favorite sentinel.
Look, she's basically a sentinel. Like we don't need to get into that argument. There's a lot of controversy around that. But now JDG taking up over towards A, close to this waylay ult, but they've not got it online yet. And this Viper's Pit, it's going to be so difficult to push through unless they use the Seekers from Coconut. They're positioned for it. Yeah, they're going to try and flush out Scales if they can. And he's kind of alone.
It is in a difficult to trade position, and if you retreat towards safety, you move out of that Viper's Pit. But ERV's found the first. G looking for something, anything, is going to take down ERV. Scale's still here in the smoke, however. And tapped away, caught off by J Kuro. Sword9 looking for anything with a dog. Is going to spot a couple of players. Molotov going to hold off that op from getting into a prime position. The TP out to the other side, but this site is now unguarded. It's the first time that they've managed to empty out a site.
Yeah, they pulled the rotations over, and I think they know Stu is here over towards A. They're fully aware, and Sword9's already getting picks over towards B, though. Oh, and Stu spotted by Splash. He was waiting. They're so aware of the reads. We talked about them in the last round, and they're perfect. And now a 3 versus 2. Retake, make it a 3v1. It's just Coconut. He's got some util, but I don't know what he can do.
He's got a flash realistically to help him here. He's going to dodge the counter flash. Here's the tap, not lured on out in the initial. Spots the jump across. Good to even get one there. Let's not kid ourselves. But that round, not able to confirm it. And so many ultimates thrown at the wall to try weasel out, try push onto this site just to switch it up. They draw over the rotates and it's still not enough.
No, it's the 7th in a row for TYL, and that looked like, honestly, it should have been JDG's round. But they're just getting caught. the other team, Tyler, they're so aware of everything that is happening. And now if you're JDG, you're not expecting to win Bind. You know Bind, if you're letting it through, it's going to be a win for Tyloo most likely, but this is going to be damaging for the mental. You've got 2 rounds left to try and get yourself up to a 7 and 5 to get your first gun round victories.
Yep. Flash. Trying to weather the storm here, hiding in that smoke backside, dodging, flash after flash. There's the peek on out, stuns come out in response. Stu, however, will find the trade. Orbital strike cuts up this side, isolates Stu from the rest of the team, but that's not a problem because he's still here and he's still kicking. Backside has the space, slowly trying to use the smokes to work back in towards this. Gonna let them get the plant on off. There's nothing they can really do about this as they buy time, waiting for the rotates to come through.
Now, they've still got weaker weapons to JDG. Tyloo's got a chance, but they've got to push into these close range angles where JDG's weapons will reign as supreme. It's going to be so difficult to push on in. Is Ramps is laden with traps. There's the saturate to allow the tap on towards the spike. Stu though, good for the first. Hiding, waiting, knowing that they're likely to aggress. They've got no line of sight, no vision. They've got to be careful. And it's the ace from Stu. He's here, he's there, he's all up in your business, and he has won them a absolutely crucial round. I mean, if that's what it takes, though, for JDG to win a round, an ace from your Omen in a map where you've got double duelist already. But I mean, what a round it was from him. Nice pick there. Yes, sure, maybe a little bit lucky, but keeping forward slowly, I think was aware, but hadn't communicated that over towards the Viper. And I don't think he saw the last couple of opponents he shot. He was just spamming through the smoke. But what a round needed. And now JDG 4 rounds. This is good. Last round of the half. They want to be able to get to 5. Splash holding down the line with an op. He's here waiting. The flash. Oh, it wasn't good.
Oh, there's the first pops. The overdrive going for a little bit more. Will get taken down long range and so many people to peek into. Not the optimal way to play that. And Coconut goes down to the snake bite.
I mean, he was so low anyway, but now with the waylay gone, that's the convergent paths gone. JDG don't have that to execute towards the site. There's nothing for Tyloo, yes, but still, they've got all of the members they need to over here already to hold down the site. JDG, they're pausing, they're waiting, putting a doubt in the mind of the defenders, making them think they're rotating back towards A, but the thing that JDG don't know is they've got Irv waiting. ERV cannot hear the rotates. He knows they're staying towards B. So Tyloo have everyone here to stop the exec.
Such a well-placed microphone for information there. And look at how they've disrupted this execute. And they're slowly to pounce on out Stu. Heroics, miracles needed. Being called upon once again. The teleport across. All this noise. ERV's got no idea where he is anymore. But only 15 seconds. And that spike still firmly in his grasp. Has to plant here. And ERV, just hold your nerve, hold the line, and there it is. All you had to do was be patient, and rewarded you are. And an immaculate half, I'd argue. 8-4 is nothing at all to be laughing at.
Yeah, I mean, you're so happy with this if you are Tyloo. JDG, they managed to bring back that 1 round, sure. I think, honestly, there we go. There's Coconut dying, who was just so low, didn't get out of the molly in time. But I don't know. I think Splash didn't need to repeat that. Yes, okay, he popped the overdrive, wanted to try and find something special, but you really didn't need to peek that. You had the advantage. You can let the Neon ult fade away if you want to. And now as we switch halves, obviously, Tyloo, they're an attacker side team. And now we go into their advantaged half.
Am I just too British for this vote? Because I immediately saw tea and went, ooh, tea.
I think, yeah, you're just too British. That's what it is, definitely. Although Clove is British, so, you know.
Touché, actually. You make a very good argument.
So the question here is, after winning a game, do you first look at your highlights replays or do you first look at your stats? And I mean, I know that, yeah, I'm always looking at the stats and I'm always disappointed in them.
Because in my opinion, I lived through the highlight moments, okay? I already know that.
Sure.
I want to know the numbers that aren't just KDA, which usually, let's not mess around. You've played Valorant with me, Echo. Aren't great. But I lived through the highlights. The stats, you know, that's something that you gotta wait for. That's the exciting bit at the end.
The thing I wish that we could see, I'm gonna have to run something to see if I can get this off of your profile, is how many kills you get with shotguns only.
I've actually tried moving away from shotguns, but that's because I've been playing comp and I get reported for trolling and gameplay sabotage if I buy shotguns every round, even if I'm top fragging, by the way. They're like, buy a Vandal affinity.
Yeah. Oh, look at this from JDG. Is this some kind of perfect anti-read? They've spotted exactly where Tyler would go, and this is going to be a bloodbath.
There's the peek on out. The slide on out may have been a little bit of a misread there. YU does find a trade there, slowly going in for a little bit more, but this is the awkward fight with the smoke coming on out. This is halftime called. This is a temporary ceasefire. Both teams part ways. They will regroup and re-hit momentarily.
Yeah, I mean, Splash, incredibly low. No heal here from the Sky, though, to keep him alive, keep him healthy. But Stu, pretty much the same, 24 and 21. Basically even across the board. But Tyler, they make the right read to go back towards A. Re-hit what they're assuming is an empty site, or are they just re-clearing? They're just going to re-clear. They don't know what's on the other side. They've not used the Sky Flashes to find any info. They're relying on Scales to be essentially walking up into the complete unknown. But little do they know, they've made the right gamble. It's JDG. They needed this pistol. Not to have a chance, but to have a very strong chance at the very least. Sky Flash finds nothing. Spike gonna go down nice and safely. And now JDG, what do you do? A 3 full person, full team flank for this retake.
Indeed. Sword hiding in the smoke here. Nothing but a classic and his wits about him. Flash comes on over, gives a little bit of an idea. It's going to give away a whole load of information for them to work with round the corner there. Smoke comes out, cuts off Splash as well. All by his lonesome to get this done. To try and take away the heat for Splash to be able to work. Forced out into the fight. Coconut's going to get both. Now Scales needs absolute heroics. Has the first two. Time starting to get low. There's the tap. Peeks on out. And Stu's going to get it. The clutch minister in this series. And time is down to the wire, but they just about get it. And Stu is going to be thanked by the whole team, the whole management staff at the end of this. The solo heroics.
I could see the vision there from Scales. The little 2K going into a 3K felt like it was inevitable, but I mean, this was a really nice example from both of these teams of why Waylay is still so powerful, right? You get the paranoia swinging on through and you just throw one saturate. It not only allows you to stop their push, but it allows you to push back yourself. And now JDG, they've got the advantage. We saw this on the first half. Tyloo, looks like 5 people heading over towards A. Are they going to make it like they're just playing for the old Torbs? Inserting the neon, or do they back off? So many questions here for Tyloo. How do you want to play this? Because already, JDG, they're rotating over towards A.
They've left Splash there as sort of a bit of a second dagger, second prong to the attack. YU caught off by the smokes, forced back. There's nothing really that can glean from this. Even information's limited. Ooh, Stu. Copping strays there.
I think they knew he was there. He loves TPing on top of truck, but the spike, it is going to go down, so it's going to have to be a retake for JDG. 5 versus 5, and Splash opens it up.
Absolutely beautiful kill there. Jaguro looking for anything. Catching a little bit of damage here and there. Splash does fall back. And they've pushed them really far back already. Back to the end of the wall. Scales just managing to dodge this. Spraying away. Urva's got one. Scales with another. Sword9's found theirs. And suddenly it's just Coconut needing another clutch here. And time starting to wear a little bit thin. Spots one player in towards May and just has to fall back. There's nothing that you can do here. All eyes on the spike. And it's out in the open. And it's going to be Slowly that finds it. And the Thrifty reigns supreme.
I mean, what an incredible round. The TYL to win. Started out with the classic, just winning out, again, the Neon Duel, I think it was. Oh, no, it was a different person over there that time. But the classic's just working. But you can see here, TYL, they went into this Thrifty, they went into this eco with a plan. Get the ult orb, set up the Neon over towards Showers, and then play the close range fights again. They knew Stu would be on top of truck. TYL have the read at every step. And now it's a full eco for JDG. They've got only the Sheriff and J-Kuru.
An awkward one to work with here. The RV's already managed to push up so far. The fall back there. Crack runs out. Splash pushing on forward, trying to get an angle for this judge to work. It's close range. Somebody directly to the left. Are they going to clear this? Oh, the paranoia is so good. Coconut's found one. G with the next. Sword does eventually get a trade, but is it too little too late? This smoke's holding them off from sight. Luckily, Spike's still safe and they can teleport over towards A, where they've left Scales as a little bit of an anchor to pivot from. Ikuro up there in heaven. Has been spotted, but that Spike's going to go down pretty safely under the watchful gaze of Slowly holding them off here.
Now JDG, they picked up 2 guns. They've got the Bulldog. They've got the shotgun as well for the Waylay.
And there's the pick that they need. Now this applies so much pressure. The jump on in has been spotted. Sword9 has to fall back, reposition. Scales has got one. The push on out here. Oh, they cross each other in the smoke. Still finds one. Sidon comes out, and this is all the information that Scales needs to work with. Weapon upgrade has been picked up here for Stu. And Scales has to be careful because so much time has passed. All information is moot. There's the tap. So worried about the boxes. And there's the spring out from Lamps. Completely unaware. Slipped the net. And slipped another round onto the board. They're running out of time to work a solution out.
Incredible work. JDG looked for a second like they had it. They were able to just shut down this execute so well. The duelists went in completely solo. And this was a 4 versus 2 retake. Even with a gun disadvantage, you'd expect to be winning it, but it comes down to that 1 versus 1. And I mean, Stu has been cooking, but he can't win everything. He's pretty much alone there at the top of the leaderboard for JDG. This is Flash finds nothing. Scales not noted, not spotted. And here's an awful lot of movement over towards Showers, whilst the rest of TYL exploring Belong. They want this Belong control every single round.
And they do. Coconut just spray through the smoke. Has been lucky with it previously. Time, no such luck. And you can see Rotate already been called on over. He has to be careful not to get punished for this hunt for info. There's a little bit of a look. Stun comes on out. Don't overcommit to this. Nope, there we go. There's the back away.
Yeah, good discipline. It's so needed for JDG. And now look, they've already pushed out of Sands. They're being encircled. They have no idea that JDG are pushing behind them. This is a timer.
In timer. A trap soon to be sprung, and this is going to be a game of reactions, but even then, with so many behind them, oh, the cabbages give it away! Immediately flash around the corner, is going to allow you to peek on out here. It leaves just Splash 25 seconds, there's not a chance that this is happening.
I mean, Splash is something special. He's got all 3 lined up, a high-low for JDG. Splash has the potential to find it, but no, Coconut shuts it down. The wave flows back into the ocean. And another round for JDG. They've been struggling to piece together rounds, and every round they get right now is going to be so important. This quick flank, though, as much as the Seekers spotted it out, they still managed to win out their duels, and that's what mattered in at the moment. moving up in the score, but still 4 behind. It's going to be such a mountain to climb for JDGs. They've got the guns. Yes. TYL, they've got pretty much the same. They've got Sword 9 on a Bulldog. That's the only real disadvantage for them. And the one thing JDG do have is they have a redundancy of smokes. They can just spam these smokes as much as they want because they've got that Brim, they've got that Omen. And that's so difficult for TYL to push on past.
Info that there's nobody out long is going to be quite interesting because it sets up this focus in towards Hookah. They're even investing the dog, but the issue is that they're not going to spot anything. Oh, just at the very end. And now they can start to coagulate their forces over towards B, but Scales, a chance to really have a bit of a disruption here. Just draw the attention away momentarily, but unfortunately goes down instantly. And it's going to mean that this B site hold is even more sure of itself. Jakuro, where more do you want to go? I mean, already done enough. Backing away, Coconut's not content, and look at this really quick rotate. They know exactly what TYL's cooking.
Yeah, but they've cancelled it. They're going back over towards B because the rotates were heard, but Stu's here. The perfect timing onto Slowly. He's got such an immaculate game sense of when to peek, when to play. And now TYL, they've just got to save. Split across the map. Not much chance. I'm potentially expecting ERV to go through the TP so they can both just hide in there, but no, Sword 9 just gonna wait, watching the spike as the round slips from his hands, and Stu, a third. What a player.
Call him the perpetual Stu, the way his impact's never ending. I've been trying to work that one in all day, okay? Don't shake your head at me. But Stu has just been, I think, the only... I don't want to say the only reason that this hasn't been a washout, but has been such a large factor as to why, has just been these consistently high impact multi-kills.
He's definitely been the highest performing player across JDG by far in this game. It looks like he's so comfortable. He's in such a comfortable position when he is playing Raki, right? When he is able to put out these confusion smokes, to go for these crazy TPs, to be able to find timings, jiggle the angle at just the right moment so we can go for the full swing after. He's such a good player, and TYL, realistically, they've got a lot to work on to be able to beat out not just JDG, but any teams they might face in playoffs. But here, right now, they need to shut down Stu. They need to be aware of these little timings. Scales must have just missed that shoulder peek from Stu when he was walking up short. How are you going to be keeping an eye on this player? Or, at the end of the day, avoiding him? He's on an Omen. Yes, he can TP to join an anchor, but you'll be aware of that happening. How do you find him? Where do you know he is? And how do you walk somewhere else? Exec somewhere else. But TYL, for now, they're not going to worry about Stu. They're going to worry about their guns because the econ is very, very low. They do have the Viper's Pit, so I'm expecting they're going to do a hard rush and get the Viper's Pit out as soon as possible here.
To be the goal. Flash goes around the corner, allows them to get a little bit more of a foothold in. There's the Viper's Pit coming on through, but the issue is they've still got to get through the choke point here. Stu looking above it all. Comes on out. It's going to buy them a little bit of a safety net over there towards A main. Dog comes through, is going to be spotted. Why are you just getting out of there alive? Splash goes down. Scales there to trade. You're just looking for something through the smoke. But the issue is that Viper's Pit is so widespread and it gives them so much room to work.
Oh! What a pick. The spam through the smoke, and that's the spike gone down. They know the spike wasn't planted, and ERV just peeks out of it. Taking out the round, and now there's only 2 left. Make it 1. Slowly with the Sheriff finds absolutely nothing. 1 by 1, they peaked, and 1 by 1, TYL just fell.
And it was something you didn't even need to be giving them the fights there.
Yeah.
You sat in the Viper's Pit. Just don't give them the opportunity, but they did. And albeit some of these shots were lucky and through the smoke, but you know, ERV's peak there, there's no need for it at that point in the round.
it really felt like they were just struggling with this potential comeback on their hands, right? It's difficult as a player to not want to make those heroic plays, but now at least TYL, they do have weapons in hand, but the operator holding down B-Long. Are you going to be peeking into this? Are you aware? Are you watching? You take it down!
Yeah, that one, I think, fight, flight, or freeze. You choose to fight, and it is the wrong answer. Incorrect buzzer noise. And Splash looking for a little bit more. Ooh, this is going to be a bit of a pop flash coming on through potentially, but no. Flash put away. Coconut, there we go. There's the peek on out. YU is going to spot a couple of these players. You can see that they've fallen back, though.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think Coconut was looking for a hero play there because he left his Neon to die. He wasn't there to break the dog, and that was what caused Jay to just fall, to die immediately. And now the switch over towards an A exec. It's only Stu here. But it is Stu.
CP's out of harm's way. YU, well, there's the first. Gets the conversion parts online, immediately fires it. And there's the counter-orbital strike coming on through. YU is going to find Scales. One found with the Molotov onto Sword 9. Stu putting in the final kill. There's a little bit of resistance towards the end, but I mean, it's an undeniable resurgence here.
It is, and so many ults were invested from both sides. I think we saw both orbital strikes come out, the convergent paths as well. And TYL, they still don't win it out. Just, again, peaking one by one, taking individual fights is causing them to lose so many rounds. And JDG, they've almost got it back up to even. And surely they will, unless TYL can bring off... I mean, this would not be their first, this would be their third Drifty. But they're going to have to pull off something special here.
There's the jump on out, looking to try run Coconut down. Unfortunately, Coconut's more than ready. Jakuro low on health, and the dog comes on through, but the issue is going to be leaves the body vulnerable. Doesn't matter, Coconut's back in time, ready for his third. Slowly's got one, but it is a speed bump. The tiniest of potholes in their road to tying up this scoreboard. And Scales, I mean, has been good, but you'd be expecting miracles here, and is already being held for. Crossover, it's going to be a perilous one, has been spotted. Now decision to be base swings on out, good for the first headshot. Tapping away, peppering them with bullets. And just wants to fight, why not? There's not a whole lot to say. Finds one more, but luckily the op is in play. It's low health, but it's going to get the job done. But you see a world where that goes from bad to downright devastating.
He had headshot every single member of JDG there. Coconut was 1 HP, Jay was 1 HP. Like, he had headshot everyone with that Sheriff, just wasn't able to get the final killing blow. I mean, Scales, what a round attempt. But now, even. No eco round one, and JDG, they're facing TYL head first in a short.
Oh. Post up on the position, good for the first there. Splash peeks on out. There's the ult pop from the Neon, slowly there to put that down though. Gives them the player advantage. Gonna run through the smoke, ready for the plant. Already has somebody back site. Scales pushed on up. One could say scaled up on site. And look at that, Jakuro on the other side of the map, and you know that unlikely to be giving you any problems anytime soon. Not exactly making any attempt to be quiet. There's no reason, has to get there in time, but all of this is going to be heard. Out corners, hoping to find somebody, anybody. They're all just going to deny the fight. Jump on over, smoke comes on out to buy a little bit of room to work with, just to try hop on the defuse, but there's a snake bite, and even the orbital and strike invested. Maybe a little bit overkill, but TYL, desperation for this round seeping in. There's the molly on top. There's absolutely nothing you can do to defuse. Caught in a crossfire, but TYL, you can tell that they are just frantic to get that round across the line.
Yeah, that is a panic orbital strike if I've ever seen one. I don't think it was needed to secure the round, but maybe they did. This was a nice little push from JDG, though. They had layers to this. The stuns, the hinders coming on in, and Jay managing to get 2 off the back of the overdrive, but they just hadn't considered the fact there might be someone more to the left, and they're calling a timeout themselves here at JDG. They don't want TYL to get up from that point. But I still think they're happy because they got that orbital strike out. That's a big, powerful ultimate gone for the next round.
A situation that realistically you don't think it's going to get invested in.
No, not at all. Honestly, if I'm TYL's coaches, I'm probably being a little bit annoyed at my players for doing that. I wouldn't call them out for it here, but I bet definitely, you know, in VOD review.
Post-match debrief, yeah.
You don't need to be using it there and now. Going into the next round, that's another tool that they don't have in their tool belt. And for JDG, if you can bring out something special, we've seen a couple of nice set executes, set plays, set retakes even, where they have got, you know, planned out util of exactly what's happening, and then it allows someone like Stu to work in the chaos. JDG can absolutely pull this back, get it up to, you know, either map point or potential victory here. If they can just bring out a couple more nice set plays. They've still got the money behind them despite the round loss as well. They've been pretty comfortable with money this half. But TYL...
You would be after a round streak like that.
Yeah. TYL, I'm wanting them to bring something special out after the timeout as well, right? You want to bring stuff out from your opponent's timeouts to try and surprise them. It's the same thing though. Just be long push.
Yeah, it's feeling very run-of-the-mill. The paranoia is going to be good. The flash comes out in response to stop them peeking. Paranoia, all for naught. Look at this. They're all stacked up on the site. Let's go, Jakuro, waiting. That smoke's going to be fading momentarily. And you can see a flash ready to go. 2 peeks on out. The overdrive pop from Splash spots one in the corner. Will take down Coconut. There's the slide on out. It's going to find its 3rd mark. Guns back in hands temporarily, waiting for the push from the smoke. Nothing's going to come of it, however. Spike planted. They're already pushing elbow, but the issue is it's disjointed. With G still coming on over. Mob been spotted, location noted, and now that's just one thing they're not going to push it. Try to find a way to work with this, and actually they might just choose to run this down. They've got enough bodies just to throw at the issue.
I mean, you don't want to throw it completely at the end of the day. Splash on for an ace, though. He's definitely going to be wanting this. Oh, no. Probably not going to be getting it. But TYL,
I respect it, though.
Yeah, like they get the round, they keep the guns, they know the economy is not great for them. And at the end of the day, you're fine to leave the op in Jay's hands. It's not been a massive issue for you. But I must say, this is the round they needed Splash to come alive. Because he's not been. To be blunt, he's not been here this map, really. He's been kind of, you know, winning out his ones against the opposing Neon. But other than that, he's not really been around. So this little 4K, almost an ace from him, was absolutely needed from TYL. Gets them up to map point on a map they should be winning. And hopefully some confidence before Haven.
Still need to close this out, though. The job's not done yet. And I'm seeing the shotgun coming out from Jakuro, of all players. Flash around the corner. Saturate to stop getting too ahead of themselves here. Orb if they so desire. Sword 9's not far off of an ultimate. And by that, I mean would have the Seekers.
Yeah, you get the Seekers online here. It's pretty good, but actually a reclear coming out aggressive from JDG. No. It's just the Neon. Jace decides, no, I've got an op. I can only take down one of them, not worth it.
Did the dog spot scales there?
Yeah, you can see Coconut was calling to the rest of the team. They've still got the Viper here. I like this reposition.
It is. Ooh, can't quite connect the first shot. Luring them into a false sense of security because the Bucky's on the other side. But the issue is the Bucky has been completely sidestepped. But maybe a little bit of a misinformation there. They're unaware that somebody is literally in their midst. While you round the corner, going for the pick. There it is. Able to upgrade the weapon. They run into Jakuro. And there's the shotguns ringing out. But this time it's not the Brim that can find anything good. Flash there. Allows to jump into Hookah. Coconut. The movement tech's insane. And Stu to close this out. They are not willing to let this map go quietly.
No, I mean, Coconut, incredible. I thought he was dead to rights after that first pick, but he managed to get 2 more after it and close out the rounds. You've got to respect what Tyler tried there, inserting the waylay, but it was
I want to
spotted,
see
it was
some
noted.
PV. Oh, it's so good. It's so clean.
And
That's
like,
what I think I'm doing my rank games. That's what I envision myself doing.
instead you're just flashing me and that's about it, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
And now the last time out of regulation, last round of regulation as well, regardless of how this ends, JDG going to be fighting to take us to overtime and steal away Tylu's best map.
I mean, the fact that they've even bought it this close on what looked in the first half and what looked on paper coming into this map like it should have been a wash, but
Yeah.
it wasn't. It really hasn't been. And even if they lose it, even if this is a 13-11, I think this is still a performance that scares us going into the rest of the series, especially since we set up this whole storyline that if this goes a third, JDG look primed to take it.
Yeah, like the performance we're seeing here has brought so much confidence for me in this team's individuals, not necessarily their team play, but the set plays and how that allows their individuals like Stu to just shine, like Coconut to just shine. It definitely bodes well for map 2 and map 3 when they come around. But we're still here. JDG, they've gone for a gamble stack over towards B. They're aware of the B long control, typically going for TYL, but instead, Seekers, they're going to show that the A site's clear. We're going to go to a post plant. We know how good TYL are in these situations.
I love the jump up into heaven here, but it's going to be a bit of a risky one with them all filtering on in. Spike goes down, waiting for the peak. Orbital strike comes through, and the combo is insane. Sword 9 and slowly both fall. Now ERV needs to be the one to step up, could only find one, and that's it. J-Kuro, the combo with the ult, the rifle just to close it up, is spectacular. And overtime, wow, after a round like that, who would we be to deny them?
I mean, you've got to watch out for the conversion parts in the orbital strike combo. They were there just in time. Sword9 had really taken his time to get the spike down. And immediately out. What a round. These little set pieces, I've talked about it so much. These little set pieces from JDG are what is winning them so many rounds. And then in the chaos is where Stu shines afterwards. It's not really been the Duelist show for either of these teams, right? It's the supporting cast, or the usual supporting cast, that is now just right up at the top. And TYL, they've got to try and find something special on their defense to start bringing this back if they want to win Bind, if they want to have a chance of winning this series.
Here's drop. Funneling in towards A here. Smoke cuts off. Lamps. No one's home anyway. Gives them that confidence push forward inch by inch, but they don't want to give away this opening pick. Oh no.
Slow. Steady. Neither team wanted to make a mistake. JDG's had much better discipline than TYL have. All 24 rounds so far.
Dog clears out through B long and there's seen nothing at all. So now even more assured this. The util comes through, just about stunned there at the end. YU finds the first slowly, ducking and weaving, starts to come out, not quite able to dodge them, but Splash is there to hopefully alleviate the pressure. Doesn't matter, because G's already back sight here. And that smoke holding them off from even looking in. Scales, a miracle shot there. Finds the trade. Spike's still not gone down, so G's waiting in the smoke. Scales peeks into it. And there's the teleport to the other side of the map. Sword 9 frantically hurling themselves over to the other side. Out slowly, but the issue is no clue, no information on either of these players. And Stu, the spam was all the information needed to isolate your location, and then now a round up. The lead for the first time has been taken in overtime.
And I mean, JDG's discipline, their individual prowess is what's winning them these rounds. Why is Scales peeking in? The spike's not being planted. You're peeking into an Omen smoke, and that's where Stu is gonna be hiding. You know he loves playing Ratty.
Nice!
there. Listen
Yeah,
to
you know
the
what?
hype.
It was nice. It was nice. It was absolutely beautiful.
And this is what JDG needed. This is what they'd wanted. And now, Bind. We thought it was a map they had no chance. No possibility of winning. And now they're one round away. It's their defense.
Smokes come out, they're looking to disrespect them straight backside there. Jakuro looking hopefully to have the stim enable them to hold this off, but no, just run down. Spike goes down. Is 3 versus 5. Satre comes on through. Stu and YU both find their picks, and suddenly the numbers are even on the board. Slowly ducking in and out of the fast lane. Can possibly in the corner, but there it is. The cha-cha slide out from G. Sword9's found 2. Now, 1 player remains. Sword9 holds on for dear life, stops them from conceding the map, but it's individual heroics that wins this out, and the fact that it gets that close is criminal.
And I mean, Sword9, this has not been his map. Usually a big player, but today he's just not been going so well for him. Everyone else has been kind of leading the charge, and I mean, I thought we were going to see that 3 versus 5 win, but no, Sword9 shuts it down at every step. He's been practicing against these Neons. I imagine him and Splasher in death matches just practicing with Neon slides, right? And a timeout coming out as we even up, going into second overtime. JDG
Drop
called
Penfoot
this.
there, by the way.
Oh.
I've been keeping an eye out for this. So I've been hypercritical here, but yeah, timeout. What are we discussing? What do we think?
Set plays. They have to bring out something special. A set play or a way to get Stu to be able to just bring something special out. Do something a little bit silly, a little bit crazy. You need to surprise TYL, I think, to win at this point. And they've brought good surprises out. They just need to keep that on.
The question is how many more do they have is the thing. Is we keep talking about these amazing set plays. The thing is, I think you can kind of cycle them a little bit with how many that they've had. I think that if you bring out one from early in the second half, you know, are they going to remember?
And it's the kind of thing, even if you bring it out, if you don't show any...
Run up to it, yeah. If you don't give them a tell, Yeah,
if you don't give them a tell, they have no way of knowing. But actually, Splash, operator online on the defense for TYL. This is an interesting play. It's difficult. He's, you know, glass cannon, no shields. So it's a difficult play to go for, but he's in the right place to be able to get a pick onto Stu.
Oh, the question is when to peak, and is reliant on Scales here to hold off the offense from Hookah, to give him somewhere to fall back to, but he has to push forward, and there it is. Shorty through the smoke finds the first and damage onto the second. Jakuro and YU both find picks of their own, but they're at a disadvantage, and their health bars dwindling here, and Spike lost to sight.
Such little chance of getting back through. They're so low. Spike's in the enemy's hands. They've got to find something. They're kind of trapped. You've got time on the clock. That's the only thing you can play with, but they're not really doing much with it. I expect Jakuro to be looking to try and find a timing elsewhere, but instead, they're just going to go for the duels, go for the fights.
Our Scales is in such a perfect position, and there's nothing they can do to push on forward, and the more time they spend here, Slowly's just got all the control in Hookah. They're not even remotely worried. And the crossfires upon crossfires. There's the peek on out. An ERV to collect both of them. And it is stunning. And that's what we needed to see to get them back in form, get them back in the lead. Of course, they have been playing catch-up the past few rounds.
I mean, I think, despite the fact they've been playing catch-up, we've really seen TYL lose grasp on this victory, and now they are slowly bringing it back. The sleight of hand is incredible from this team. They'll just try and steal it away. And now JDG, no op in their hands. They've gone for the full rifle setup instead. Spotted over towards B-Long, so they know the op's in the right place. Fight.
Flash really gonna peek this? Okay, yeah. Has to jump into the teleporter. It's the only safe ground. And that's a long way away. And you can see already that we see Stu start to move on over to counterbalance this.
I'm honestly very surprised that we didn't see Scales try and get a pick there onto Jay when he took that TP. But now he does, and he's just too late. Jay's ready, and now the defense. They have the numbers advantage. TYL, you are so close to winning out on your map pick, but you need to get through 3 players holding down, and they've got the utility, the paranoia set up and ready to go.
Saturate over the top, counter saturate comes on through. Oh, punishes the neon slide in from Splash. 5 versus 2, surely not. 40 seconds to work with, and Spike is firmly in their grasp. That smoke gives them the guys to walk away if they need to. Re-smoke comes on out. But looking to find towards the lamps.
剩余30秒。
Yeah, you just want to take back the space incrementally, little by little. Start to choke these last 2 players out of any map control. The Spike tapped. The Spike actually, it fully goes down. It's planted. We're into a post plant, but still 2 players remaining. You can't really play a triangle, and you need 3 alive for the post plant on bind.
You do. Watching the flashes, smoke comes out to give them the cover they need to work with, and YU will collect both kills. Defuse coming on through, and now we're going to overtime again.
3rd overtime. I'm not surprised. This has been a very, very close affair. Not necessarily back and forth. Quite streaky until we got into overtime, and now thankfully for both of these teams, it is back and forth. Round to round.
This is only map 1, by the way.
Yeah.
We've still got potentially 2 more to go.
And this gets me so excited for Haven, because on this map, we're playing relatively similar comps. Obviously, the Viper to the Omen changes is different, yes. But overall, you still play it relatively the same. And now JDG on the attack side, no op this time. They've got to be wary that Splash might have it again. They have to be diligent. Use utility. They've taken hookah though.
Again? It's getting a little predictable, I fear. And gee, there's the peak that we wanted. Sword 9, 2 of their own, managing to find something to claw this back. And Dog goes out. It's going to spot the players frantic, duck into the corner, just about alive. And with the safety of ERV being nearby, slowly managing to get round in towards Elbow to re-bolster the site. But there's already enemies in the back line, in the dugout trenches.
Now you should be able to get the spike down, but Slowly's here just in time. He missed his shot. No.
Devastation.
JDG, they have this now. Surely.
You'd think. There's the peek out from Garage. ERV is going to find it, but low health on Sword 9 is going to be a bit of a problem. YU, it doesn't matter. There's the pick needed. You hear the dash over towards the right-hand side. And there it is. Slide on out. It's Pixel. Perfect. And once again, JDG in the lead. This is for qualification to playoffs. This is elimination point. And when they are backed against the wall, that is when they are at their most ferocious.
And you can feel that, right? You can feel the pressure that these players are putting on themselves to try and perform, to be able to do it. And I mean, absolute perfection. Set up his crosshair before he'd even started the slide across. Now, TYL disadvantage. They need to win this to win out their map pick. Whilst JDG, they're pushing aggressive again, trying to take the fight.
YU wins out the initial duel. Splash has found 2 of their own, but Stu keeps the numbers even. Dog goes on out. It's not going to spot anything that's going to embolden Stu potentially to go for a little bit more. But actually, the decision to fall back, only encouraged by hearing the dog come through. Gonna look to try run this down, but not quite able to catch Stu in the vulnerable state. But look at that. Even though they've taken that little bit of control, it still feels they've got nothing. However, look elsewhere on the map, over towards B if we cast our eyes. There's a whole site free.
Yeah, but now this is the issue.
They won't get to
JDG's
it, though.
taken market. Like, are we able to see TYL regroup with Scales? That's the big question, because JDG are here first, but they've got a lot more places to clear than TYL do.
Oh, the timing here could be devastating for Chiguro. Devastating for either side there, Chiguro. They'll keep on out. Oh, slowly he's looking in the right place at the right time. Stu trying to patch the gap here, trying to take advantage of the situation. Will only go down. And now Coconut, I mean, we've seen heroics in enemy lines, but now they know exactly where he is. Scales is going to be ready for this. Flash goes on out, completely blind. Scales still finds the pick, however. And you know what that means, Echo? One more time. We're going again.
Oh, no, you're not going to finish. You're not going to finish singing that? Come on.
No, I've got to be careful that we don't get copyright stricken,
yeah,
because my rendition will be so accurate that Twitch will think I'm the real deal.
Yeah. I've seen videos of your karaoke. I don't know if that's the case, but anyway.
Whoa!
Anyway.
I am catching strays for something that does not deserve to be under criticism here. There is a lot to criticize about me. My karaoke is not one of them. That is showmanship. But talking of showmanship, look at the match we got on our hands.
Yeah, we are back dead even between these two teams. No operators in the hands of Splash either. And the dog overlords belong to force out some of that utility. But immediately, the rest of JDG, they're going back towards A. This is the weak side. Only the two duelists here. And if you can get rid of them, the retake becomes so much worse for TYL as well. This is a potential win for JDG. If they can just get rid of the duelists, if they can get the spike down, that's it.
On here, jump over the top. You see ERV looking for wherever that waylay landed. Hasn't quite found it yet. Shorty in the smoke. Splash is going to find Coconut. There he is. The trade comes on through. Slowly, the transfer not quite good for the second, but back and forth we go. However, it will be TYL walking away with the advantage here. Spike felt in the middle of the site. Now, retrievable location, but enemies on all fronts. They're getting dogpiled.
They are completely surrounded. They've got to take this TP, and I think they're aware. They're not going for it, though. They're just going to try and back away. But Scales' timing is perfection. This angle is deadly.
Are they even going to know? What? Oh, what? The adjustment is perfect from Stu. And now the question, they've got the teleport. Yes, someone's come in behind them. They got to be careful. Why are you just spraying the smoke to give them the safety net? But they do have to turn their eyes over towards Hookah as well. Post plants tucking in to provide them as few windows to be peeked as possible.
JDG have been winning their 1v1s mostly, though, so this all comes down to if TYL can finally take the advantage in those ones. They've not been good at them so far. Not much utility left. Just this slide from Splash. Really. On in, find a way to use it, slides on out, unfortunately slides straight into his demise. Converging pass comes on through, sword unaffected, but the issue is these two, they're going to play off the back of each other. There's the first, there's just not time here, and why you knows it, sword will find both, but it's not going to matter. JDG up by a round once again. Can they get 2 in a row? That is the big question. Can you win on your attack side and then your defense afterwards? After this fight here, it really felt like it should have been into TYL's hands. But I mean, Stu, what a shot onto Scales. Opened it up. And now perfectly played in these late rounds. This is getting... I mean, you're saying both teams bring out everything. They're putting everything into this match now.
They still got to play more maps after this.
Yep.
9 spots somebody in Hookah, but will not be able to follow up on the lead as the Molotov comes out of their feet. Scales again holding this position, gives them an anchor point, a pivot point, and actually look at this wrap. Is in for a world of hurt here. Stu finds the first, and the issue is going to push Market slowly, however, in a good position to try to punish this. Spots one more, and there's information that a couple of them might have done something funky there.
That was a fake TP as well from Stu, just to add in a little bit of chaos. It forced out that smoke from TYL. They're now in the disadvantage. This is JDG's round 2 win. Only 2 players over towards A, though, and this is where the hit is going. It's the 2 duelists. It's so risky to put your 2 duelists on the same anchor site. But they spot, this is where the exec's coming.
Touch rate is going to hold them perfectly. There's the dash out and in towards what they believe is safety. However, with the bathrooms control, there is no safe space. ERB ducks back off of sight, doesn't need to be taking the fight. They give G the opportunity though, and doubles down, finds 2 picks, and now 2 versus 4. Stu has found 1 more, and it's slowly the last player left, ducking into the smoke. He's trying to find something with the shorty, but it's Stu. It was always going to be Stu. The momentum started with him, and it's going to damn well end with him as well. And JDG, a map that I'd argue had no right taking. This wasn't even on the cards for us, and you know what? Apology form filled out. I was unfamiliar with your game, but what a... From what was quite a dire first half to increasingly soaring heights.
Yeah, absolutely incredible play from JDG to be able to not just win out from a disadvantage at the half to then close out overtime. And I mean, you call it Stu, the big player, obviously right at the top of the kills, yes.
Perpetual Stu.
The perpetual Stu is going to live on in the nightmares of TYL, and this is only the first map, don't forget. There's Haven, right, which is a relatively even toss-up between these 2 teams. It could go either way. And then Split, which is leaning heavily in JDG's favor, I'd probably argue. This is now looking like a JDG victory.
It very much could be, and with the momentum that they've built up from this, the fact that they've managed to drag it out, and they look so good, and the confidence that comes from winning a map like this is undeniable.
It really is. And I mean, you're going to see a lot of Stews. This was his ace round here. Didn't see half of the players he killed, but he knew exactly where they were.
I think that was the turning point. I think the Stew ace is where we started to see the balance shift.
One thing I loved about Stu though is he was always confident, even when they were losing, right, on that first half. He was always just doing these crazy Omen plays, trying to go for something special. And it didn't always work out, but most of the time it did.
I mean, we said at the start is that he's not beating the allegations that Omen was a 3rd duelist in this composition, right?
Yeah.
Is that the only thing that was different was the little symbol next to his name on the agent select screen.
But if you've got an Omen that is this good at making plays, this confident on the agent, and this able to kind of like lead the team, lead the charge, do it, right? Because it works out so well for you.
They're still going on the replay. I mean, it was a lengthy game. The replay is the replay packages are something otherworldly. YU, I think, is another player to really highlight amidst this. Just kind of a pillar the whole time. But anyway, we're gonna have a listen to the team comms real quick.
黑小右边 ，Viper， 黑屋上，兄弟，黑屋没啊，黑屋没，八号上，稍微有個，想稍微 Viper，ET 打，等，幫你，我被震了 ，nice， 下包，小屁股 ，OK，
能看屁股嗎？我在放 CT，
I go back H，OK， 已經到了 H 應該。
開門 Steel， 我反摸 CT 出了，我反摸 H， 我73秒眼兄弟，我73秒眼，我反摸 H 啊，然後你有，再一個
兩個
正面，
屁股沒有
，7秒我5秒有眼 ，OK， 我8點兄弟眼好嗎
？OK，
I trade you guy， 我跟他 trade you
guy，put here，
然後你有
，I trade you guy，default， 開 flash， chill， 綠線，眼裡，
別，然後對了，在 ，Go，let's go， 馬上，我抓到，後退，你看着 plan，OK， 我給換了，玩一次夢，我看到，浴室，選浴室傑哥 ，OK， 浴室一個，nice， 給我，
Welcome back, and I don't know what there is to say. We started this series an hour and 20 minutes ago. That was over an hour's worth of map there, and we've still got more to go. Echo goes, that's the first pistol round, and I turn around and go, that was 75 minutes ago. And they still got more to go, which
Yeah.
is crazy to think about, and the stamina that it's going to take for this, especially if it goes a third map. But I've got to raise you the question, is it going a third map?
I knew you were going to ask that, and I don't know. I think Haven is going to be a very interesting map because it's really going to show from both of these teams what they can do when they're on slightly, in some ways, more standard map, right? You've kind of got the typical lanes that you'll flow through with your macro. There's a lot less kind of set plays that you can bring out on Haven that can surprise, that can shock, right? Bind is quite a flat map, so you're able to kind of do these quick, fast, pacey things in a way that you can't really do on Haven. And JDG relied on that a fair bit. But in the previous game against TEC, Stu went 20 and 11 in their victory there. 91% cast. Like, he was incredible.
That's ludicrous.
If you can rely on this player on Bind, you can rely on Haven, where he's going to be able to get more lurks, more crazy timings, because it's a 3-side map. There's more lanes to play on. So, as much as I think JDG can't go for the set plays as much, I'm definitely still looking at them on Haven, where Stu's going to pop off. And as you can see here, 31 and 20. He popped off.
Absolutely. And 18 assists, mind you, as well. Oh, wait, I've just seen Jay Kuro's number of assists. Whoa, 28. What's the current official record for number of assists? Because that's got to be getting up there.
That's a really good question. It's definitely going to be on either an Omen or a KO, probably at the moment. But because realistically, they can get a lot of assists quite easily. With the Brim, the stims make a big difference. The smokes and all of that was good from Jay Kuro. So who knows?
Yeah, just a solid kind of consistent play in the background, but stepping up when needed as well. As we can see here, the post plants was something we talked about a lot, and way less on the clutches from TYL than what we were maybe expecting to see. But I think JDG, the post plants just seem so good. 7 out of 9 is amazing stats. Yeah. They were winning a lot of the opening duels. They just seem to be winning on every metric the moment that side switched.
Yeah, I mean, to me, it really felt like the difference between a team that had discipline and were winning their ones with confidence in JDG versus a team that was trying to play pretty good macro and trying to play together well, but just weren't able to win their gunfights in the same way. We didn't see anywhere near as many pop-off moments from the TYL players, and that's going to have to change going through, because Splash started off pretty rough on Bind, but he did kind of get into the flow of the game. Haven, it should be where he can shine that little bit more.
Should be indeed. However, I think that it's about time that we gave you guys a break, because we've been yapping for a while. Our voices are probably just white noise in the background right now. So we're going to give you a chance to go refresh yourself, grab a whole load more snacks and drinks, because if map 1 is anything to go by, this series is going to be lengthy. It's going to go the distance, and it is going to be absolutely spectacular. And you won't want to miss that. Neither will we. So we will see you wonderful people for map number 2 very shortly.
We can set the
Have you all recovered? Are you ready to go again? Because we have got at least one more map for you. We might have two. We very well might do. And as we can see here, we have already got the team composition coming up for Haven.
Yeah, and see, Haven was always going to be quite an interesting one for me because we've seen JDG switch up their team comp 3 times already just in this split. But this time, they're sticking with the last one. They decided, okay, I think that worked for us. Yeah, it worked out well. They beat TEC. It allows Stu to be on the Omen and just pop off like he did on Bind. So, no big surprises here, really. The key thing, the key differentiator for me, with TYL on the attack, which is their much stronger side, I'm going to be needing to see them get, I don't know, 8 or 9 rounds on this first half to really have a chance at winning this map. That's the key thing to watch here.
Big ask.
A big ask, for sure.
A monumental ask. Now, the real question is not whether we're going to see it be 8 or 9 rounds, right? I think that the real question is not going to be whether we see it be a victory or a third map. I think my real question for you this time, the prediction, is this map going to last more or less than an hour?
Okay, so if I say less, then it's more likely less, but I'll be cursing it. And if I say more...
Okay. Give me a time prediction. I want minutes. How many minutes do you think this map is going to last?
I think TYL are going to go 9-3 on the first half and then win the pistol in the follow-up. So this is going to go 43 minutes.
43 minutes. Well, I've started a stopwatch. I could just look at the time and do the maths, but I'm really bad at maths.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
There's a reason you're the color caster, Echo. Anyway, we're in towards the pistol. Looks like a heavy A main push. And when I said looks like, it is 3 players. And there's 1 in sewers as well. And I'm not sure what the call was, but it's a beautiful read. But the issue is, can Stu clear this? Stu doesn't look to the left-hand side. He's going to get chased on down, taken down, even throwing the saturate to try to deal with YU. YU is going to get the trade on through, but everyone's on the other side of the map now. And it is just Jakuro nearby.
Yeah, that little bit of pressure pulled over so many rotates. And now for TYL, Spike's going to go down nice and safely. It's a 4 versus 4. So it all depends how well can Slowly play on this flank. How much time can he waste? And can he be that final knife in the back in the late round?
I worry that he is fairly far removed from the situation with the pace that things are going, but you can see him start to move a little bit quicker. Trip's been put there so they can be able to pull the flank, but the thing is, knowing it's there is half the battle. Jakuro still walks away alive from that engagement. Here's a tab on the Spike. Recon Dart gets broken, counter Recon Dart, Paranoia's gone through, it's wide out in the open slowly, has worked his magic all the way around the map, stab in the back, and she is too far removed to be able to defuse this. And now it's just a matter of going down to the Spike, but even that is denied. Slowly's going to be farming up those ult points. And that flank, any worries that we had swiftly dispatched of.
Yeah, a beautiful late round there from Slowly. This is somebody that is so good on these kind of like classic Sentinel roles where you're able to go on these very long lurks to be the stab in the darkness at the end of the round. So clean, TYL. They're already showing that they know how to play attack on this map. They've got the macro there absolutely perfect on the pistol. And now JDG, nothing brought up whatsoever. Some util, and that's about it. As we see the kind of, you know, hey, we're lurking down sewers smoke over towards A. And already JDG have to reclear it.
And they're sending, once again, 3 bodies at the problem. The side. Couple of people waiting. Drone's gonna clear out in towards. No, I'm not gonna spot things. The left-hand corner, but with 3 of them there, 4 of them. Sorry, not too much of a worry.
But this
push any further, they're just gonna camp.
Yeah, I think the big worry here is JDG. They've got 4 people on this site. TYL know that sewers is taken, so they're gonna have to be so careful if they go to the post farm here.
Paranoia so perfectly timed splash on site, but look at the information. All these players flashing up makes them easy targets. However, the pistols, they're making good work of this. And Sword round the corner just to get the double kill to close it out. But for a second there, worry in our minds.
Worry for sure. That was way too costly. I'm kind of questioning the decision from TYL of why you exec there, to be honest. I think the exec, you knew there was at least one over towards sewer. It's a pistol, they're probably going to stack it. I think it was the Neon they saw, and the Neon's, you know, sometimes maybe going to be the person solo because she can quick rotate over to join the fray relatively quickly. So that's a lot of guns gone from TYL. And they're up against the full force of a full buy, full shields, everything for JDG on their defense. As they're sending 3 over towards sewer, 1 towards long on A.
They were like, you want to send 3 sewers? Okay, we'll send 4. This is just a game of who can go higher.
Yeah, it's a numbers thing. Always.
Always. And there's a trip on the other side, which is going to slow things down. Ooh. Trip gets broken. Recon dart over the top there. Coconut stunned on up. Stu caught in the smoke. Is going to get one through the smoke. He's been a miracle worker with it. Slowly in scales, however, keep numbers in the balance. All pushing on rounds. They know that one's heaven, but look at that, the distraction. YU pounces, and gee, there it is. Scales good for one more, but will not be able to secure them. The round of the bonus slips through their fingers.
The quick flank there. I don't know if it was from C or from mid, but it was perfection. The timing was right on time. Great work, and you can see, you know, Stu, he knows his timings. They're going to break the dart, and then they're going to swing just a second after. Brilliant work. JDG showing that they can retake A. It's one of the hardest retakes of any site across the entirety of the map pool if you don't have a flank, and they're showing they're able to get the flanks online nice and quick, so they're able to shut everything down as soon as they can. But now, it's a gun round. It's even across the board, pretty much. Light shields on a couple of members. As a fight for A long happens, and all JDG, they're winning it out strongly.
Yeah, sometimes as a Neon, you got to make the decision to commit or to back away, and that one, commit in and falls. However, that's going to be the call to head elsewhere, try their luck. And, ooh, Slowly's just about managed to slip past the watchful eyes. I said that. Goes back for seconds, and J. Kura is going to hear all of this. Pushing in through Garage, and look at this position already from ERV.
Not planting yet, baiting, waiting, trying to pull the rotates over, but now they're here and ready to burst onto site. This is going to be difficult to hold. They've got the paranoia, most importantly.
The trip by their converging path comes on over, relying on Sword to hopefully be the buffer whilst they regain their senses. Coconut's found 2, however, 2 versus 3 now remaining. Slowly spots one in the corner. ASing in, has managed to fight both of them. Knows where the last is, but Coconut dances around the corner and tangos them to another round on the board.
I was not expecting those shots to come on through, but Coconut still wins it, and you can see in the back there some head shaking from the coaches. I think I saw, thinking it shouldn't have gotten that close. We should have won it out quicker. And JDG, they should have. They had the advantage. They were there, ready, waiting. And I mean, even if we look at the convergent paths, the timing that it came in was so quick. I'd expect JDG to win that out a little bit cleaner, but they still got the round. And now TYL are down to an eco. It's going to be a difficult one to ring, but TYL don't mind the ecos. They're usually pretty good at them, if anything.
Okay. Hovering around mid for a second. Yeah, not to get early info away. Duro, there's the cage out in response, spraying. The spike's still going to go down. Able to retreat, fall back, and play from mid. They actually might just choose to hit through Garage here as well. Get that ability to put the pressure on all sides as opposed to this one-dimensional approach. Orb comes on out. Scales has found one, and it's actually brought them the sight back. They could just look to start defusing here because the snake bite's not deep enough. The Omen's EP gets broken there. Hunter's Fury comes out. That's what they've been waiting for. That's what they've been playing for. Coconut looking to do as much damage as possible for when the Hunter's Fury is over. Runs out of bullets, switches to the sidearm, gets one more. Looking for heroics here, holding the defuse down. But there should be, oh, it's going to be so close on time. Just about gets it in the last second. The half coming in clutch. And oh, all players there, sigh relief that that round's over.
You can see TYL have plans specifically for their eco rounds. Obviously, B is a typical map, a typical site on Haven that you'll exec on an eco anyway. But they broke that trick and put so much pressure over towards Garage that the time went so low.
Yeah.
They didn't even send anyone there, but it allowed Sword9 to play with his ult, play with that Sheriff. Wasn't able to secure the round as JDG were just in time for it. They got the half, which alleviated so much pressure. But now the pressure is back on JDG, down to essentially an eco because they lost so many people despite winning the round. But now TYL, this is their round to win, but they're pushing into a stack. It's a 4 versus 4 on A.
Drives ready if they want to pop it as well. There we go. Well, you get the first. Slowly, Scales both finding their mark. Scales actually doubling down with another Coconut. Not quite able to find the same heroics this round. Just Stew left. And in any other situation, I'd say where there's a will, there's a way. And where there's Stew, there's a chance. But actually has managed to retrieve a Guardian, but Scales is here on the angle, the tight corner, waiting to swing on out. Stew's found the pick, though. Still a 1 versus 3, and very far removed. It's a weapon upgrade, but caught by the trip there. I don't think there's anything further really to find, but they're looking to send a greeting party to go meet him in spawn.
But it's Stu. Like, you can't count him out, right? Like, this guy could pull off something special. If he can take down slowly, he's definitely got it. A potential. He's going to get down the first hurdle and he cannot get past it. Trips, falls, and now TYL expected to win that round. As soon as you see that fight towards A long, you do get a little bit scared. I think, you know, there were some good ideas here from JDG in how they wanted to play this, how they wanted to try and use their utility to get advantages in that fight, but TYL, I think, was so aware of it. They could see as soon as that drone came around the corner, they just backed off. They said, no, we know that you're going to push, we're going to hold our crossfires and win out the fight. And now TYL, heading over towards C. One thing I've been loving that we've been seeing from J.Kura is he's been playing around with these trips and their positions, changing them so much. I wouldn't be surprised if he puts one back where that shock dart should have already broken one. You know, like, he's been so good at it.
I would love to see that because I think it could be a nice little jab later in the round, but alas, maybe not this round. Slowly. Ooh, spotted somebody on the cross back over. Holding, hoping they repeat, but actually good bet there from Coconut just to fall back, not give them that recon dart broken. There's more utility broken by the shock dart now. Thing has no information about how far up they may have pushed. Omen CP is going to go out for the information. It's not actually going to spot anybody there. Maybe a bit misleading. Forcing over towards B here. Garage, Sword's got to break this. There it is. Now they're going to flood on towards C site. Fast Lanes gets them on. Stun around the corner, but caught in the tripwire. Oh, and taken down on top of that. J.Kura is still here, hiding in the corner, just waiting, playing off with his teammates. Contact. Might not even need to show his hand. There's the peek out. Coconut's managed to find the flank on slowly. A crazy shot, quite frankly. Hunter's Fury's even been committed, but maybe a little bit of an apprehensive one. Only one player left, it's overkill, and they're dead by the time the bow's even drawn back.
I was sure that Slowly was going to be getting at least one on that flank. I love the idea here from TYL to back off and make them think you're not hitting, allow Slowly to push up and then try and get more people over towards A. But I mean, what a flank, and the timeout. Yeah, this feels like it has to come on through as you see the pen flipping. but we're going to need something more, something better from the side of TYL if they're going to try and win this map and not lose this series.
Yeah, and I worry that the more chances they give to JDG to call set plays, I mean, we saw what happened last time. I think the more time you let the coaches get on the mic, the more worry we have about what comes after. And yeah, it gives you a chance to call something, gives you a chance to reset, but giving those JDG coaches a chance to get on the line is a harrowing prospect.
It's risky. And I mean, we like, you know, Haven, it's definitely trickier to get cool set plays on than Bind, yes, but it's still fine. It's still easy to do if you can isolate.
Done the prep.
Yeah, if you've done the prep, if you can isolate the attackers as they're moving through that kind of like transitional space, A main, garage, C long, you know, all of those kinds of spaces. JDG have been great at disrupting TYL in those timings, in those positions. If they can keep that up, this is probably a 2-0 for them, but TYL, I said they needed to get 9 on the board. That's not possible. The best they can hope for is 5 in a row here to get to 8. And even then, their defense is going to be a bit of a struggle to come back in as, again, an eco round. TYL, they push B, or they fake it.
Saturate to stop them pushing the choke point. Successful in its task. It's going to scurry them in towards garage. Amazing stun, keeps them pinned on in there. There's a player down long. G's looking to deal with that as well. Now there's somebody right under his nose. ERV still hiding there, is taken down by Jakuro. And there it is, G, the peek on out. Knows there's still one long, but isolated and left by their lonesome. And just to be run on down. And it's the human flashbang to allow Jakuro to get the pick.
I don't know if I was going to say I love it, but I also hate it if I'm playing. Seeing Neons do that is so frustrating.
If I'm playing against it, I hate it. I absolutely despise it.
Yeah.
Neon's broken, nerf Neon. However, watching it from another POV is just really quite satisfying.
And like, even if we're looking at satisfying, that defense, their hold on C was amazing.
Yeah.
Like the way they played these crossfires, these trade positions was absolutely incredible.
Here we go. Flash, Pippin, there's a TP up onto the box. Looking to punish it this time, will be unsuccessful in such an act. Backs away, and they've made no further progress, but they've not lost or given anything away either. They've got time to play with.
Again, it's a slow round from TYL, and it feels like these just allow JDG to get the right read, allows them to get into the right positions, and I think this almost always leads to JDG winning if TYL play this slow.
Messy fight. Both will walk away alive, but worse for wear.
And now there's 3 over towards A. The Neon will be able to get there super quick to hold the site as well. The Paranoia to slow down the attackers. JDG are so good at their defense.
Oh, amazing TP to try survive. Oh, okay, and the kills come flooding in. Coconut's managed to find 3 from somewhere. And that's single-handedly taken all of the wind out of their sails, and now it's just slowly who's not on site, doesn't have Spike, and has now been spotted. And the
Surely
corner,
he can't get the ace, right? He's so low.
It's not going to happen. Yeah. And we talked about how we wanted 8 or 9, right?
The best is even, I think now, right?
Best is even.
This series has just been slowly slipping in TYL's hands. I mean, Coconut getting the 4K there, he's been incredible on this side, on this map so far. You know, he had flashes of brilliance on Bind because he was playing Sky, but here, 13 and 5. Like, this is just, you know, not a performance you usually see from your Sova players. JDG, aggressive, over towards A. A little bit of damage done, but they get so much control and they force TYL away, back towards B. But TYL, they're on a Thrifty. They don't mind hitting B on the Thrifties. That's what they like to do.
Why not? But the issue is how quickly they get pounced on. The stun is good, but YU's already found the pick in the meantime. Coconut with one of their own, and they've managed to go to the side. The wall has to come down eventually. Spike's dropped in no man's land, and actually it's not even no man's land, it's JDG's. Scales does find one with the Bucky. But again, that spike, so irretrievable. It's going to be really awkward and cumbersome to try work it onto this map. Orb comes out to try allow them to get that spike back. Slowly, peeks out into the corner. A mistake that he has made. And YU knows where the last is. She's in mid. They've not seen him leave. They know he's in the cubby, and Scales will fall.
And now they can't even get even. The best TYL can hope for, on the side that is meant to be their better side, is 5. And previously, when we saw TYL last, up against all gamers, they got 2 rounds on their defense, and that was it. 2 rounds out of 10.
Which is not many.
Yeah, this not many at all. This is looking like JDG. They're just going to take this series in a 2-0 fashion, which I did not expect going into this series. Mind expected for TYL. Haven, yeah, maybe JDG win that. That's fine, but they are just looking unstoppable. They want to lock in that playoffs.
It's looking more and more sure by the round, is it not? Now, they managed to take a whole bunch of space in towards Garage, but YU's on the other side, waiting for this. Having a look at the information, gonna go right past. There's the Saturate thrown in, and the punish comes through from Stew. The bait and switch, but the setup is so perfect. And now Splash looking to go hit this side, but there's so many trips here. There's the first, and I fear may run face first into the second as well. Coconut waiting to see if anything else shows up on the mini-map. Drone goes out over the top. It's going to spot 2 players. Shock dart over the side, trying to deter them from the plant, but just going to do a bunch of damage. An ERV, oh, just about missed in the smoke. And there's the run forward. She finds it. Stew's managed to find ERV, and YU finds the last. It's a bloodbath, and it's a clinical sweep.
Like, what a retake. They are so careful at how they're picking apart the site. Yes, they get kills off of the trips that honestly, I don't think I'm getting kills off those trips in my unrated games. TYL are looking...
Getting kills?
But like the trip there, right? So many times we see the Neon so far ahead from the rest of the team of TYL that nobody can support Splash. He's going 2-11, and that's not always his fault. He's just alone. His team aren't there to back him up. And he's not getting any kills himself. TYL, who go into the last round of the half. 5 ults online. They've got to do something if they want a hope of getting into a 3rd map here.
You have 5 ultimates online on the last round. You've got to use them, and if you use them and you don't win this, there's a deeper issue here. You're holding for this.
I don't like these slow rounds from TYL. It allows JDG the time to get the read, the time to think, and they're so often right. This is the first time they've not had people on the right side. But now they will.
There's
yeah, immediately.
Fight, yep. Instantly taken down here. And that's the player disadvantage. And they've funneled themselves so far in. Now they've got a little bit of presence in towards mid from Slowly that they can push up with. As we can see, Slowly crawling on forward. Stew's on the other side. Careful of Garage. And a bit of a responsibility on his hands to handle both. But rotate's coming all the way round. And now suddenly J Kuro's domain once again.
There's no trips here. All of the trips are over towards A. So Jakuro is probably trying to get one and get out alive. But he's stunned up. He might be able to get one if that here. He's got help though.
So much help, but the slide on out from Splash, good
What?
for a kill. The TP on out, and Coconut's managed to find Scales cross map. Slowly, a lovely shot there. Omen TP comes on out. It's just a slight reposition here. Plant comes on through. Smoke goes out to stop them going to play main. Now that was never their intention, was to go mid. But this fight here, as Coconut approaches. Each of these individual 1v1s need to be taken. Slowly good for the first. Trade comes through, however, needed that double kill. ERV, so much pressure now. There's the teleport back on out, and it's just going to be pushed, closed in, squeezed by the walls here. And the hydraulic press that is this JDG half clamps down around them and squashes them to a pulp.
What a defensive half. It's been relatively weak for them historically. In this new comp that they played, it was 7-5. It was much better than it had been when they were playing with Chamber and playing with Killjoy. But now, they're winning it out and they are looking incredible. And you've got to think, if you're TYL, you have to get the pistol. You have to get the follow-up. You kind of need to get the bonus round to have a chance of getting this all the way to map 3. As I want to see you doing this cam. I want to see your biceps.
Yeah, I don't have biceps, I'll be honest with you. There's a reason I wear hoodies, is because I am puny.
Okay. What about this? Can we get you a tiara? Get you a crown?
I have an inflatable crown somewhere. Oh, that's me. That's me.
An inflatable crown. Hold up.
Yeah, from Tesco actually. I got it for some watch parties a while ago. I bought a bunch of confetti cannons, a tiara,
of course,
and gingerbread men. There will be no context as to what any of those things mean. That's me. That's me mogging. You know what? You can put the camera on for that one. I'll mog the audience. I'll do that for free. I do like these though. I do really like these little camera things as well, where they pan the audience. It's so good to see the turnout as well. We've been saying this for the past couple of seasons of us doing Project Horizon. So the turnout for the VCT China games every time is just amazing.
It is. Like the fans here are so passionate, so into this game. And
they have mascots as well. Hold up.
Yep.
Why doesn't every team in EMEA have mascots? I want this.
Well, like one of my favorite things about VCTCM this year is it's basically a roadshow. It is going across so many locations. We're in Hangzhou for this, but it's changing places every split. Multiple places are split sometimes as well.
Yeah,
it's so exciting.
Do you want to go to a live Project Horizon?
Yeah, let's go to China. That would be so much fun. But anyway, we'll settle back down into this map. We'll dream of holidays in a second. Look at that timeline from JDG. So many retakes, yes, so many rounds in a row, and TYL have so much ahead of them. They need to start with a win on this defense as JDG pushing towards mid.
Scales with the opening pick. Oh, what are you with too though? But look at the Scales from behind. They've managed to wrap them around, and now just you left and just the shorty in hand. They know this. They're just gonna run him on down. Don't give him the chance to get close range and make it hurt. And that was, dare I say, a necessity of a pistol round win. But they get it, and that alleviates. It doesn't really alleviate the pressure. It just doesn't make it worse. Yeah,
because at the end of the day, we've seen thrifty rounds from both of these teams now, across Bind and Haven. I'm a bit surprised that we had a shorty buy there from Stu. I think that's a very dangerous buy, especially on the attack side. But sure, it's now TYL. They've got the better guns. This is the round they should be winning, and they immediately have the knowledge of where JDG are starting with their attack. Altor, I think, was successfully taken, and now Splash. Potentially next on the line as JDG to start to lean over towards A. They've got the drone, so Coconut should be able to clear this out, but the smoke instead saved the drone for later. Splash, no idea what's happening.
Oh, tiny window. Oh, not able to pull out the op in time. Run down, push so far off. But there's the repeat. Not an op, sorry, it's a Marshall. Still looking for another angle to work with. Is anybody else gonna peek this, take the fight? I mean, Splash wants the re-aggress and is gonna get it. Spike though. Spike's in line of sight, and that's gonna be a bit of an uncomfortable one to...
I like this from JDG, just waiting. A little bit of doubt, and immediately swing. Splash misses the shot, sees all of them. The anchor, they've got to hold down this site.
Flash, there's another one just firing the no-scopes from the hip. Good for 3. And there's the backup. ERV steals away the last, but holding on to that site. And really good job to find as much impact as possible, especially with so many bodies heading away. It's difficult to make that Marshall shine.
It is, but I mean, even just finding the first, shutting down the Neon, I think it was kind of a gamble of who that was actually going to hit. And then talk about gambling, just spamming it through that smoke. You got the Marshall bullets, you know it's probably a one-tap against everyone, so you may as well see what you can get. But now JDG, if they can win this bye, they are 3 rounds away from winning this and securing themselves playoffs. Splash immediately, though, the Outlaw now in hand. Lowers their numbers so well.
It's absolute demolition early round. For problems, Splash is still here for more. Oh, you're going to allow him to get a 3rd? Surely nobody else wants to peek into this. Surely we back away and find a new game plan. But no, looking to head in towards sewers where Sword9 kind of waiting on the other side. No one willing to give them the opportunity to try claw back an advantage.
Yeah, I mean, JDG, they've got to push into Splash. There's only 2 people anchoring, so they've got a potential chance if they can isolate the duel. Take down Splash out of the round, but instead he gets the spam and the overdrive pop, but he's taken down now. Sword9, you're alone. What can you do?
Well, find the first, that's for sure. 41 seconds, JDG Coconut, should I say, because it's just 1 man left. Can't really afford to rotate, but look at this wrap going on through scales. Might not even be necessary. Pushing onto a site and Sword9's looking at you, but there is a backup if needed. Round the corner, is he going to clear this? Well, a superficial clear. Sword9's got the angle and the hold there.
What a bonus round. They needed that, right? They needed to win the pistol, win the follow-up, and win the bonus round to have a chance.
Yeah.
The defense was their much weaker side previously. But I mean, when you've got Splash with a scope, like, he's just going to be hitting those shots. And it feels like JDG won.
Down to the overdrive as well.
Oh, yeah. Very nice. But JDG won expecting the Outlaw because they saw the Marshall in the previous round. So it was a little bit of a mind game there. JDG bought light shields because they saw the Marshall in previous and thought the Marshall would be followed through. But actually, the Outlaw got brought up as a bit of a surprise. I love that little bit of a mind game from TYL, and if that's what they need to win out that follow-up, that bonus, that's fine. Because now going in here, they've got the advantage again. If they can get up to 7, 8, almost tie it up, this is going to be looking incredibly close and like they could be sending us to that map 3.
Now, we did say this, well, I'm going to say this again. Deja Vu, map 1 had a pretty off-center half scoreline. 8-4, albeit slightly less harrowing than the 9-3. But we then saw the comeback to go, what was it, 4 overtimes? 5?
4 or 5, something like that, yeah.
It was somewhere in that region. I fear history may be repeating itself. We are just in a bit of a tech pause, by the way, for people just curious about why we're yapping. So, tech pause. We'll hopefully be back momentarily.
I don't know if I'm gonna... I need to see TYL bring out something special, right? They've won rounds based on a surprise with an Outlaw. They've won rounds based on a couple of nice kills, some lurks, right? But what I want to see from them is legitimately good defense macro, because that's how JDG won their defense, right? They were in the right position at every single time. TYL's calls, their reads on bind were great, but they weren't able to play off the back of the macro. We've now got the individuals. The duels are working. The little set plays, the little surprises are working. That's good. That's fine.
Oh.
Now for TYL, now they need to bring out their defense macro and get into the right position to then allow themselves to win that duel. And then I think maybe we've got to come back on our hands. But let's see this round, the round after, whether or not that will happen.
So the tech pauses, and I noticed it, and I was going to pick up on it, but the action just swept us away, was that Splash's camera seemed to not be looking at his face, but at his keyboard. Apparently his flicks knocked the camera over.
Look, if that's what it takes to get those kind of flicks, it's fine. It's worth it.
I think it's kind of a very anime cinematic shot of hands on keyboards, right? Like the intense. You can't see the hand actions I'm doing. I've realized that, but
I mean, honestly,
I think keyboard cam's pretty cool.
Yeah, like, especially with a player like Splash, who is so good at both scopes and rifles, I'd love to see the actual aim in time with him aiming in the game. Because I think, like, being able to see how he does it, the speed at which he moves his mouse, and the accuracy would just be really, really cool to see. But this does mean we're stuck here for a little bit waiting for the game to start. And we've not talked a lot about Split, because honestly, I didn't think we'd get there because I thought TYL were going to win 2-0. Is it worth considering Split now? Because if you think the TYL comeback is on, you're expecting Split, right?
I don't know if I'm expecting Split as much as I'm fearing its inevitability. And fear it, not because this has been a bad series, or not because I want this to be a 2-1. I just fear that this is going to be an incredibly long day for these players if this goes a third. Because if it's got a third, we'll have a comeback, and then if it goes overtime, which I dread, I'll be honest with you, map 1 was not something you'd wish on your worst enemy in terms of officials, right? It was lengthy, it was to the very bitter end. If it goes Split, there's a whole lot of questions that get raised.
Absolutely, but one question that won't be raised much more is how will round 16 go? Because TYL, they've got the guns in their hands. JDG down to an eco if they want to win this. They've won some 50s before, and immediately the dart spots nothing towards A. So you can see Splash already rotated towards B, ready to pounce wherever he is needed. As JDG just prodding, poking, trying to find where the weak points are.
Drone. Ooh, it's going to spot a couple of... No, it's only going to spot one player over towards A. And maybe a bit of a misnomer, because it's only the Cypher that gets spotted, and you've already had a little bit of contact in towards Garage, so everyone's just going to hold their positions until further information presents itself.
But JDG, I think Jay may have heard some rotates to go over towards B, so C is where the exec's happening. No trips towards site either, so we won't see Slowly getting any ratty little Cypher kills as usual. So they should be able to get the spike down, and JDG, if they can get the spike down, this is going to be actually quite risky. They're pushing into shotguns for TYL if they're retaking this.
Quick little spray, nobody's in the corner. Spike's gone down, and now a chance to stack on up. Hugging close to the wall. Camera goes out. Oh, not going to see anything. Coconut's managed to find a miracle shot there. Oh, the saturate's good, but Splash is better. Shotgun up close, slowly peeks on out. And there's G caught out in the open. And so much time to work with. Smoke to cover the plant. And there's only Stu left to try and save this. And there's nothing that he can do. No time to even get close to a line of sight on the defuse. And that round falls apart at the seams.
It looked like we might have seen something there from JDG. I felt like they were ready for it, especially with Coconut getting that pick there, but the saturate was just, I don't know. I think peeking into a saturate when you've only got a Bucky is just still risky, because they can still get 2 shots off before you can get 2 shots off because of how slow the Bucky is. It just, yeah, maybe playing a little bit more patient there would have netted success for JDG, but they've got the buy now, they've got the money, and now we get to really truly see how their attack side is. Their defense looked unstoppable, incredible. Their attack side so far has been lacking, and now they're pushing the double sentinel essentially setup.
Done. Ooh, trying to spray through the corner. The jump back. Slowly there. The bodyguard, the savior finds the first. Hunter's Fury gets popped from the other side of the map, but the issue is everyone else has fallen in the meantime. And now a quick little run on over. They're not going to be able to do anything. So playing the post plants again. But JDG, they were so good in the post plants. Converging paths, lined up and ready to go. Trying to slide out of harm's way. But the issue is there's no stopping this. And I think you just have to look to fall back pull this off, slide on out. Actually, Splash is going to find it, just get instantly traded here. But they go 1 for 1 for 1. And now Sword9, no time left. There's the first, however, but J-Kuro swings out on the contact, playing perfectly off of the other.
And there we go. Now we're seeing some really nice things from JDG. The execute there was brilliant. The convergent paths, though, I'm going to call out a Splash of this. That was a purposeful bait. They knew the convergent paths was going to try and stop the retake. So the Splash was baiting it. You could see him ducking and diving on that Neon to just pull out the ultimate. Great work, great ideas from TYL, but JDG able to close it out. A necessity for them to try and start bringing momentum into their favor. But now TYL's got the scope. Splash. Operator on A long. People have got past the cage, and the drone should spot him out.
LV corner, spots a little bit of contact. Splash is going to get tagged on up. Stun desperately trying to find a safe space to play from and is getting pressured from all sides. Does manage to duck back into the safety of backside. Oh, a headshot comes through clean. And there's the overdrive popped as well. JDG, they turn the aggression. They amp up the heat to 11. Stu, another one through the smoke. I want to see stats on this guy. Smoke kills. And slowly creeping around the corner, but such a task. Do you even want to go for this? I mean, there's a shock dart with your name on it. Heaven covered, sewers covered. Stu round the corner, a dangerous prospect. Information given, footsteps heard. Stu looking to pounce. Actually, just going to throw the smoke out to make this an even more uncomfortable fight. Being like, slowly, I've given you an avenue out. Please, sir, take it. And he is going to.
And now JDG getting up to 11. TYL, because of those first couple of rounds, they've got a relatively fine buy here. Sword9 a little bit uncomfortable with the money, but otherwise they're okay. They should still be able to get another op onto Splash's hands. But I think JDG, they saved an op there themselves for the attack side. And that... I'm interested to see how they can play it. They've obviously got the double duelist, which is fine. It works for it. Oh, Stu, I didn't see that TP in the round itself. He loves doing these little kind of like, you know, TikTok omen plays, right? If you're thinking about it like that, it's so fun to watch. And yeah, ops for both sides. This time though, Splash over towards C-Long. It's only the waylay there. I think they probably spotted that the op wasn't on A, so I think they know it was over towards C.
This is a risky move. This is a... You get the first shot or you die here. Nerve holding the line though. Hoping that someone's going to peek into him, but it's a bit of a stalemate right now. Elsewhere on the map's looking a little bit more interesting. A-Main take this control, but here we go. Finally, the peek coming on through. Who is it? Is it not? They're toying with us, teasing us. Round the corner, and you... Oh, well, you's got it.
And that's probably the round. Like, C-Site is open. They can get the spike down so safely here. And this retake is going to be so difficult to do. Without the Neon to kind of break the crosshairs, to slide on in, TYL are going to be in such a disadvantage if they choose to go for this.
Paranoia comes on through, still trying to clear out ERV here, but he will not budge. I see Hunter's Fury come on through. Mikuru on the angle does get forced off there by Scales, taken down. Sword9's found his pick, and suddenly, all across the map, individuals start to fall. Just Coconut left. Hunter's Fury has already been used, spraying through the smoke. The issue is going to be health isn't low enough for the shock dart to get the job done. Getting pushed as well. And TYL right under their noses, a round that should have been theirs, looked like it was theirs until the very end.
They just managed to take apart that post plant so cleanly. I'm very impressed that they won all of those fights. In a 4 versus 5, you need to win them if you're taking the ones, and they just so happen to be winning them. Great work from TYL then. Yeah, it's going to force the timeout from JDG, stop the momentum in its tracks. They want to get that map point, that match point online as soon as possible, because then the pressure is on TYL even harder than it is now. The key thing though, obviously, With JDG, the overall pressure is much higher, right? JDG,
Yes.
they need to win this if they want to secure themselves into playoffs. If
There's
TYL
elimination,
wins,
yes. It's on the line.
like,
TYL wins, they get first place in the groups. Okay, it's great for seeding, but ultimately, this doesn't impact them as much.
and like part of the issue, so obviously with the way seeding's working in CN this time around, is if you go first, you're then playing against either EDG or XLG for that seeding match. So that's going to be a very difficult one to get into that second position for seeding. Obviously, you definitely prefer that, you definitely want that, but it's still going to be a really tricky seeding match afterwards. So it's not like it's kind of, you know, first seed isn't as powerful as it might be in other formats here, because you're still fighting for that true first seed with the team from the other group. But now, TYL, they've still got the money. JDG, they've got a Bucky onto J, so I'm expecting a B hit so they can try and get the spike down as quick as possible without taking too many long-range fights. And I think B's just been given to them.
They've all fallen to the wayside. B is going to go down, but look at them immediately regrouping, ready to hit. Yeah, let them have the plant. See if we can. Surrounded on all sides. Fury coming on out. It's actually going to funnel them away from the B site here. And ERV's got a paranoia that could be primed to make his life hell. In the corner, holding the line with the Bucky. This is what we were expecting to see, but are they going to fall for it? Drone's going around the corner. Splash is going to find the first, and now it's really awkward. She's got nowhere that he can back off to. Taken down by the op as well. Wall of smoke comes out, blocks off Coconut and Stew. Shots go on in. They need to find anything to try alleviate the mounting worry. Coconut's getting pressured, but he finds one more. 2 versus 2, that time is starting to tick low. That smoke's gonna cause them some problems, but Stew is better, is more accurate. Tucked into the corner, there's only one angle that they need to spray for this, and he's just getting out of the way. ERV knows there's nothing that you could do, and that is it. Series point.
All of a sudden, I was looking at that round, looking at that post plant, and I was thinking this was not the round for JDG to win. Their post plant there was incredibly weak. They only had main and over towards A link. They had nothing, no pressure over towards garage, no pressure anywhere else on the map. They just left it open, and they still closed it out with their duels, with their fights. Coconut was dead to rights over towards Graffiti, or not Graffiti, Cubby in B main. And he
Allegedly
still
dead
won it.
to rights.
Yeah, he still won it there. It's incredible work, but now Splash still has the op. Gotta find something, and he missed. No, that was their chance.
Devastating, and Jakura's gonna double down, and that's double the trouble for them. And their spike goes down, and there's so much defense. Look at them, they've got so much buffer on all fronts. Drone goes into heaven, spots 2 players as well. Shock dart ready to go. Trying just to get a little bit of chip damage there as well. It's not really going to find all too much. And there's the picks coming on through from heaven. They rain on through. Paranoia is good. Coconut is being heavily pressured here. But Stew down in hell. And now it's all down to Coconut. The drop on down's been heard. Dancing on the box. All you have to do is buy enough time or find the pick. JDG do what we never dreamt. And they close it out in 2. Taking down TYL, the reigning champs of their group, and securing themselves a spot in playoffs.
Absolutely incredible work, JD Gaming. This is not a result that we expected, a 2-0. They could have won this if it had gone to split, we thought, but no, they are here, and they are showing when we get to playoffs, because we are now locked in, we are a team to watch for. We want to go to Masters London. And TYL, yes, okay, they're still in playoffs. They're still able to fight for that position. But with this loss, they're now looking a little bit weaker. I think there's some confidence lost there for some of the TYL players, but for JDG, so much gained.
Lost on one side, given to the other, isn't it? Whatever TYL lost in the confidence has been doubled and given to JDG, and you can see the smart. It's just, I think that this is an omen of what's to come, right? As we said, that both of these teams a little bit lackluster in kickoff, and didn't change all too much necessarily. I mean, a couple of changes in the likes of, you know, Haven comps. But I think that we're starting to see them settle down a little bit more, and that's really giving them a chance to shine.
Yeah, they are looking so strong. And, you know, I really think that this Haven comp they've now settled on after really exploring some different archetypes. They found what works. The Cypher, they're able to get so much value off of it if your opponents aren't playing their Neon in a tradable position. And that's what was happening. But as we're looking towards playoffs, towards more difficult opponents, those Neons are going to be much more tradable, much closer with their teammates. I think that's going to be the real test for JDG. How do you play against a team that has their fundamentals down?
Exactly, that's the real worry, I think. But again, that's going to be a future team's problem. Maybe we see the rematch. I'd love to see the rematch of this.
It would be so much fun to watch that. But we've got an interview, so we'll throw it down to Bidos for the translation.
So you've made that transition from the duelist role to controller.
的尝试，而且 J.Crow 上次也说了，觉得你的控场位打得很好，想问一下你在这段时间是如何做出这么迅速的调整来适应位置的转变的？
엔트리에서 연막 포지션으로 당분간에 빠르게 조율을 하셨는데 제이크로 선수도 스튜 선수의 연막을 엄청 인정하셨고 그 짧은 시간 내에 어떤 조율을 하셨길래 이렇게 포지션을 적응하셨나요?
어떻게 적응했나요? 일단 제가 했던 것들은 사실 제가 안 그래도 시간이 없기 때문에 그냥 대회 영상 같은 거를.
And then he says that during this time he watched a lot of controller VODs to like get himself familiar with the role.
烟味的一些视频啊，比赛视频，然后做的一些调整。
那之后对自己在队内的定位会有一些不一样的规划吗？
추후로 팀에서 본인 포지션에 대해서 새로운 계획을 갖고 계시나요?
사실 어떤 포지션을 할지는 모르겠지만 그래도 뭐 모든 포지션에 대해서 다 긍정적으로 생각을 하고 있고요. 그래서 그냥 어떤 포지션이든 기회만 된다면 또.
And he says that even though he's not quite sure what role he will play in the future, he will still really want to try many different roles.
希望能多尝试更多的位置。
确实我们也有看到，在转变位置之后 ，Stu 选手也是给我们带来了非常惊人的火力。因为今天在图一。
And why did you play Omen on Bind? What was the consideration there?
非常好，特别是你还有一个灵性的 Ace， 也想知道为什么会在这张图是使用幽影这名英雄呢？是有你自己的一个什么样的考量吗？
바인드 맵도 타일로 팀에 대해서는 엄청 경험도 많은 맵이고 이 바인드 맵에 대해서 본인은 무엇 때문에 오멘을 선택하시나요?
일단 오멘 저희가 투연막을 쓰고 나서 투연막 자체가 어떻게 보면은 연막 하나를 그냥 정보를 없애는 용도로 쓸 수 있기 때문에 그런 이제 타일루가 그런 플레이를 좀 잘하거든요. 정보를 따는 플레이를. 그래서 그런 쪽에서 좀 저희가 이점을 가져가기 위해서 오멘을 플레이했다고 생각합니다.
And it says that the double controller on Bind was kind of an anti-strat against Tyloo because we know that they really emphasize on information.
双烟的阵容可能是能屏蔽掉对面拿信息的一些手段，所以选择了欧门这个英雄。
能看得出来，你们对于对方是做了很多的针对的，而且今天对于对方的单摸也是防得非常的厉害。那目前你们也是确定晋级到了我们的北京季后赛。
And it says now that you've confirmed playoffs, has it like met your expectations? Is there anything you're looking forward to?
所以想问问有没有回到之前的一个预期满足了吗？
저희 이제 플레이오프 확정이니까 스테이지 1 5경기를 봤을 때 기복도 크셨고 현재 이런 결과에 대해서 예상하고 계셨나요?
일단 사실 저희가 1승 2패를 하고 나서 사실 좀 우울함에 좀 빠졌었던 것 같은데 그래도 이제 팀원들이랑 다 단합해가지고 또 좋은 분위기가 형성되어서 좋은 결과가 있었던 것 같습니다. 뭐 다음 베이징에서도 좋은 결과 보여드릴 수 있도록 노력하겠습니다.
在我们1胜2负的一种情况下，其实是心态是。
And he says that when they're at 1 and 2, like in a match record, they were kind of like mentally kind of down. They had to adjust that, and then they hope that they could like do better in Beijing.
是的，确实能看到你们一路以来的蜕变。那最后有没有什么想要对于
Anything to say to the fans?
来到线下支持你们的粉丝说的呢？
온라인 팬분들이랑 오프라인 팬분들이랑 하고 싶은 말 있으신가요?
응원해주시고 또 와주셔서 정말 감사하고요. 그리고 저희가 뭐 베이징에서 또 앞으로 좋은 모습 보여드릴 수 있도록 노력할 테니까 저희 잘 지켜봐 주셨으면 좋겠습니다.
非常感谢粉丝。
And he says that thank you everyone, thank you to all the fans, to all the audience for coming to see our matches, for the support. And I hope we will give you like show you a better JDG in Beijing.
然后谢谢大家。
And that's it for the interview. It's time for the prize show for the audience.
和一个更好的 studio， 让我们再次把掌声送给他们。那我们今天在线下也是依旧会是我们的福能掉落的抽奖环节，在我们的比赛期间，现场将随机抽取观众，获得我们的游戏资产。接下来有请 studio 选手为我们抽取今天的幸运观众。
Welcome back, everybody. Now, I think that's been quite a wild series. I don't know what more we can really say on this one that we haven't already covered. But I'm looking forward to seeing both of these teams going forward. I mean, other than that, I think good to see the tenacity, I think, from JDG.
Yeah. Like, to be able to stage that comeback. What is this? Oh my god. To be able to stage that comeback on Vine is, I think, such a showing of how strong this team is mentally, right? How they are so well positioned, I think, as a team to be able to kind of like pull off these crazy comebacks, to bring out set plays from what looked like quite a depth of a playbook on both of these maps. But as we look back at Haven, the second map of that series, I mean, this just felt like a JDG highlight reel. Coconut felt probably like the MVP. I'm assuming we're going to see him as the MVP of that map when we get there to that screen, because he was just such a crucial player in so many rounds for this team.
Yeah, and we talking to Coconut, I think there was maybe some worries coming in that individually hadn't had necessarily all of the results that we want to see, except for when he's on the Sova. When he's on the Sova, he seems to be unstoppable. Some of the other agents may be feeling a little bit lackluster, a little bit of a shallow pool on that one, but I think that when we see him on the Sova, we really see him come alive, and was asked to do a lot in these situations. Multi-kills where he only needed to get 1 or 2, went above and beyond the Call of Duty.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, we did see splashes of brilliance from TYL, right? They had moments where it felt like they could have brought it back. Getting this round here, as soon as Splash bought this Outlaw, you could tell there was something special going on. Like, they might be able to have won it out if they could keep on pushing forward afterwards, but they just weren't able to consistently win these rounds. And I mean, Tyler, you're fine. You're still in playoffs, right? You're still moving forward to Beijing. You've still got so much to go for.
我们 TP， 我走了，我们踢人了。我推吧，推吗？对。A 小有空吗？我来带一下 A 小没过。OK， A 大 A 大呗。大，拆过开飞机了。OK， 带一下 B 带。回防了 ，B 摸了，左边逮他。别，我可以开大了。骗。哎，你跑，你跑。哎 B， 最近了。先把车给我逮了，这边完毕。我看window，你们先把车给我逮了，把包那边逮了。可以禁烟吗？1、3、2，最近了，我7秒烟吧。第八，我们可以换防吗？不能，快防来！我给左边烟，等一下，我给左边好。假地想 CT 下 CT 啊！我给左边烟。3，等，左边，等一下，给烟，赶紧105，我看105，等一下，来看到，两个烟你，不出一次不，来手还有一个，帮我，一起拉，包顶会一个 ，Garage， 完赛，Let's go！
Welcome back, everybody. And I mean, MVP, who else was it going to be? 307 ACS is crazy. And then the 81% cast just on top. the cherry on top, really.
Like every single round, it felt like this guy was providing value to his team. Whether it was through his 3Ks, his 4Ks, his clutches as we saw in that comms round, or whether it was just consistent good utility. He was getting so many good shock darts to deal a little bit of damage, and that chip damage allowed his teammates to then win out the round. Whether it was his recons to get the assists, he was just always there. And as we look here at all of his stats, he is well above average in absolutely everything.
I feel like well above average is selling this a bit short. This is spectacular.
Yeah.
This is amazing. I wish my graphs looked anything like this. In every single metric, going above the average, doing incredibly. And I think another thing as well was, you talk about destroying the utility, gave so much room for the rest of the team to work more effectively, which was something that we saw on the other side, is that Splash was getting shut down a lot by some of these trips. That was just not necessarily as much of an issue, with Coconut being the absolute meister of destroying them.
Yeah, I think that is definitely one of the big differences between these two teams. But also, Coconut at the end of the day was a highlight reel with kills as well as everything else. And I think that's the kind of player that you need to be able to succeed when you go to playoffs, when you go to Beijing. And for a team that is probably hoping to get to Masters London, they'll need Coconut to step up to the same level he is here in week 3 of groups, but also the rest of the team to follow up, because you can see a fair difference here. Stu, nowhere near the performance he had on Bind. I don't know if he just tired himself out, because he was working very hard on that map. But you need everybody else to be stepping up around Coconut, I feel like, to be able to get into Masters London.
Exactly. I think something else to point here as well is that Splash had a quite dire first half. I think we were looking at 2-11 at one point, weren't we?
Something like that.
And it was the penultimate round of the half, and he had 2 kills. So really stepped it up on the second half, but just a little bit slow to get into this. And we talked about that in map 1, is that it felt maybe a little bit hit and miss from his presence. I think that when Splash is showing up, we talked about how Splash was one of the highest rated players across kickoff, and we just didn't see that same level of pizzazz today.
He looked great when he had a scope in his hand, right? The rounds of the Marshals, the Ops, the Outlaws, he looked great. But it did feel like his rifling left a little bit to be desired, which is not something I thought I'd ever be saying about a player like Splash. But as we look here across the board, kind of what we'd expect, really. 2 flawlesses from JDG, not a surprise. They looked absolutely dominant. TYL, despite the fact that they really struggled to piece together many rounds in a row, they did get a flawless, and that will have helped their economy a little bit more. But their post plants, that is abysmal for a team that is usually so good at those.
Because we sung their praises about it coming into it.
Yeah.
We made a whole song and dance about the post plants and the clutches coming into this. And then we didn't really see any of either of those today.
No, clutches were definitely lacking, as you can see there on the board as well. But the post plants on Haven as well, it's one of the most difficult maps to retake over towards A. It's the B stats are something like 32% of retakes over towards B work. So, you know, a little bit more expected. But as we look at the series, it really felt like Pailu started so strong, right? They had so much gas in the tank, but the tank was just smaller, and JDG were just able to keep their fire going just that little bit longer. That allowed them to push this series over the edge.
What do you think would have happened if we'd gone Split? Because Split was this ethereal, mythical unicorn that existed in our minds. Would we have seen the same outcome with a JDG win, do you think?
I think so. I think if one of those overtime rounds had gone slightly differently before on Bind, as we see, I mean, Stu, this is the key round to win. Let's say Stu didn't win this round for JDG, and TYL won it. They sent us to Split. I still think JDG would have won. They looked like on Haven that they had everything under their control, right? They felt not unstoppable, but that they knew exactly what was happening and exactly how to play against it.
Yeah.
And as we see here, like, you know, so many fights that just could have gone either way, but TYL just weren't clearing everything. They weren't disciplined. They weren't playing together. And that was what lost them Bind. That was what lost them Haven. And I think that would have lost them Split as well.
Yeah, I think I agree, is that they just look like, and maybe it's one of those things that sometimes you show up on the day, someone's not feeling great, somebody's injured, somebody's got food poisoning. If anything's not right, if somebody doesn't show up on the day, it's one of those that it can swing. And it looked like JDG today just turned up the better team. They were more switched on, they were tuning quicker. It looked like maybe a little bit more prep coming in with, especially on Bind with those set plays, they just looked so primed. And that's unfortunately how the cookie crumbled. It's not the end of the world for TYL. Yeah, it sucks a little bit. It might knock the confidence, but I think that, you know, they've still qualified through to playoffs. They've got a chance to stabilize and correct the ship. So we should be seeing them back to form. And even if they don't, they've already had a better showing than Kickoff. And I value improvement highly. And I like to see this. And I think that they, whenever we see them go through a rough patch, they come out stronger the other side. This might be just a smaller version of that. Small rough patch. We see them, you know, correct a little bit. We see them next time on Bind coming out with a way to sort of more set plays, more ways to deal with this a little bit more in tune with this trying to anti-strat on the go.
Yeah, but I think we've got to see that improvement physically in the game, because we've seen a marked improvement from Kickoff, but this is still the easier of the two groups. And when they start to face in that seeding match, the teams from the other groups, EDG, XLG, one of them, you need to improve before you get there. Otherwise, you're being pushed down in the seeding that little bit more, and playoffs is going to be even harder for you. That's the big thing that I think we really need to see, is we need to see that improvement, and quick, before they get to Beijing.
Yep, indeed. Anyway, that is unfortunately going to be it from us. We hope that you enjoyed the series as much as we did. And I have amazing news for you. There's one more series to go. If you're not Valoranted out, if you want a little bit of entertainment with your lunch, your dinner, wherever you happen to be watching from, maybe breakfast if you're on, you know, the US kind of side. But thank you very much for joining us, everybody. Thank you to the wonderful production team and our wonderful translator, Bidos, as well. What a hell of a series, and hopefully you stick around for series number 2. You got some amazing cast, you got some amazing teams, and we'll see you around.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me hot. Hot, 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 hot. Tell them what your name is. Sacrifice the speed. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me hot. Hot, 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 hot. Tell them what your name is. I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us.
Inside of me, you better watch out if your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me, and he gets cause real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score, never getting bored. Lots of blood and gold, always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really listen until they feel it for the party. And if you start shit, you be heartless in the darkness. Torn apart quick, you let scars rip, you be chewed up and discarded. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life rejected. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. When there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Project Horizon, the English coverage for VCT China. It is myself, Mad Dante, and joining me yet again, the ever lovely man himself. Hello, Div. How are you doing?
I'm doing good, Dante. It's been a pleasure doing this again with you, and I'm so excited for this game. Right, we've had an amazing game with TYL and JDG in the first one, but now we have TE versus DRG. Whoever wins takes the coveted third spot going into the playoffs. So it is a lot riding on this because it literally plans out your entire playoff run from here.
Yeah, it really does. I mean, we've kind of seen what first and second are looking like, but we've kind of maybe seen who's looking at the bottom. But DRG and Trace right now wanting to make sure that there's no risks to that, while Nova and Wolves were looking pretty confident that there's no real way, unfortunately for them, that they can come back in the group stages. Impossibilities are not really a word in Valorant. It is always just a possibility. The biggest thing though is between Trace and DRG, the battle for third place, and with the stats being as equal as they are between these teams and between these players, I mean, we're looking at Life and Kai right now. Again, players that aren't needing much of an introduction.
Yeah, like look at the KD. They're exactly nail to nail together, right? Their ACS is pretty close too. Their ADR is also very close, right? So they play similar agents as well, with both running Neon, so it's a very close cut. Honestly, it could be anyone's game in this matchup, right? Like, but we'll see the map selection in a few moments here. But yes, being third also matters here a lot, is because your playoff runs could definitely make a difference on who you're playing, right? Because if you go, correct me if I'm wrong, but if you're fourth, you place first, and if you're third, you place second. So it might be not as hard of a run, so there's still a saving grace in playoffs for you to bag it all and take the trophy home, right? So
yes. There's a little bit more as well, which is quite nice for the teams, is you get the ranking matches for, they will be April 18th and 19th, so that will then determine the seeding and the season placement for the playoffs as well. And just as we kind of get to as well for the player head-to-heads here, we've been seeing a lot of the initiators really kind of coming through, shining through. Since Yoru got changed up, a lot of these teams have had to kind of reflect and adapt. And speaking of speaking of kind of reacting and adapting on the fly, DRG have finally convinced Fukashu to come off of Sentinel, and when he pops up here, we will get to see the impact that's had. There will be some Sentinels. He did not fully go off the roll, but the fact that he has updated to that when Viper, that full meta was not enough to bring him off of Sentinel is a really big factor.
Yeah, no, I agree, right? We did see the last few games where him as Sentinel, him as a player, an excellent player, but him as Sentinel, and boy, for some reason was not working out on the runs, right? But now that he has stepped off, he can really step on the gas pedal and actually take it away as we move on to our skirmish here, just to see who gets the selection.
Yeah, indeed, and it will be, imagine again, pre-recorded usually as they are. Oh, are we going for a full knife respect of it here? Zlele and Life now just trying to dance around each other. Life just a little bit faster there, but it's nice to see that it is a little bit more light-hearted, despite the fact that this is an important factor. This is going to decide a little bit more than what knifing each other would imply, should I say.
Yes. I always like knife fights, right? Even sometimes when you're playing ranked games and you have like, you know that you're here to have fun, right? So you'll have one of those rounds, knife fight mid, and everyone joins in on the fun. So it's nice to see that the players are doing that as well. It's a good sign of sportsmanship from both players as well, right? Which is one thing I really like to point out. Very rare to see that in Valorant, but when pros are doing it, they set the standard for the community to follow along and be sportsmanlike while playing this game too, which is really nice to see as we see them creeping over. But yeah, it's been a really fun watch.
I like
honestly.
it's close. I like that it's close. I like the fact that if we see this now come out, though, if we see Life and Zlele actually meet each other in the battle of 1v1, I want to see it happen one more time. And for anyone that needs just a quick reminder, yes, Life is with DRG now. He has, of course, transferred over. If you're just catching up with the group stage, hopefully you're not. Hopefully you've seen quite a big series that it has been thus far. But yeah, Life no longer part of is kind of the original roster, and maybe another adaptation that DRG can consider here. But the knife round comes out and the map pick and ban is here.
Ooh, starting off with DRG's first pick is Lotus, and then Bind, and then Breeze. Very similar to what we saw previously with DRG's picks too, right? Like I honestly think Lotus as a starting map is a very fun watch, right? But if the skirmish has any sign to show here, right, I think the players are here to have a good time and give all of you guys a good game to watch.
This is for anyone that maybe does look at this and go, well, the map pool not exactly what you would expect. As you've just said, Div, there's not as many stakes involved in terms of do or die for this, right? So at this stage, there is now a big decision from both Trace and DRG. What do they show? What adaptations have they learned over the course of this group stage, and what do they still kind of keep close to their chest? Because at the end of the day, this is still a very relevant game. Okay, yes, it's not going to be elimination, it's not going to be any kind of concern of that regard, but you want to put yourself in the best place that you can possibly do, especially coming up, for Masters London. There's quite a bit of a big step there, but we have seen some other teams, big shout out to Wolves, but on that international stage, sometimes the VCT, or the China region specifically, I must say, have either fully sank or fully swam. And, sometimes we've looked at these players that have done really well performances, and sometimes it has just been a little bit lackluster. So, want to see both of these teams respect that, even if, end of the day, we know that this foregone conclusion has already been written.
Yes, and I totally agree, right? As we see into our player profiles here, and we're going into agent select, right? Which is actually no, agent
you're
walkout.
A bit ahead.
Let's call it.
Yeah.
Yes, let's go. Yeah, player walkout. Yes, I mean technically, if they're piloting agents, could you not call them agents in a way, right?
I don't disagree. I will happily dig you out of that hole.
Of course.
No, that's very rude. I shouldn't say that. But it's with all of these players now coming through, right? Especially Trace is what I'm interested to see. at the moment, with how they have been playing and with that kind of level of cohesion they've had recently, and they have actually kind of surprised me, I must say, for their performance over the group stage. I have been impressed in a very positive light, so I would like to see that continue through. I would like to see that move on, especially if they do take this win. Trace have actually managed to take over DRG because of their less maps played, despite the fact the round differential for Trace is a negative.
Yeah, so that's the thing, right? Like, what folks watching, first of all, sometimes even myself fail to realize that how much map playing and how much of a round difference can make a difference moving on when you're going to the playoffs, right? Your standings matter. It could be a matter of sometimes 2 map differences that could put you on 2nd, 3rd, or 4th, right? So that's definitely going to be into effect here as we see DRG walking out. I really like their team, right? It's got a full all-around package of players, not just agent selection, but also styles, right? Everyone's coming on a different style. I honestly love that for them. But again, as you mentioned, right, like, it's not as high stakes of a game, but definitely can matter in the long run.
As it always does. I mean, for anyone there that just, for anyone that had the misfortune of missing Echoes and Affinity's cast and that series that we just missed, featuring TYL's very surprising JDG, sorry, very surprising 2-0 over TYL. JDG from that went from elimination point to first of the group. So despite the fact that JDG have been, despite the fact that TYL have been doing so well in JDG a little bit shakier, I think that's a good highlight of how much one solid performance can make or break, especially a group stage. But as the huddles come through, the maps have been decided. Any kind of just finishing thoughts or finishing sentiments before we get into this or before we see the agents?
Honestly, I'm just here to have a good time, to spend this time with you, to spend these time with these players and chat, and just cast this game. If you're going for predictions, what I'm predicting is a really fun and good game series to watch here.
You know what? That's all we need. That's all we need. I predict that too, as we are just about to get into this. A very exciting thing. So just while, of course, we are still waiting on the players getting set up, what I want to point out to everyone here is we have now seen Waylay get nerfed. We have now seen Waylay be handled in terms of it. She is not going to be nerfed either for group stages or playoffs, so we will be playing in patch 12.05. But once then we get to that kind of Masters London side, a lot of these teams are going to have to adapt, right? And I said this in the green room just before we went live. DRG especially, we talked about kind of Vukashu's difficulty there, you know, maybe changing over from the Sentinel to the Controller, because his performance in Controller has been good, but like the moment he goes on Sentinel, he's basically guaranteed to be top of DRG. Every time, from what I could kind of check, that is the difference maker. In the head-to-head for Trace overall, life obviously isn't going to be a factor, but Trace have 4-0'd DRG beforehand, so they have to break this curse now as well. So while maybe not high stakes in terms of the overall, you know, the grand scheme of things, there is some blood between these teams. I'm sure DRG finally want to shed some of their own.
Yeah, it's definitely let me prove to the others that we're not someone who can be 2-0'd all the time, right? Let's make this a fun game. Let's give them a run for their money is what I like to say, right? But yes, speaking about Vukashu's Sentinel play, right? I definitely think it's gonna make a difference. If not here, definitely at Masters London, right? Because it's definitely a big nerf for Waylay. I honestly welcome it. As we get into our agents here, what are your thoughts, Medante? Oh my god,
he's on Cypher. Vukashu's on Cypher. I just hope he proves me right. It'd be really unfortunate if I've been bigging him up and then he has a rough game. But to be honest, I really like this. Trace have always had a little bit of a more out there composition, and I think it is literally just Abo on the Vise. I think Vise is fantastic on Lotus. I think she's very underrated. The Arc Rose and her ability just kind of shut everything down very, very clean. seeing Nick on the sky ever since she got the guiding light, now rechargeable every 60 seconds. Not a surprise there, to be honest. Viva, on the other hand, though, has always loved that fade, and I think pound for pound, like utility for utility, and in terms of a head-to-head, I think Fade still does win, but Sky is a lot more effective than what she once was.
Definitely, right? You get, yes, Fade gives you that information, but sometimes those entry flashes with the guiding light, or even just pushing in when you're attacking, can make such a big difference with that entry flash that the guiding light provides, right? Fade, yes, gives you information on where your opponents are, and the ultimate, which I'm forgetting the name of all of a sudden. Nightfall, exactly.
Yeah.
Nightfall can be really clutch in taking those retakes when Spike has been planted. As we're moving into our first round, it's going to be super exciting. It's DRG versus TE on Lotus. Let's get to it.
Let us get down, and potentially very, very dirty. Again, it was a hell of a series one between TYL and JDG. So DRG and Trace now gonna have to try and match that. And so far, nothing different. Nothing has changed here. Big stack up towards the A. Not as immediately violent, but certainly utility being committed. And we're already seeing the Trailblazer live up to his name and get that info.
Yeah, no kills yet, but we are seeing a full stack here on towards A side. Just trying to get some information. Maybe you get a kill here, a little peek, just to find some more information. As we see,
oh, here we go. The utility comes through. The paranoia enough just to send Spirit Z back. So, or Jalele, sorry. So not enough. Anything just at the moment, but it's in fact a good piece of utility to fire Trace Esports all the way back towards that C site, currently looking empty, but Vukashu's got his setups.
Yeah, it's a full rotate on, but what I'm curious in seeing is the A push, all the agents leading back.
Even the crowd. Oh, even the crowd were absolutely shocked. Unfortunate for them, but hey, Trace still gonna get the plant.
The spike has still not gotten down, right? There's a full as the spike now goes down on C.
With that, the retake now has to come through. DRG just sliding in. Life, no concerns there. He checks the relay bolt himself. Realizes that they a little bit overzealous there, but manages to skip the stun regardless. Jalele already as well getting that pick onto Vukashu though. Very nice setup. The Omen Smoke's now being popped. It's just down to these fights though. The double setup from Waterhole here. It should be pretty easy for DRG to seal this deal here unless anything ridiculous happens. Delby would now have to do it all. But he falls, and the spike comfortably diffused for a clean retake from DRG.
Yeah, and you know, as we said in the start of the cast here, you know, it's gonna be a fun game, and we definitely saw that fun happen in the round when we see all of T just chase them down onto side C, right, and then try to take everything, but DRG does come out on top as the spike goes down, and DRG take round one. But yeah, what are your thoughts after the first round here?
Trace maybe just a bit overzealous in the rotate that looked a little bit obvious, to be honest. And I think credit to DRG, they really understood that, right? But this is the thing. Look at what Vukashu can do when he's on Sentinel. He just sets himself up and then he walked off of the C site, right? He went to join the rest of DRG on B, and that just gives him a lot of space and map control.
As we see pre-firing happening at the smoke here on C side, the dog goes in. We get the first kill.
Bit of a bloodbath here, certainly back and forth. Guiding light, just a bit of info here. Try and get anything, but the door just going to be continually revolving. And Trace so far trying to get any level of map control. Abo trying to force something there, does get away with his life, but flexing. Gonna keep the rest of this under control, under lock and key. Especially with the smokes going through though. 3 pistols versus a Spectre at that range. Does decide to disengage, would be the right call though. Kai only at 3 HP, so Nick doesn't really care about range. He's happy to spray that down. Him and Flexen set up. Flexen not seeing Delby come out of the smoke, but this double stack has just been very clean. With the spike now cleaned up, Abo would have to do it all in a classic. Not gonna be enough, and DRG managed to keep it strong with a second.
Yeah, definitely getting the round 1 win and then overbuying a little bit on those Bulldog and Spectre really helped them clutch that round. But still, a bloodbath both in round 1 on side C and towards A side here, A main in round 2. DRG really stepping it up, but again, too soon to call whose game it is as we get into our first full round in round 3. But yeah, Nick already with 4 kills off of those 2 rounds, so pretty strong start as the guiding light goes in.
And everyone from Trace here not respecting the utility, and they're firing back on their own here. DRG trying to go for this aggressive defense. We've seen it a lot happen on Lotus, but it's only Nick to be able to get anything there. The rest of Trace very, very cohesive indeed. The Razorvine does go down. It actually cuts off Abo though. He can't really join the rest of his team now, so if Flexen manages to dance around this smoke, could have made something happen. Only good for one, but Vukashu in Mound in that drop has done the important thing. He's got the kill here. He's got the gun as well. The Hail Mary by the DRG relying on. And Jalele does shut it down. The spike not being grabbed though, and I'm not sure if it's going to get planted on time. So a little bit of economy potentially given up there. I'd have to look at the replay and see.
Yeah, I don't think the spike went down there. I think it was just started with the kills here and then just back and forth, back and forth. The smoke play, he could have gotten at least 1 or 2 more there, I think. But I don't think the spike went down. So I think Eco is definitely going to be a little bit of play, but I'm sure TE is just happy to get a score on the board as we move on to our 4th and next round.
You're going to be seeing this a lot. There's only so many times you can describe the utility dump onto mound, or onto rubble, I should say. Big thing, though, is that there's not really any lethal capability, right? You don't have the Reyes needs to kind of back it up. You don't have any kind of, you know, mollies that are going to be doing too effective damage. So at the very least, yes, the utility spam is there, but not going to be the most dangerous thing immediately. What might be a little bit more dangerous, though, is Jalele coming through, plays off the own Saturate, and the light speed is absolutely perfect to get the control onto the site, and this time Viva wasting no time with the spike plant as well. It's also been interesting. It's Viva been the one to get that spike planted, to get that ult economy lined up, and Abo good for 1.
Yeah, spike goes down on C, and it's just trying to play retake here. We have 4 alive from T, so it's 4-3, so it's pretty doable here. But as a spike ticks on, time does tick on, so someone needs to make a move here as Viva is going on against Flexen. So 1v1 here on the back of side.
Meanwhile, Kai though just finds Spirit Z, and that should be it. Nick and Flex might want to consider just going for the exits, and that's exactly what they're doing here. They're trying to force out more guns, but Kai winning actually a very pivotal 1v1 there to keep Trace's economy looking clean, and more importantly to allow his team to get out. If he makes a second one, DRG could have been in very, very dire straits, but Nick managing to stand firm off the back of Sky. The guiding light in more ways than one, and the ultimates should now start coming online as the score is equalized.
Yes, both teams are here to have fun, and you can definitely see it in their gameplay here. They're enjoying themselves. 2-2, pretty tight as we move on to our 5th round here, and we do see some alts might go alive this round. Omen already has his available for that rotation if needed. But as Nick goes down early on the start of the round.
Lele's good with the Outlaw as well, knowing the economy is going to be damaged, so happy to keep that. And now actually trading it up, making Abo, as who has basically been the lurk for Trace, who's been the one in the backline this whole time, gives the Outlaw to himself and just tries to get the rest of his team on site. Kai doing exactly that. Kai and Jalele have been doing very, very excellent double swings with each other. And here's the thing. You can see that the reason they're able to do this so much is Vukashu's utility is not really stopping them.
I totally agree, right? As Cypher holding down C, but you have such a rush comp, right, with Sky and Neon. Like, it's Cypher's utility can only do so much and can stop 1 or 2, but a full stack of a team, it does get hard as TE just take down the entire DRG team. And Abo with that Outlaw really putting in some hard work as we go into our first timeout of this match.
I think it's a fair one. I think it's a really nice timing
Yeah.
for it. I like the idea of kind of discussing that. Because DRG initially, they shutted down Trace's executes. It's forced Trace to then rotate towards C. But what's happened off the back of that is DRG were not ready for Trace to be so comfortable executing onto that C site. Usually you see the A site and you see that kind of get shut down and you go, okay, cool. But Trace, to credit to them, absolutely pivoted, and ever since they have, DRG are really floundering under this immense pressure from Trace, and I think it's just down to the coaches from DRG to really analyze that and see, particularly I would say from Vukashu, what could maybe be done either with the Cypher utility or just his positioning being slightly maybe more aggressive.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. It also could be one of those like, let's just make sure we still have a hold on this game and not let TE run away with this one. So as we move on to our next round, I'm honestly enjoying this match a lot. A lot happening at the same time.
Oh, it's one thing whenever these two teams in particular, it always seems to be quite an aggressive bloodbath. I mean, that's why we have seen the head-to-head. You know, it is 4-0 to Trace, but DRG have always tried their best. A lot of utility going down. A lot of things happening, just as you say, Div. A lot of trades back and forth, and it is one man standing, Vukashu, but he's stuck in B, and Kai's already coming to meet him there. A lot of ultimates used by Trace, but if you get the round, especially as early in the half as we're at, only going into round 7, I do not have any criticisms of that ult usage.
No, not at all, right? There was a whole graveyard outside C there. So many people going down. Like, I think we at the replay that, oh my god, everyone just going down one after the other. Feel like the kill cam basically showed like six kills there in a row, right? Very rare to see, but we do see it as we go on to our next round, and TE kind of taking this game away a little bit.
Flexen trying to go for a little cheeky play like that.
You gotta do it with Omen, right? You're playing Omen, you gotta do it. It's meant to be.
I would like to see the From the Shadows, to be honest, come out as well, just to cause a little bit of character paranoia. Yeah, fittingly enough, you took my joke. I can't believe it. It was such a unique and funny joke that hasn't been made a million times. I can't believe you would do this to me, Div. That's so rude. But meanwhile, as you take my jokes away, Trace looked to take the A site away from DRG, and with the Steel Garden, I don't think there's going to be any issues doing that at all.
No, not at all. As Spike does go down on A side here. So a retake play from DRG, but everyone's alive on both of these teams. So a retake could be in play here. DRG does have a lot of ultimates at play, but they have gone eco, so I don't know if they would, as Lele goes down.
Oh, the flash is coming through. The guiding light does get Spirit Z onto the site, but look at the rest. Del B has done everything here. Himself and Abo managed to get a duo ace, clean up, no retake for DRG, and DRG are struggling on that retake, it really has to be said.
Yeah, Del B getting a really wealthy stroke of kills there, just taking the round to his team. But yeah, as we do see, there was retake potential there, but on an eco round, you do not particularly want to use your ultimates unless you really think it's gonna favor you in a big way. So that was the play there. But we move on to our next round, and clearly the Sentinel play is still trying to find, Vukashu's trying to find his way with the Cypher here, but as we do see the Neon go down.
Kai can only slide, can only do the movement so much, but Viva standing so strong. Spirit Z very overzealous there. You got the opening frag, you had everything. The only mistake you could have made was getting a little bit too greedy, and that's exactly what's happened. If you're Trace, you are counting your lucky stars that has been so confidently equalized by Viva there as well. Not much on for the Nightfall. There's not really much ultimates at all that Trace can use to break onto the C site here, but you're already missing one duelist from each team. It might be difficult for Trace to break through.
Yeah, Trius pushing into side C as smokes go down. But all of DRG has also capped up on side C as Lele takes 2 with him.
As good as Cypher utility is, it doesn't stop you shooting for a little bit. It doesn't stun you for a while. And we even seen Delby there come through with the silent step, right? Just to dodge the first tripwire. So even if Vukashu gets that first kill, I don't think he's quite expecting... Even if he is expecting, sorry, he's not really going to have that capacity to get that adjustment, to get that realign. And because of it, he does lose his life. And Flexen now just stuck, having to do exactly what Nick had done, which is just go for these exits.
Yeah, I think the wise choice from him to just save here. He might get one pick here, maybe, but I don't think so, as Viva does exit C-side from the back. So it's gonna be Treyas's round again. And DRG really need to do some picking up, as Treyas is kind of running away with this as the spike does blow, and Treyas puts another marker on the board.
Yeah, it's been a tough one for DRG. I mean, in terms of the win rates, what's just looking back for the last couple of... Oh, the slow-mo's clean. I like that. I don't think I've seen the slow-mo yet. That was very, very clean. Sorry, that completely ruined my train of thought. But back to it. Treyas have just been looking more comfortable on Lotus overall. Over time, at least. DRG, over the last 3 months, it's been a 67% win rate for them, compared to Trace's 50%. But Trace looking very comfortable and very much seizing the ability to try and get that percentile even higher. DRG's second timeout already burnt before round 9.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's one of those conversations. What's going wrong? What can we do to kind of like not let Treyas run away with it? But I completely agree. Also, there is something just satisfying about taking down a Neon that is sliding. So I definitely think that deserved the slow motion play. So I respect the broadcast team to actually show that to us, because it looked phenomenal. It
looked very, very clean. And you got to remember, anyone kind of keeping an eye on Spirits right now playing, have highlighted it just in the agreement, but again, Waylay will be getting nerfed. She will still stay the same way she is for the playoffs, but once we then kind of get past that, she's not going to be able just to throw the saturate anymore immediately. It's going to be an equip and then throw. So keep an eye out that, because Shalele, fair respect to him, he's kind of been playing off of himself rather than kind of getting a saturate and pulling back, but not going to be able to do that in future. So could be a consideration, but for the moment, absolutely stunning work from him. 10 and 3 is a very clean kill line.
Yep. Absolutely running away with it. And we can't discredit Abo here too, right? Always there for the cleanups afterwards, really clutching it up for Treyas here. So we see a little more of a slower approach from Treyas here, and no one on the A side here, as we see a little bit of a rotate from DRG coming in. Smokes go down on A. Yeah, there's not
side.
I know. It's fun, right? We get to know that the side is empty, but the players definitely do not know that the side is empty. But I think now they do, as the sequels they go out to kind of like rotate and see where everyone is. But yes, they do have A side as the spike is going down.
And with the low buy that Treyas have, this is a tough retake. Alone the fast lane goes up just to try and give a little bit more cover towards life, and the Trailblazer being sent. But look at where Abo is. DRG are very concerned about rubble, but are they going to clear this deep? They are. They do find Abo, but Abo finds them with the better gun. Swing through, gets 4. Could be up for the ace, but Del B steals it from under his nose. I don't think based on that fist pump he cares too much, but that could have been a statement all the same.
Wow, almost took down the entire team on that lurk there, but wow, what a start. Delby basically saying, not yet, you gotta earn it. You gotta earn that ace.
This is an eco. This is an eco. Do it on a full round and then we can talk. That's top.
Oh, wow. Yes. But Delby takes the last kill here as we see Trace absolutely dominating this map, which always surprises me when it's the other team's pick, you know?
I mean, that's the thing. We could see that it's been more comfortable for Trace anyways, in terms of just or again, for DRG later, but Trace looking so damn comfortable on it right now. DRG maybe just realizing that Lotus still needs a little bit more work again, especially against their adversaries here. But meanwhile, as I say that, the Razor Vines coming through, the utility's being absolutely chucked down. Del B trying to fight back. Vukashu just going for the trades, but it's Abu that falls. Del B still stands. 2 players left for DRG, and it is going to be a from the shadows all the way back into Hall. But he's been red. Flexen's there to greet Del B. You'll have to get up a little bit faster, come to that conclusion a little bit sooner. But now DRG are a bit confused. They don't actually know where the last 2 members of Trace are because of that delayed kind of rotate from them, because the From the Shadows was so proactive, and that might give Flexen just what he needs to get the timing here. But it is a 2 versus 1. Shalele's about to swing. The head is spotted by both sides. Vukashu not immediately rotating though, so Flexen just kind of stuck on this fight here. But once that spike gets tapped, the information's here. The swing, they're allowing a 1v1. But Shalele is so confident, and he adds another tally mark to his gun.
Yeah, if the Shillelagh goes down there, it makes it so much easier for DRG to take this. As we see Vukashu rotating in on him. And does get it. It's a 1v1. Can Vukashu take this and put DRG again on the map?
Yes, yes he can! Who else but Vukashu? You do that voodoo that you do so well. He stands up, he gets the crowd hyped. He does need a couple more rounds because Trace took 7 back-to-back. You've not as much stemmed the bleeding, but you've maybe attempted to sew the leg back on. But DRG are far from in a comfortable spot.
As we see the chat blowing up for DRG here, but wow, Vukashu really coming in clutch here with those 2 kills and securing the point for his team. What a beautiful, beautiful 4 kills that round actually. Apologies, but what a clutch from Vukashu there. We move into a next round.
If DRG managed to get 2 more, 5-7 is not the worst scoreline, and that's the thing about Valorant, right? You take 7 rounds in a row, and you're like, oh, look at like an incredible thing to do, and it is an incredible feat, but it doesn't guarantee you the win. And Trace, kind of understanding that, they're back to their original plan now. All of the utility that you could think of, everything being chucked down to get the control, and who else but Jalele there to take the first fight. The Seekers are being used, but they find nothing. Nothing right now has been sought other than death. And Flexen holding his ground at the top of box. Overdrive being popped. Kai just trying to zap anything he can, do any damage. But again, Trace still with all the map control, still with all the site control. And with the spike now planted in a 2 versus 3, would we expect Nick and Flexen to try and save again? I would certainly hope not.
I wouldn't throw this out yet, right? But the Kai here, if he gets one... Ooh! DRG takes down Kai as soon as I said his name, but Viva just takes down both of them after, and you were right, sir. Treyas does take the round as we move on to our next map, next round, but yeah, Treyas really getting the advantage. Sorry, I'm running a little away
Trace running away with this map, and my co-caster's running away with the script. Give me that back. I don't know how this ends. I don't know how this ends yet. Not yet. So far, it's a very confident end for Trace if they keep this up. Vukashu does a hero play. Of course, that's good, but it might not be good enough. And I always ask, are you superstitious? Because if Trace take this round, Kai takes Flexen's head through the smoke, and that's already a good start.
All he saw was a little bit of a belt buckle from through the smoke and just takes a shot.
I don't know if he's seen anything. I genuinely don't know if he's seen anything. I could be wrong, but regardless, the frag's there.
Hey, these players have the reaction times of almost as high as F1 drivers here, so you can't. They probably saw something to take that shot. As we see a slow moving from Trace here. Just trying to sneak into side C, but Spirit playing with the doors here just to create some diversion here. As we see them push into side C. Side C is completely empty for Trace here, as the spike will probably go down on side C. Them checking every corner to make sure, but the doors open. The kills start coming out.
Yeah, they do. Conspiracy find his timing. No, it's still Abo. 30 seconds left. The Steel Garden being thrown down. It's a... I mean, it's, to be honest, there's Vikashi and Nick only have sheriffs anyway, so I say it's a bit overzealous, but you're not really getting value either way, and the more control that this door has, with the frags just working out the way they have, it's always a low buy. DRG not really going to be able to find any sort of guns, any sort of pickup from the corpses. They're not going to be able to pick away. Vikashi does get 2, but these will be consolation frags and nothing else. Last round means there's nothing off the back of that there. Just a cam fist bump coming through, and 9-3 for Trace as the half side now swaps.
And now I can say,
yeah,
and we move on to our next half of the map. But yes, it's looking tough for DRG here, right? Kokashu doing a lot more with the Sheriff than with the Sentinel pick here, but again, now Cypher works really good on defense, right? Like, I don't know how well it's gonna work on attack here, but again, can't throw anything out, right? There might be surprises as we go to some of the fan cams here. I always like to know what these questions are.
We do usually, I believe with our translation, we should be able to get them to you in just a second, so do not be oh so concerned. But from what it seems like, everyone's just given a little bit of love for flexing coming through, and then you've got 1
Sage.
or 2, so it's the Val spray for the quiz cam. It does look like everyone's going for number 2, it seems.
That's Breach. The one before was Sage.
Ah, very nice, very nice.
You can see Sage's rings.
Ah, I see. Despite playing a Sage as often as I do, I'm just so not used to seeing her on any sort of stage, because no one has picked her in quite some time that I forget to even keep an eye out for it. But the fans are certainly showing up. That neon cosplay is absolutely
I know.
very nice. Oh my god, I got caught up in the wig there. That hair, the blue hair was absolutely fire. But what's going to be even more fire should be Trace's performance as we get into the second half.
No, as London Masters is approaching, you're probably gonna be one of these people in the crowd here enjoying live as these players battle it out for the trophy, for all the merits here as we move on to our first round of the second map. 9-3 for Trace. Can DRG make a comeback here, or is Trace gonna take away game 1? Let's find out.
55% pistol win rate when you're on defense as well certainly does mean Trace are comfortable starting this off. Statistically speaking, they should have a nice time, and they've got the Vise set up here as well, so we might just even get to see the difference in Sentinels. But the way Abo has been playing, I mean, 13-4, managing to keep up with Jalele, who consistently seems to be controlling that kill feed at the moment. And just like control of the kill feed, control of the A site has essentially been fully gained by Trace, or the A side of the map, I should say. And that should give all the information that Trace need, that it's going to be a DRG push onto the C site, especially if they just keep pushing it through.
DRG's getting 3 of Trace here, looking really strong on this pistol round here. Kai just standing alone there, takes down Spirit, Life takes down Kai as a good trade. And A should be here all for the taking, but Vice is pulling in Abo with 4 HP and a dream.
Oh, the shots, the right click. Oh, it's only 4 HP, but it could be enough. It could have been something. Nick only down to 6 HP. There is a world where that right click gets a collat. There is a world where that right click does all the damage. But DRG, I said, if you're working on the statistics, Trace looking comfortable. DRG showing that sometimes you just don't need to tell them the stats.
No, that's true. That is true. This push all the way to spawn, right, was really, what's the word I'm looking for? Courageous. But it did work out in their favor in the start, but At the end of the day, DRG does take the round there, but strong start from DRG. If they keep this momentum up, they can give us a good comeback here. As we see the guiding light go into side B to kind of gain some information. Side A main here is utility heavy crowded.
And it's everything crowded.
Is.
It's everything crowded. We've got what 9 players set up towards here. 5 from DRG. The only one not is Abo just doing a jump peek on towards C. But that information alone there is going to give everyone from Trace that it is going to be a full stack towards all the utility in the world coming through. The paranoia is excellent. Prevents the frag, but the information still got, and Jalele backing up Del B, saving his life in a world that did not look even slightly salvageable. And a decent chunk of damage onto Flexen means the follow-up is there. The guns can be scavenged, and there's no spike planted yet. So with Abu getting that swing on the classic, he goes for it again. I would say another time overzealousness, overconfidence, but a bit of a faster killer as Nick with the spike and the better gun. Or at least the better timing, positioning, I should say. The Bulldog, a better gun. But with 25 seconds, the rest of this map is Nick's oyster. And he's going to pivot all the way up to heaven. And Del B seems concerned that it'll be a push up to B.
Got 15 seconds to plan this, but Del B is just running away because he thinks there was a full rotate committed from Nick here. But he's just going to be hit with a spoiler now as the spike goes down, clutching it with just less than a second left. And Del B makes his way all the way back onto side A, but Nick definitely has the advantage here, right? Because he knows that Del B was gone out of the site. If his team's calmed him that Del B is at lower life here too, gives him a bit of a confidence to take this round for his team here.
3 seconds. 3 seconds on the guiding light though. So the flash could come through, but Nick doesn't even need it. He just gets the timing on the swing. Del B had the smoke as well, so he could have tried to get that information. He could have tried to just get that cover under the spike, which is exactly what he did. But that's just excellent timing. Very, very nicely done. And DRG, again, 7 rounds in a row from Trace sounds impressive, but DRG really wanting to try and make do something similar.
Yeah, as we move on to our full rifle round next round, but if this is a sign of DRG showing comeback, it's looking really strong, right? A very smart play by Nick to actually just not fully rotate and just do a pivot on, because I think that kind of threw Del B off. But as we move on to our next round, see an aggressive push into B side here.
Yeah, DRG realizing that no one has really went for the B side all game. So can we just walk on? The answer so far was originally yes, but Trace really wanting to stop this, really wanting to prevent any further control. Kai's just swinging his aim off Flexen a little bit early, but manages to get the readjustment and Flexen then to finish it off. DRG very quickly onto the site, but just as quickly evicted by Trace, and the gun round going so decisively for Trace there. The spike gets planted, but DRG kind of needing a little bit more.
Yeah, no, and then as we see like the replay here, yeah, the Kai transfer there, honestly, I've faced that while playing myself. It's those stairs there, because just because of the height difference, yes, you mentally think you're aiming for the head, but it actually is a body shot there. So that's what happened there. It has happened to me too multiple times.
It's happened
But
to
we
all of
have
us.
all of us, yes. But Treyas 10-5 onto DRG. As we see a little bit of information gathering happening here. Nothing being able to locate on side C, but Abo is actually holding down side C very strong. No sites been committed from DRG as of yet. Treyas actually holding down every site really well here. A little overextended on A to get those early picks, but DRG need to have 1 minute to make a decision. They can take their plenty sweet time to kind of go in, but I think it's looking like a C commit here.
Well, that's exactly what happens. Razorvine stop, but Abo has essentially already been pushed out here. Life with all the information in the world. I'm interested to see where Abo thought. Another moment where I'm not sure if there was a gap in that smoke or if it was just a good spray. Only time will tell here. It's the retake that has been, or that was DRG's kind of kryptonite. Trace now kind of having to show that they can do it as confidently. The information though here, Viva, even if the kills aren't coming through, Abo and Viva have got the information. Nick has fought diligently with the Seekers being popped, but everyone knows his location. I love seeing Jalele just use the light speed only for the defuse. He has the trust in his team there, and the spike will be covered without any further incident.
Yeah, him using the ability with just to gain some information can come really clutch, right? But we kind of saw some signs of like DRG gaining that round there, but Nick couldn't put in enough effort for DRG to get the point, as Treyas 11-5 on to this next round here. It's looking really tough, but DRG, I don't know what they can do at this stage, as we see a B commit going strong from DRG. No one on site here yet, as Viva does take down Spirit.
Credit to Trace, right? Because that was a full stack to make sure that the ult orb could be gotten by Viva to make sure that Nightfall can be online for that last round, which is exactly what the case is now. And if Trace can get this retake, which with the lower buy is absolutely possible, but there's still one person left. But the spike is going to get tapped by Delby. It's going to get stuck by him. Vukashu would have had to make 3 incredible shots there. An unwinnable scenario and potentially an unwinnable map. 7 rounds back-to-back required for DRG. No timeouts left, and that would only get them to overtime now.
Yes, and Trace is at match point here. But yeah, as you cleverly put, right, like B side hasn't been something that has been committed to. So they were like, you know what, let's just rush into it. Let's just see what we can do. But Trace holding down every side so well, playing a really good game of Valorant here.
A very clinical showing of Lotus. What could be the last round is this push up towards that site. But again, Viva with the Nightfall now. He has everything to work with, and any piece of utility that DRG use here is essentially going to be lost. Trace could be in a position to play a war of attrition if they so decide, but at the moment, we're seeing a decent bit of utility come through, but this could be the beginning of the end.
Yes, as Vukashu goes down to Kai here, see a lot of DRG on the A side, but Trace holding it down as Delby does go down. So does Viva. So does Kai. And Lele takes 2.
Could have done it. He could have done it, but hey, it's not done yet. Flexing with the clutch grab of the spike, and the From the Shadows online does get himself set up, but it's a post-plant scenario against Abo. The Arc Rose could still be picked up if he so wishes. Doesn't have any other utility. Flexen, meanwhile, 2 smokes about to be online and a paranoia as well. You can already hear it. Abo stomping his feet down water. It is now just a battle of wits, a mind games to the death here. But Abo just looking so comfortable with it, just running it down waterhole, and that's it. Yeah, even with the jump spot, even with not finding it initially, with that health advantage, Abo cleans it up, and Trace, without any fight back from DRG, despite 2 timeouts, take the first map very comfortably.
Yeah, Trace looking really strong here. You know, it's no surprise Trace has always, you know, kind of like had an advantage over DRG and taking the maps 2-0. But yeah, you know, there were some signs of DRG showing a comeback and showing the fans here, you know, maybe this can be done, but Trace literally put a stop to it and said, nope, we won't let you do that, as we go on to our replay here. And then that was the beginning of the end, as Kai takes down Vukashu and Lele takes down 2, almost 3 there, but you know, the game does go towards
How's that a headshot?
Trace here. Oh my god. Oh my god. That quick flick, you know, only pro players. Only the pros can do it. Only the pros.
That's true. That's true. I've never seen my gun do anything like that. Definitely not. Apologies to cut you off, but I did not realize how ridiculous Abo's spray was.
I didn't even think guns could move like that. I've never tried it.
No, I don't think my wrist could move like that. I think I'd need like a doctor's appointment follow-up if I tried something like that. But it might be DRG requiring medical attention. As I say that, we look at Abo there. I mean, we're seeing the highlights, but this might be Abo's highlight reel in and of itself already. I'd be very surprised if anyone else just had a higher performance than himself.
Yep, that I totally agree. You know, we did see Vokashu clutch some really good games, good rounds there, but at the end of the day, you know, Treyas took this away. Overall, a fun game, obviously. Like the spray transfer was hilarious.
That was good. That was very, very silly, and it's just been a very calm and composed setup from Trace. And what really kind of better way to show that than to listen in.
我捏黑的，我黑了，我给缓过来了，我这稳到了，2只，还有1只，还有欧门，把他杀了，欧门就一个，欧门就一个，欧门，输，他是输，可能是可以打住，可能是喷子，我自己走外面，来，有狗，开狗，他1600，见点，进，1、2、3，到了。 坑里，drop，我到，过来，跟我双扳，他出不来，到了吗？跟我双扳，没到，来，到了吗？到了，3、2、1，他就在，跟我掰这边，好，nice， 加油！伙伴们团聚是吗？没有，哎，还有一个霓虹，哎，霓虹车，哦，霓虹欧门，那7就1个呀，继续打 C， 可以，你直接靠我来打 C， 小了，我来了，我在路上，马甲给我，来，3、2、1，靠过来，快，漏脚，我已经在漏脚了，瀑布的上头，又是放的，我直接进宝点了，拿走，确定瀑布的上头。 哎，柱子 ，CT 2个，我黑了，瀑布被黑了，第一个瀑布，杀了，第一个瀑布，5打1，我跟你乐了，跟我，我一滴血打我补枪，nice， 漂亮，等一下，我有大，有血性啊，可以，没毛。
And there he is, Jalele doing what he does best. I'm very surprised he took it off of Abo, but we'll get to see the stats a little bit more to show exactly how he'd done that. But to be fair, he was always there for his team, always doing damage. And I think 2.5 KDA really does show that.
I know, 6 multi-kills, you know, he was just moving all over the map with Waylele here, as we see the MVP highlights here. Really clutching it for his team on those, and I agree with you. You know, it was I'm sure it was close between Abo and him, but definitely there were few clutch moments where he did 6 multi kills is no joke, you know. But always being there for his team, helping his team win that first round, and then just getting the momentum there on to finishing the whole game here. But yeah. Very strong showing from Lele here, as we see a head-to-head between Lele and Vokashu here. Ooh, Lele 19 kills here to Vokashu's 14. Almost a 300 ACS. Very strong. But yes, as you said, you know, Abo was close there with 19, 8, and 5. 282. Pretty close. So it's honestly... I think it's a matter of the ACS there that made him the MVP.
Yeah, the ACS kind of coming through. I think the I think it just the multi kills from Jalele I think did just kind of turn up. Yes. Abo got a few. We did see that, but it does seem like it was just enough for Jalele there. And unfortunately, just everyone else on the side, even Vukashu, not really able to make things work for DRG. And we look at the first bloods there. Trace managed to convert them most of the time, going their way. DRG, a couple that we've seen that were then immediately given away. I'm sorry, Spirits, but there was that. I think it was round 4 or 5 that we did see that. The post plants, though, look at Trace, 80% success rate compared to DRG's 40 is an absolute just tell of how solid Trace's executes were and how confident they were in the control of the map.
Yeah, as we move on to our hexagon here, you know, 282 ACS which we talked about, the KD8 almost more than double, right? Here, very strong showing. You know, even kills per round at 1.06 per round, almost getting more than a kill per round. It's definitely those multi-kills that helped Abo as well, because there were a few from him as well, and an ADR of 197. Really strong showing from Abo. You know, honestly, definitely was the impact player of this game.
Which is a big thing, that the weakest part of his hexagon was the assists per round. Because usually you would expect the Sentinels to have that. You would expect the damage from the Razorvine, the Steel Garden.
Well, because he was lurking, right?
Yeah.
It was the lurk. It was the lurk, right?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, you are technically assisting your team by getting those lurking kills, right? So it's just not on the scoreboard.
Are we saying that the Abo finished that with 100% assist rate? It's just the game's not telling us that. Okay, well, you know what? I don't hate that logic. I will work with that. But while we work with that, while we work that logic out, and while we get the map to set up and good to go, we will just be back after this short little break. But please don't go anywhere, because Trace are putting on a clinic, and DRG are going to need to find some way to beat their rivals.
Gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Say yeah, yeah, yeah. Say, you know me, I got no time to waste. Type of energy that can't be replaced, no debate. We could take it back to my place. I can turn around, let me show you how it tastes, yeah. A baller, mind on the dollar. Swallowing the bottle while you're smoking on gelato. Now do you need some of that noodle? Just tell me that you're coming through. Why can't we ever Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. Nah, you know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets left to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm? Some things aren't meant to be fair. I know you left me down and out, and now the weather is red. Got the hit on your head. Should've buried your dead. Should've listened to me and said, oh, how little you know. You better watch out, my
All right, welcome back everyone to our game 2 between Trace and DRG as we just go look at the agent select here. I'm joined here by Medante. It's been a pleasure doing this with you. But yeah, what a first game, right? Trace really showing up for that game. DRG had some signs of a comeback, but it was looking really hard. But Trace taking that game away. But we are on to our second map here on Bind. And what are some initial thoughts going into this round?
So far, didn't see anything from the agent select that had initially kind of surprised me. To be honest, when we were just kind of getting things ready, I wasn't actually sure if we were looking at the agent select from Lotus until I seen Delby on the Brim instead of the Omen. But other than that, really nothing that's kind of striking me as a big shocker, right? I mean, I think Lotus, we got to see a little bit more of a surprise come out with the double Sentinel, or the Sentinel each side, I should say, just with how much teams have really been kind of struggling to fit Sentinels in. Vukashu just not getting that same success though that you would expect from him. He is rocking the Cypher yet again, but Abo's Vise not here at present, and definitely a literal thorn in DRG side for map number 1 at least.
Yeah, really strong strong build up here. But as we go on to our first round of the second map here on Bind, and we see a lot of A mid push. A side is completely, you know, there's a shower push from Trace here. A lot of utility being used on side A. No one has gone down yet, as Abo taking a little bit of a damage. And, you know, it's not a lot of movement here. Not a lot of kills here, but a lot of movement actually, should I say, as we see Nick might catch up Lele here, as Lele does go down and Flexen gets himself on the board.
Flexen a big kill. Second one to follow up as well, and despite the fact DRG found themselves 2 kills, there's still 3 people stacked up on Shower. The spike is going to take a little bit longer to get planted down here. Viva and Delby, though, were absolutely demonstrably insane for their team on map number 1 here. Viva doing some work. Kai already. The relay bolt as well is going to get some damage. Kai now having to dodge all the utility himself, does exactly that, spots Vukashu, but it is a distraction. Don't think he realizes life has already rotated to meet him in heaven and to send him that way as well. DRG, despite the lower pistol round performance, have been doing well on them.
Yeah, no, definitely. You know, every time you see DRG play on the pistol round, you're like, oh wow, okay, let's go. It's gonna be DRG's game. But then, you know, once the rifles come in, that's when the real gameplay happens. But Kai taking down 2 here, right? But the distraction was more than enough for Life to take Kai down and put DRG on the scoreboard here. 1-0 for DRG as we go on to our second round. Ooh, a jump peek from Abo, almost, you know, getting down there, but has gotten all the information he needs here, as we see a little bit of eyesight on the teleporter because they know Lele has taken the teleporter here, but safely goes on to Showers to get not one but both the ult orbs on A and B. So very, very good push from him as we see the dog go on to side A to gain some information. No one being caught here, but Nick going down to Spirit with that Bucky there. Oh my god.
There's no gun really to save or pick up, but always interesting for the second round that the Bucky gets opted for, because it means Spirits is going to have a really comfortable economy getting into this. Nick as, Spirits and Nick kind of as well, with only going for the Spectre, the Bulldog and the Outlaw and such being picked up by Life and Flexen, going to be a little bit more expensive. And DRG here, they've managed to get it lucky. They've managed to find 1 site out of 2, because Spirits on his own there with that execute on the B site. Viva didn't have the information to tell the rest of Trace very, very much. In fact, he might have actually made the call that it was only the waylay, it was only Spirits that came through, but Trace realizing they've made the mistake, realizing DRG have just got the right site, they're now just going to get cozied up until that bomb goes boom.
Yep. Let's go down with the bomb to, you know, because if folks don't know, going down with the bomb here on pistol round can give you a little bit of an eco boost here. So that's what they're going to be planning on doing. But Spirit here trying to catch someone off if they could, as the bomb ticks down. And oh, this might be critical here.
Oh, well, They're gonna have to come meet him. They're gonna have to come meet him to try and die to the bomb. And Spirit's good for 2. Vikashu backing him up. Del B, though, getting 2. Manages to get a little bit more alt charge towards the orbital strike, but probably going to be inconsequential in the grand scheme of things, at least just with DRG's current performance. This is the thing, though. They got 2 in a row on Lotus, and if you look at that scoreline, it did not finish the way it started, not even close.
I know. You know, if Spirit had a judge there, he probably takes down everyone.
Yeah, probably, actually, yeah. I don't think you could have warranted making that buy at the start of the round, but, you know,
of course, of course,
maybe,
of course, of course. We move on to our next round here. DRG winning both the pistol rounds, but this is the rifle round. This is where it starts to get serious. True game of Valorant. See the molly placed and ready to go for DRG to make that jump. As soon as he hears a little bit of a jump and then the molly that goes down.
The fast lane to protect Spirit Z, but the saturate's clean. Viva set up in Garden, and he is picking DRG like they are flowers. Not going to be an issue. This is why it is so important. If you're doing that stack on the wards, hookah, you have to be pixel, micro, nanosecond perfect on all of your decisions there, because if the player in Garden is able just to kind of get themselves set up, if they are not being pushed or, you know, having any sort of concern, then you can see what happens, right? The frags just come out, and then Garden, the repositioning can just come through, and Vikashu just a little bit late to support his team there. And Trace, I don't want to say it's only round 3, but hey, it was 2 for DRG, and then Trace decided to kind of run away with it. We'll see if they manage to reflect that.
I mean, as casters, right? We either cast what we're seeing, or we are playing by the statistics that have been presented to us from the past games, right? And if past precedence has been showing, right, what you're saying right now, it's only round 3, but you know, might be the same situation in 6th round where Trace just runs away with the game until we get to the next pistol round. But as we see the dog go on to the B side here, Viva holding it down. Doesn't take down Life, but Life takes down Viva. But Delby here for the trade as we see the molly loaded, but Spirit does go down.
Jalele just managing not with the HP to survive, so the spray down does find him. Vikashu, though, manages to get the only frag on, or the only player, sorry, that is on the A site with the Sheriff, so a big deal there. And Trace actually a pivotal kill. Had Life, or had Vikashu not gotten that, had Kai managed to stay up, would have been a different story potentially, but DRG are playing this so patiently. They know they are in a 2 versus 3, and they're waiting to see if Trace kind of outthink themselves. Delby doesn't manage to dodge the flash, but the aggression isn't there. The Cypher Cam isn't going to spot him. This angle could be everything, but it does fall just a little bit short. Nick shutting it down. The information not fully known about Abo's whereabouts. He's going to try and get this timing, and he does exactly that, but flexing a little bit quicker. I thought he managed to do everything, but Vikashu and Flex in the good crossfire allows the spike planted, and DRG maybe wanting to make a statement on their opposition's map pick.
Honestly, that might be the case here, right? But you know, those early kills here by DRG really putting them on the winning for this round, and Vikashu getting that extra kill on the A side really pulled it up in their favor. But you know, DRG showing good signs here. 3-1, winning a rifle round. Hopefully they can ride this momentum and take this game away from Reyes, but still very early as we see Life in showers with Lele here. Could be a good 1v1 here. So we see a little bit of a peek.
Oh, it's so tense. And this is going to be a full 1v1 here, at least initially, until Delby is joining in. Kai actually showing up what was originally a fair fight. Trace deciding they are not going to play fair at all. Vikashu now getting spotted out as well by Jalele, but with that first frag going the way it did, Spirits is down, Life was down, Spirits now to follow. No entry for DRG anymore, and Trace, with only one player on a Sheriff, they should be more than comfortable to take this to its conclusion.
It's never truly a 1v1 in a game of Valorant.
It should never be a 1v1.
Yes, that is true. You see Kai here just holding down lamps. Delby just hopping on, trying to see if he can find someone here. They have a good hold here on A side, right? Lily gets at least one or two of them here.
Oh, unless Flexen and Vikashu can do that, the orbital strike comes through. The 18 seconds on the clock should still be plenty of time, especially if the molly. I think Flexen maybe made a mistake there because, or Del B, sorry, made the mistake because suddenly the molly doesn't find its mark, and Flexen, he's not staying for post plant. He's trying to meet Trace Esports. If he can find this timing, the timing has been everything. He finds the bigger gun. He finds the follow up onto Viva. Flexen throwing the molly as well to throw a distraction, the orbital strike as well. Abo with the immediate tap to force it out, but with the knife out, he runs into Flexen, and the lamps shine bright on the man. A 4K and a hell of a clutch to make it work.
Flexen really showing Delby this is how the orbital strike and the molly needs to be played out. Right, but here, really good clutch all the way from those early points, but Flexen really taking this game, getting a 4K, taking down Abo as his last kill, and DRG looking way stronger in the second map than they were looking on Lotus. So good signs from their team.
What I want to highlight very quickly is the pace of DRG, right? We're only on round 6, but it feels like we've been on this map a lot longer than we were on Lotus, if that makes sense. Lotus's rounds felt very fast when DRG was on attack. This time a lot slower and a lot more patient. It's really working out for them.
Yeah. It's funny because, you know, Lotus has 3 sides, so you would think it would take longer rounds, but a bind here, really DRG playing it well, trying to gain all the information they can before committing, trying to get those 1 or 2 picks. And Vokashu, as you can see, is on A main there, trying to see if he can pick here as the guiding light goes in, Kai gets flashed, and the bloodbath is about to begin here on B side.
Oh, a little bit of information, but no saturate actually to follow it up. And these are the comms, right? No saturate because it's not an execute, because it is going to be a fast TP. Jalele's going to have to do something with the bandit. He cannot, unfortunately, find much more there. And Trace already a player down, but 30 seconds left again. It's DRG really playing this clock. But Abo, look at where he is. The timing is not there, unfortunately, for him. But the positioning just to be that awkward spot in that backline could be all that's really necessary here. As the trades are back and forth, but the site still controlled. DRG managed to find their foothold, and because of it, Abo now really stuck. Tail between his legs, jumping down to the defender side spawn with nothing but a sheriff in his hands and a dream in his head.
Thought that happened in that round here, but DRG looking very strong here. Abo with 11 HP here. Vokashu is not that high either, right? But I think it's mostly looking like let's try to get at least 1 here and then call it and move on to the next round. But Vokashu says nope, not happening, as we put DRG on the scoreboard yet again, as we are waiting for the high five to go through.
Little bit of a delayed comm on the high five, but they got there in the end. And it has been a very, very good showing of DRG, and yet Trace being forced for the timeout here. And the only real point I would like to hear mentioned, or well, of course we're not going to get to hear it mentioned, but the only point I would like to get to see maybe mentioned and then highlighted on and built upon would just be that DRG are playing such a slow-paced attack.
That is true. That is true, I think, and that's what's working in their favor, right? They want to gather all the information, take down all the notes, all the positioning, everything, right? And even if they miss something, Vokashu's there as their lurker, trying to make sure that he gets all the other information that his counterparts might have missed, or, you know, get that early pick there to help DRG basically rotate quickly to the side Vokashu's watching to maybe push and get that. Treyas is holding showers really well for the most part, but when you have a full team or a 4-stack rushing into your 1 or 2 people, it can be really hard to kind of overpower that, right? So I think the shower hold on the A side there might be a little bit of work to do for Trace, but overall, DRG is looking absolutely amazing this map as we move on to our next round. 5-1 for DRG. Trace got a little bit of work to do, but it's not over yet as we move on in under 2 seconds here.
I was about to say that we might see the pace actually swap. Oh, Life getting team flash though is awkward for him. Was expecting this pace to change with the convergent paths being kind of initially put up, but Spirits here still trying to make a head egg for Trace on towards that lamp side. The utility being traded through Life. Gonna get a little bit cooked. Not quite done, not quite well done, but certainly maybe looking a little bit rare. Maybe a bit on the medium rare side. As the convergent path's now getting answered for in of itself, but the corner's not cleared. It's Spirit Z that has to find it for him. But that's still going to do enough here. The Seekers come through for the retake from Viva and Squad. There is the, well, convergent paths and overdrive should be online, but both players already fall. It's the fight in Lamps to seal it through. It's a beautiful double stack from Nick and Spirit Z. And yes, now Abo's sitting there with the operator all on his own. Not really much you can do with a gun like this in a situation this dire. So another save for Trace, and this is a big aspect, Div. We've seen Trace really have to give up on a lot of these retakes, which back in Lotus, it was DRG struggling to complete them.
Yeah, like it's such a mirror image, right? We would always see Nick or Flexin or even Vokashu being the last people alive on DRG's side trying to retake. But now we're seeing those three exact players holding it down for DRG and putting Trace on in that situation. But yeah, the corner clearing there was a little bit of a miss, but the good trade here in Lamps helped DRG secure that map, secure that round on this map as we move on to our next round. But DRG looking really strong, holding it down really well. And as I mentioned earlier, right, that shower hold not looking too strong. That was a clear indicator of that as well.
Trace may be hearing you. They've got that full stack up, but they're playing for the alt orb economy. They're playing for that, which is always the nicest thing to see. Good flash immediately pushes Kai out of the way here. And the operator just to reposition. But it's all down to 4 people. Meanwhile, Vukashu is wondering what is happening towards that shower side here. But he might have got enough information to let DRG be comfortable with the push. And the pace that they're playing at, that's absolutely what's happened. Vukashu's lurk has done it all. Spirit Z's already an elbow to take down Kai and remove the operator from the game. The Seeker's now popped as well. As confident a site take as you could maybe ever see. And Vukashu's still on the A site to meet Avo.
Yeah, DRG looking really strong here. You know, big ups to Vokashu for not moving out of that site and still taking Abo with him, right? Oh my god, Vokashu getting those clutch cheersing the crowds. That's how it's done. That's how we do the lurking, you know. You gotta commit full send as we see DRG taking down the entirety of Trace here. And 7-1 for DRG as we move on to our next round. Really strong. Wow. We might see, yes, I was just about to say we might see another timeout coming out from Trace's end as we see the timeout come out. What are we doing here, boys? How did we do so well the first game map? And now here they're doing the same thing that we did to them, you know?
We are just being pushed to the brink right now, it seems. Just the executes. To be honest, like Trace's, the defense is, it's kind of by the numbers, but DRG's, the executes are very composed, very coherent. The disengages, to be honest as well, is the big thing. The D in DRG does stand for disengage. Disengage Ranger Gaming. Disengager Ranger. Disengager Gaming. There we go. Disengager Gaming. There we go. I managed to make that work at the end, no matter how tortured it definitely was.
No. I'm with you on that one. You know, you got a good... that was a good breakdown. I will support my caster even though he was a little wrong there.
Well, you know what? Loyalty is everything, I guess, and I'll take what I can get. And Trace need to really start taking a little bit more from DRG.
Yep. Agreed. As we move on to our next round after the timeout, And you know, you gotta say, DRG really playing this efficiently, slowly, meticulously. I'm running out of adjectives here. really, really helping DRG take this. But now, Lele moving in. Goes down. Life does go down to Delby here, as holding down lamps. But Trace, I think, might have a good chat in timeout, because DRG might have already gotten a few kills by this point.
I'm still focused on DRG split though. Look what we've got. 1 B long, 1 B main. Or 1 sand, sorry, I should say. And then we've still got 2 on towards that A short angle. The rotate's coming through, but again, 40 seconds have elapsed. DRG are not getting a frag and then instantly executing off of it. They are more than happy to get a kill and then see how Trace respond. And how they've responded is cutting 2 to a site, and they're going to try and hold this down the convergent paths to do exactly that, and it will do it. The orbital strike comes through. A little bit overzealous, I might say, to be honest. The information was there for Trace. Delby not needing to pop that at all, but either way, it has been done now. And with 10 seconds left on the clock, Vukash, you cannot hold on. And Trace finally, off the back of that timeout, like you said, Div, get another round on the board.
You're right, Medante. It's looking good for Trace. That timeout really kind of like gave them the pep talk they needed, but you know, a lot went on in that round, right? The orbital strike not catching anyone, and then Abo going down, Abo taking down Flexen and Vokashu here to gain that advantage in that round. So, you know, 2-7 for DRG. Trace is not a 2-7 favoring DRG, but Trace is not out of it yet. You know, there's still a lot of rounds to play. It's only 7-2, only 9 rounds played. We have a whole lot of Valorant to go through. Might be map 3, but you know, let's not put that into existence yet. As we see a little bit of information gathering from Lele here, you know, trying to pick someone off if he could. But there's a big heavy A main push here and a dive comp right there. But Trace said, nope, I'm gonna be taking down, we're gonna be taking down your entire team here one at a time as everyone goes down. And Trace looking very strong. You know, they're basically saying, hey, DRG, you're going to be playing a little slow. You know, we're going to bring the fight to you.
I mean, that was kind of how that looked through, but that attempted execute, I mean, we've seen the light speed, we've seen that high gear come through, but it was not enough. Trace, that one timeout, now suddenly able to weather the storm. Had we seen that a little bit earlier, a different scoreline potentially, but they've got to shake that off. They've got Abu with the Viper's Pit online, the overdrive as well, so definitely utility for Trace to work with here, but I mean, we are round for round, point for point. This is how it went for Trace in the side of Lotus. DRG managed to get one, and then the momentum suddenly swinging back. So we'll see if DRG can do the exact same here.
I mean, a 7-5 for Trace puts Trace on a really good potential onto when the map switches, right? Could be anyone's game at that state too. But again, DRG has shown strength in pistol as the guiding light does come out, and Molly does go down to stop the push here from the Lele. From Spirit, sorry, but Spirit takes down Delby.
He's not being held regardless. The Bucky will do it, and Vukashu's lurk here doesn't care about making noise because of all of that damage. The convergent paths comes through to support him, and another ultimate that maybe, sure, could have gotten a bit more value, but use or lose. And Spirit Z has done exactly that. Abo now yet again being thrown back to the other site just to kind of sit and twiddle his thumbs. Gives a little bit of time for the team at least to sit and discuss. Of course, the coach is not going to be relevant here, but this gun needing save for the final round. DRG with a flawless going into it, an overdrive online, and depending on how they want to play these ult orbs, we might see the Seekers come through as well from Nick.
Yeah, you know, Abo just holding it down there. DRG putting another counter onto their round here, 8-3. You know, just when they were like, they basically said, Trace, you know, we're gonna give you an inch, but we're not gonna give you a mile because we've already walked down that road. So we're gonna be taking this really strong here from Vokashu. Great lurk, I know, and I'll say it again. If there's anything to learn from Vokashu here, it's how to learn how to lurk 101, because he's been phenomenal this entire game. 12 kills here already.
Lurking is not just sitting in spawn and waiting, because you will occasionally just kill your team that way.
Yeah.
If you lurk kind of too well, you won't be part of the fight. And speaking of being part of the fight, we see your Viper's Pit and we raise you and execute onto the site, and that's exactly what's happened. Flexen executes the snake in the grass. The pit has fallen, and you, boss, is on the site. And with the spike now to be planted, hush my mouth about all orbs and anything else. DRG not needing that to get themselves onto the site, and only the overdrive from Kai here to get it. And depending on how Spirit Z lands this shot, not even going to come through at all. So a 2 versus 4 with everything to work with. Spirit Z has not moved. LB will punish, but life answers back, and a 3-man swing to overwhelm Viva and DRG. Another 9-3, Div. Pound for pound, round for round, fight for fight.
It's been really back and forth here between the two games. Very mirror relevant from map 1 and map 2, right? We're going 9-3 again on the map switch, but you know, the only difference here is DRG looking as strong as Trace was looking on Lotus. So we've got a game on our hands, if anything, you know, and could be can Trace make a comeback here? Not looking, if they're playing the same way that they have been playing, I do not think so. But again, a lot can happen once the map switches, right? As we move on to which drink would you like to drink? I definitely like the red and golden one. That definitely piques my interest more. But
I'd agree.
I wonder what the flavors are.
I think the bottom one, I'm seeing green and it kind of looks like circles. Cucumbers is the bottom one?
Yes, I think it might be cucumbers.
I have no clue what the top one would be. I'm not even going to hazard a guess. But bottom one, I'm feeling like cucumbers, and I feel like that could make work. Red. Oh, okay. Here we go. So it's the it's China's drink sponsor for VCT. So red is the energy drink, and then green is a kind of electrolyte-y sort of drink. So okay, okay, good to see it. And fair enough. The audience have spoken. Yes. Yeah, I'll definitely go for the green now. I'll definitely go for the green now, to be honest.
I think it's gonna be the red one for me. You know.
Yeah.
Maybe they should send us some, you know, so we can talk about it while we're
yeah. Wow. Yeah. If anyone's listening, right, you know, if you could send a couple of crowd, then we can join in with the crowd. You know, totally. That would be completely fantastic, and we'd appreciate it greatly.
Yeah, it's been very interesting bind map here, right? DRG showing a really good effort here, but Trace only with 3 rounds here on the map. DRG 9-3 here as we move on to the second half of this map. Can Trace come back, or can DRG take this game and make us move on to our third map here on Breeze?
Still plenty of time, and Trace are going to have to show off their executes. DRG going to have to show off their defense, and Vukashu just getting a little bit shaky with his operation of the smoke, with his movement. But Abo here, look at the lurks we were talking about. Vukashu is the teacher, but Abo certainly looking like a diligent student at the very least, does get the frag. And Trace are actually, they want to go back home. They want to go back to defense. They do not want this attack on them. They are happy to take that control and get this push. They are taking the B site from the opposite side, and Spirit Z kind of looking at his team now and going, I guess I'm on attack again. So it's going to be a little bit of an awkward split for Trace, really. Now that they're kind of stuck on this site here, it's going to be down to this fight from Kai and Spirit Z. A double swing. Spirit takes one, runs out of bullets, has to fully disengage, but has done enough to make this look likely.
Yep, DRG just have, it's a 3-2, but I think Kai has a good hold on to side here, but We do see Spirit lurking on from C Long here, but Kai really taking down everyone, getting a 3K and taking that round and putting Trace on the map here, getting a point here during that pistol round. What a beautiful play from Trace and Kai.
Yeah, Kai is your guy when you need it to work here. Vukashu's positioning just not great in the smoke there. And then the rest of it was kind of history. A nice first shot from Spirit Z, but Kai deciding you need a job done, do it yourself, and he's the one to call. So I really have to highlight, DRG are not making pistol rounds look like they were initially struggling for the first game at least. And for that first half, now Trace, though, they managed to get the pistol round on the board. And if they can keep executes up like that, DRG could watch their hopes and dreams of a map 3 slip away.
Yep. It's a game of threes, you know, this match, this series here. Whoever wins goes to third in the playoffs. We might be seeing a game 3 here. The score ended 9-3.
Oh, Kai! No. And Kai's got 3. He might be on for a 4. Someone's going to have to stop him if they don't want that. But what was that third shot? Kai does not care at all about smokes. But he's just been left to his own devices. He's done all the damage. He's distracted DRG more than enough. He's done everything his team could have asked him for. And Vukashu, the last man standing, to try and make something happen with the Sheriff. But the vulnerable plus Abo is going to be more than enough, or too much of an order for Vukashu there. We'll get to see Life's performance yet, or Kai's performance yet again, because these shots were just lovely.
Through the smokes too, wow. He literally went like, oh, they was talking about 3s here, I gotta get my 3rd kill somehow.
Oh, is it my time? Is it my cue? Oh, that's my cue?
Yes,
okay,
yes,
I'll get 3K.
okay.
I'll get a 3K.
Okay, and action.
Moving on to round 15 could certainly be a little bit of action as DRG now with the full buy. But to be honest, Trace looking confident with theirs.
Yeah. Trace putting on a real matchup here, right? This is not something we saw in the last, in the first map here, right? Trace showing really strong here, but, you know, playing it a little slower this time around as DRG trying to gain shower control here. Holding it down on side A while Brimstone, they'll be trying to lurk onto here as Abo does go down to Nick.
That's a good start. That's a big start for DRG there. You're taking down Abo, who just hasn't had the same level of performance that he did back onto Lotus. Been really difficult for Trace without him, to be honest. Shalele and Kai doing okay. Kai specifically. Shalele, though, just struggling right now. We'll have to see if the attacks can be a little bit better. The Brim smokes go down, the push comes through, but it's all down to this first frag, and it's Spirit Z to take it. It's a nice refrag, but you've lost now both one of your entries, and the other one's kind of holding an outlaw, at least was before he held this bullet from Flex, and the molly comes through deep, but Trace can't really attack if they're missing their players. As I say that, the flash comes through, but Nick's timing absolutely beautiful, and he can clean up the remaining 2 to make DRG into double digits.
Wow, very strong from DRG. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Trace was on an eco buy there, right?
Trace were not fully on the eco buy. There were guns. They weren't like pistols, but they were on a lower buy.
Got it. They were on a lower buy. Okay, but yes, did not matter because DRG was like, you know, we get you a little bit of a satisfaction of those 2 rounds, but we're not gonna give you any more. We're trying to end this game here. 10-5 for DRG. Can they make it and take us to game 3? Just pre-firing into showers, trying to get some damage here as Viva does take the Altorb on showers. As we see, not much happening here, but all of Trace now rotating towards the B side here. No one lurking for Trace, as we saw on DRG's side. Bokushi doing a lot of that, but 3 on A side for DRG as we see the dog here and to gain some information finding Spirit here, and I think there's a commitment going on to B side here.
Oh, it is. Oh, but Spirit holds his ground. The orbital strike means that the rest of the squad have kind of been cut off there. That wasn't, yeah, that wasn't Delv's. That was an excellent timing from Flex in there to back up Spirit Z, and with the gun now formed, with the judge survived, Kai is pissed and he fries up life. There's going to have to be a little bit more. Abo's lurk not quite as successful as we had seen previously. Vukashu has seen all 3 remaining members of Trace now. So it's just down to this retake, down to this rotate here. Spike is going to get popped. They'll be managing to find the Cypher trip at least, but the Seekers come through. The lurk as well from Flex, and Delby spots it though. Delby at least hasn't a feeling that someone will be coming, but whether or not the timing is going to be there so far seems to be the answer being no. I say that, he turns around, he hears me, he listens in, and he gets that feeling, and now Kai and himself are just adding more and more to the kill feed, and the retake from DRG collapses under its own weight.
Wow, very strong. You know, sometimes Valorant is all about unfortunate timing, but that was very fortunate timing as he does take down there. But here, I'm surprised Spirit holding himself down, but what an excellent orbital barrage from Flex in here to completely stop the push onto the opposing team so that he can hold on that side there. Very, very clever, very, very innovative. I really like that play a lot. As we move on to our next one. Yes, fortunately it wasn't enough. But we move on to our next one. 10-6 for DRG. Trace really showing some signs of comeback here. Can they make it possible? As we see a little bit of information gathering from Lele here. Not finding much there. Flexing, holding it down here. Very, very strong positioning. Kai knows. He has a feeling someone is there. We're going to probably see Seekers ready to go from Viva here.
I like Viva kind of looking at him and going, is this what we're doing?
Yeah.
You can see it in the game, and that's exactly enough discussion and enough time to deal with Flex. And now with the lower buy here, DRG, Vukashu with the kind of hero rifle. I say that, Spirit's a hero rifle in and of his own. Marshall is a beautiful shot onto Abo, onto that lurking cave yet again, but it gives the information. And I like this. I like that Delby has kind of become the mini... the support lurk, which is kind of a weird thing to say. You normally want the setup on towards the site fully, but Abu and Delby together have had that combination to give themselves this map control. The orbital strike now online form for the next round, and Kai has really came into his own these last few rounds, and it looks like he's wanting a little bit more. Spirit Z just opting for the save, it looks like. Don't think he's going to swing in yet. He's trying to just save the gun, see if he can get anyone.
Yeah, I think it's just gonna be a teleporter away, and yes, Face get another round at 7-10. They're lurking closer and closer to DRG. I think there might be a timeout coming out from DRG side here, most likely. Yeah. Oh, I'm so good at calling these out. If I'm right again, let's see as we go on to the replay here. I definitely thought that was a timeout there.
I'm so good if I'm right. I mean, look, I want that on my tombstone, you know. I'm so good if I'm right on there, because I think that's such a fantastic sentiment. Unfortunately, I'm not gonna fully disagree with you. I think with 2 timeouts online, DRG should pop one there. I think that, to be honest, that's a very good one. I mean, yes, it was a lower buy, so it makes sense, but it seems like they maybe just have confidence in their play, because that's an excellent way to take down Kai.
Yep. Again, for folks who are just joining us, this is our second map. You know, DRG leading this 10-7. Trace did win the first map, so this is our second map. If DRG takes this, we go on to map 3. As a spike was about to go down, but the orbital strike goes out.
Oh, everything is out. Orbital strike, fast lanes. We're here in the ultimates, and Trace, though, they're managing to keep this looking at least semi-competitive. The convergent paths as well have been popped, but Trace have managed to get the front of the site clear. They managed to get the spike down, and Jalele has played this perfectly. Viva has absolutely just done enough of a distraction there to allow Jalele his timing. The showdown in lamps could be everything. This corner needing cleared. Flexen does not do it with the intent that he should have. He flicks away at the last moment, and I'm not sure if Nick even got to sell the that fall there with the shot. Both players out of range, so maybe not going to matter. And the mollies, the snake bite, not going to be a factor. It is going to be a double swing, though. I say that, actually. Jalele left on his own devices. Abo happy to watch. And either way, a spectator sport it certainly was for that round. And Trius take another.
Wow. Getting closer and closer onto leveling up with DRG here. But, you know, Trace basically saying, not yet. This isn't over until it's absolutely over. But Lele putting in a lot of work for his team. They're getting a 4 kill. And there it is, the timeout from DRG. A little premature on my end, but not premature for DRG, as they definitely need this timeout.
You know what? While premature on your end, Dev, from obviously a realistic standpoint, I do think it should have been last round that we've seen this timeout, because this is now another lost round that was the buy. That now we're going into a timeout with a low buy. We're now going into a timeout with a lower economy. That means Trace are likelier to see a 9-10. DRG could kind of pull a magic trick out of the hat, but we're already kind of seeing the potential for Trace to swing this back. It was a lot. 4 rounds is a lot different to 2.
Yes. You know, Trace have completely dominated the second half of this game here. You know, it was weird for me, right? Because after such a strong showing on Lotus, Trace starting game 2, map 2 with not as much panache as you would have seen on Lotus was a little weird to me. But now this is where Trace really showing up. I guess they just needed to be warmed up again for the second map here on Bind. 10-4 for DRG. Can Trace take it away from DRG and take the series home and the 3rd place heading into playoffs? We see a more calculated push coming in from Trace here as the dog goes out, gets some information here. We see an aggressive utility being pulled on here on A long or A main. Apologies, but yes, Kai takes down Spirit early on.
That was the hero rifle, so it can, at least it should get picked up. It does indeed. Flex and able to get it, but yeah, that's already one player down, and Kai maybe getting a little bit overzealous because of the lower buy, but either way, the damage still being very, very good. He manages to get out with his life, and the regrowth. It's been so rare since we've talked about kind of Sky until recently, until that Guiding Light came back. So healing being a factor in Valorant yet again, honestly something I quite like to see.
Yeah, no, and you know, we were talking about Sage earlier on, right? A lot of pro players don't choose Sage because, you know, a little bit slower of a pick now, right? Compared to Sky. But Viva takes down Life. Ooh.
Nothing slow about this push, though. Nothing slow about next pull of the trigger. He gets 2. And consolation yet again, though. Maybe all that is, especially with Abo, who lurked so long, by the way, stuck in the back of Cave, and we cut to him next. And where is he? On top of the boxes on the B site. The Sentry Tower, the Overwatch being put down for Trace. And 1 round now between the 2.
Yeah, and you were correct, right? Like the timeout, and after the timeout, you know, it can have become 9-10. You've predicted the future really well, right? But you know, does the future hold Trace taking this game onto their cards, or can DRG rewrite the future and move on to game 3? But as we move on to the second round, Trace looking really exceptionally well here. A lot of pre-firing happening onto that Viper wall there, but not a lot of kills yet. But there might be an aggressive push coming in. He's already taken lamps here. But there might be a C push here.
That's the thing. It was a full force onto the V site. It was just a sell, and it is going to be initially playing off the TP. But Viva realizing that he can't quite get that down, so he just has to do the longer rotate. The spike's got to get planted. The Viper's pit is down. Seekers comes through, and depending on this timing here, it might actually be a factor. It will be everything, in fact, as off the back of that DRG, stem the bleeding, get a round back on the board, and shut down Trace's hopes at the moment of taking a full win streak to prevent Breeze.
Wow. You know, DRG Trace getting so close, but DRG saying, nope, not yet. 11 to 9 for DRG. The Viper spit there, and then DRG just fully committing, trying to get everyone there really helped, because, you know, once the Viper pit is out, the retake potential gets exponentially harder. But DRG still fighting through that Viper spit, taking the poison on and facing it head on to gain that point. Very close. 11 to 9 for DRG.
Very, very nicely done indeed. A lot of utility, a lot of economy being pushed out though. I mean, that was the Seekers. The convergent paths as well isn't exactly on the biggest sideline right now. The Molly being disrespected though. I like to see that. Kai hasn't managed to get the full control yet though. That pixel could be everything. No swing comes through just yet. I say that the Trailblazer, the relay bolts are being thrown back and forth. The convergent paths, everything is down. How can TE get onto the site? It doesn't look like they're going to be allowed. That is the most populated I have ever seen the kill feed. An absolute bloodbath with only one man standing left for Trace. It is Abo, but he is down against the two members of DRG that have been really, really showing up in their individuality. Spirits, to be honest, a little bit more as well for the team, but Vukashu's individual performance has never, ever been a problem. And the call here that Abo is going to come back to the B site is absolutely genius.
Yeah. You know, and both Vukashu and Spirit not rotating off, committing to the other side here. Very smart play here, but the tap does go down. If he takes one down here, he might have what it takes.
He does! How does he do that? How? I said it was so smart from DRG, and Abo says yes, but my brain is bigger, my brain is wrinklier, my brain has so much more depth than you can ever see. How does Abo walk away from that? The fake tap onto the spike. Vukashu had his knife out. If anyone's seen in the X-ray, no readiness at all for Abo to be in that doorway, and a literal gatekeeper puts Trace Esports right back in contention.
If there was one thing that needed to happen right that round, it was what Abo did with Trace there, and really giving a little bit of a lifeline for Trace here. Wow, absolutely stunned. A little bit of a, you know, gun rotation happening here, but, you know, Spirit holding this down does not take down Lele here, as Lele does take down Spirit. You know, Viva heals, and again, you know, we don't see that heal being used that often, but does come in super clutch on times like this.
Especially low buy, right? Like, I mean, suddenly the Sheriff isn't a one-shot. The Classic is a lot more difficult. The Stinger doesn't even do as much anymore. So, like, in a moment like this, regrowth is absolutely pivotal. But with the Cypher setup here, Trace are not going to have, or Trace are really going to have to survive this. Kai might need the support of his team, unless just a full disengage to back it up. The overdrive popped a little bit early from life, and he might have just allowed Trace a chance into this site once it expires.
Orbital Barrage does coming out. Lily, wow, what an escape there. Using his utility to escape out of that, but that does mean he cannot use it here. But Abo getting caught out by Flex in here, and Lily going down to Vukashu, looking really, you know, and suddenly the 5-3 has turned into a 3v3.
10 seconds. This guiding light could be everything. In fact, it is. The spike essentially has to be stuck here. Delby does win his fight against Nick, but the molly means that the spike doesn't go down. Delby did get the kills in time. I don't actually know who won that. No, wait, it's 11-11. I know who won that, but I couldn't tell you how. I know it's my job to tell you how, but what happened? What happened? Did they not believe? Did they not believe the molly stopped the spike? I need to see I need the VAR on this stat. What was that? We'll see in a moment, I guess. I mean, the rest of this round coming through, but I think this was just... Oh, the spike. Okay, the spike gets put down with less than a second left, but it's just down to the controller, keeping it literally under control.
Wow, and then the second timeout coming through. Yeah, like at the it was that game was all about clutch moments, right? Getting those last 2 kills, putting the spike down. I definitely think the molly did miss, right? And that's why the peak was done by DRG there. But Trace holding it down and getting that point here, 11-11. Wow, what a comeback from Trace. Definitely, you know, I don't like saying this, but I definitely think DRG let Trace take advantage in that map when basically it was their game to throw.
Yeah, I kind of have to agree with that sentiment, Div. It's a lot easier to say up here. It's a lot easier to say when you're not in the server, but yeah, definitely could have been the moment there. I mean, I really do have to highlight the double kill, though. I mean, Delby is on 27 and 15. He is keeping this alive for Trace, and that double kill while Kai was getting the plant was absolutely beautiful. So the individual play from Trace starting to come alive here, and DRG might be staring down the barrel of the end.
Yep. You know, we were talking about loyalty here. If there was one person I'd like to have on my team, or I would rob a bank with, it'd probably be Delby.
Delby's got the control, you believe, the smokes and everything. That's what the stem's for, right? Is to help you do that. We do not encourage this, by the way. This is all joking and hypothetical. Project Horizon and all affiliates do not encourage those types of shenanigans.
For
but
sure.
the shenanigans we do encourage are rounds like this, are moments like this. That Jalili could have potentially made everything end. Kai playing off of him beautifully. The Neural Theft to give the information away, but wall hacks can be disrespected here. But it means that we know this ult's going to get value. Spiritsy with such a tight little swing to make sure that he doesn't give everything up. But Abu does not know where Flexen is. He does not understand where the third and final member of DRG is. The latest and newest up-and-comer for DRG specifically. Of course, not an up-and-comer, not newest to this stage, but newest to that jersey. And Life has just done enough. DRG guaranteed at least an OT.
Yes, Life giving them the lifeline they need for basically getting this. But Spirit being the real hero there, Abo being really confused at the end where the last 2 members of DRG might be. But DRG taking this to match point. 12-11. Not yet over, but very, very close onto game 3. But you know, still a round, or if not more, to play here. Can Trace take it to OT here? Is the real question. Or DRG just let's go to the next map. Trace kind of running around, trying to see which side we should take, because it is now Trace's game. If Trace win this round, they do take it to OT. But DRG holding it down really well on both the sides here. As we see the pushes come through.
Last lane here, the stun comes through. Flexen doesn't care about being stunned, but surely he gets dealt with. Flexen deals with everyone else. He's stuck in a corner, but you are trapped with him. And it is 13-11. DRG avoid OT and manage to win it out in regulation. Trace, a nice execute, but DRG, the better executioners, they managed to avoid all hopes and dreams being shattered, but it's not done yet, Div.
It's a history in the making, right? Because Trace have always 2-0'd DRG from the past few matchups they've had against these two individual teams, but now DRG taking that win. It's 1-1. Wow, what a game! Absolutely slobber knocker of a game. And you know, Delby there at Flexen at the end, taking down the entirety of Trace, if not missing one. Absolutely showing a phenomenal game here as we see the replays, match highlights. Wow, Flexen really a strong showing, multi-kills.
Surely I'm right this time, but Flexen's the... You know, I'm not going to say anything because I keep being wrong. I was bigging up Vikashu and his performance on the Sentinel, which, to be honest, I mean, he has definitely had signs. I mean, the lurking and the overall map control, I will say, that has been an absolute masterclass. Abu's been very solid as well, of course, but I'd say Vikashu's name is quite synonymous at this stage with lurking, and the control that he has got for his team just off of that alone, very, very clean. Spirit Z, though, had to have been the one, and then Flexen, who's done the damage. Kai doesn't care about smokes, by the way. Just saying.
Yes. Clearly, you know, the smokes are just there for show for him. He takes down everyone, but what a strong showing here from Trace as well. You can't discredit them. They had a really good showing on towards the second half of the second map, but again, you know, going on to game 3, how is the mental gonna be affected here, you know, after playing 2 long rounds, 2 long games filled with multiple rounds, right? But yes, this is Abo's game. I don't know how Abo won this round, you know, very strong.
That was theft, to be honest. That really was, but the only way you steal around, the only way you nearly steal away, we'll see Delby here doing that. That left me speechless. Yes, please, I want to see the slow-mo on that. I absolutely do. But what we also want to hear is how Trace, or how DRG kept their composure.
2 个 DP 他说，把黑屋拿了吧先。这个杀，喂嘞，于是下不了包。于是小尔，来，我们去小尔，一口小尔，你们2个小心一点。黑屋是我的，全家霓虹CT。来，我来踩黑屋，我溜，在那了。Sky belong，是改了 B 场。OK，Let's go，这边。溜 backside A。1 2。Nice play, I did. Viper. Get me killed. Let's go. 回面抽 ，guys， 回面抽，怎么了？帮你背烟了，我帮你背烟了。禁烟，能禁烟吗？禁烟，我们打右边。发现 1 2 bam。黑屋是谁？黑屋 Sky， 一个 Sky。Heaven。
击落在 A 区，我方还剩1人。
我打一。2v1。Can try plan? Nice! I got a fun, bro! Let's go!
I would have been wrong. I'm so glad I didn't say anything.
Wow, what a strong showing from Spirit here. ACS of 291, KDA 1.5, ADR of 176, and 7 multi-kills. Wow, fantastic showing from Spirit, but on the way, really taking effort off this agent before this agent gets nerfed onto the next patch. But what a strong showing as we see the replay here. Some highlights from the MVP here. I definitely think Spirit was the difference. A spiritual difference, might I say, that DRG needed to bring this game onto map 3. But wow, what a strong showing. Really holding it down. Very efficient play.
He just did everything that he kind of needed to. Everything that could have been asked of him is exactly what he had done. So a very nice, a very well-deserved MVP from him. I know I did kind of shout out Delby for them size, or sorry, I did kind of shout out Flex, and Delby does manage to take the MVP for Trace, which I'm not surprised by at all. And then the rest of it, kind of as you would expect. Abo feeling a little bit more like his Lotus self by the end, but I think just a little bit too late. And hey, DRG, for anyone that's seen the post on Twitter, I think Spirit Z's copying us. I'm gonna say that, and totally not that we're copying DRG.
Yes. Definitely. But yes, very strong showing. You know, as I said again, it's all about the threes here, you know. We're going on to map 3 on Breeze, which honestly, you know, we've seen a lot of players play Viper here. But before we move on to that, 13 first kills for DRG. You know, the little bit tied on the clutches, but post plants 9-9. Wow. Very close games. That just shows the numbers, right? The numbers speak for themselves, and flawless from DRG. Very strong showing. 13-11. Game being very close here, you know, almost going to OT, but DRG basically taking that game away. As we look into the hexagon for Delby here, wow, the KDA of 2.12, kills per round 1.17, absolutely phenomenal play here, and the ADR of 238. Wow.
Yeah, Delby really made a number and really could have brought Trace back from it and avoided Breeze. But to be honest, DRG, yes, they take that map, but that was a lot harder fought than the first half particularly was going to show. I mean, that ended 9-3, to the fact that we did actually see that full comeback, right? And DRG, a team that we have discussed, Vukashu, a man that was so refusing to kind of move off of Sentinel. We have seen that now change up, right? But if Viper isn't seen on Breeze, pretty much the map where she lives, it could be a quick third map going the way of Trace, but that is all still to be discovered. We will be right back after this break for the final map of the series. Don't go anywhere.
I've been seeing double vision. I've been having trouble sleeping, 'cause these dark nights don't keep you as they always used to do. When I'm falling for good night, will you catch me before the fall? Without you, I'm terrified. Without you here by my side, I'm so dependent. I've been choking on emotions. I've been tangled by my thoughts, 'cause the longer I stay awake, the further I err from you. When I'm falling for good night, will you catch me before the fall? Without you, I'm terrified. Without you here by my side, I'm so dependent. Nothing could have prepared me for the high stakes heartbreak that surrounds me. You want me, you won't let me go. So I've been so.
Well, here we are. We're already on the Agent Select. Welcome back. We've got shenanigans to talk about here. It has been no easy task. It has not been a breeze to get to Breeze for DRG, but either way, we are here. And Jlele has made an interesting decision, Dev.
I know. Phoenix pulling out all the way from DOG, playing Phoenix. Oh my god. And a Jet pull there too. I mean, Jet, sure. But Phoenix, ooh, that's going to be definitely exciting to watch.
That's spicy, because I have been a big proponent of, I do not dislike Phoenix in terms of like his overall kit. Run It Back is an incredible ultimate, like, do not get me wrong. The thing is, Phoenix's flashbang is just so difficult at this level of play to actually get value out of it, because it usually just gets turned, and then it usually just leads to a death.
Especially on a map like Breeze, right, which is very long, very open, right? Like the only valid points of you can use Phoenix's flash is if you're even entry A. The entry A on is so massive. The only thing I would say is entry B, where it would be more efficient, right? But the one place I do think Phoenix flashes will come into clutch is on those 1v1 situations, right? That's where it can make a big difference. Because even when you're turning in a 1v1, if you're turning, by the time you're turning back, your head's popped off already. So those could be difference, but still, Lele pulling this out, very exciting to watch. Gives us a good game to talk about. But as we move on to our first round of map 3, DRG versus Trace.
Hey, big thing as well, as much as Lele kind of stealing the show with the Phoenix, DRG have managed to get Vukashu off of Sentinel. They have managed to get him onto Viper. They have done it. Might not be the first time, but genuinely, I mean, everyone that kind of knew DRG knew that they were I'm going to say it, stubborn. They were a stubborn team that refused to kind of adopt double controller for the longest time. But Vukashu has finally been convinced to do so, and Flex and backing him up with the Astra is going to be cool to see. We get the Whaley, we get the Neon, so maybe could have seen Spirits on the Jet instead, but considering his performance on buying just one map ago, maybe he's just feeling it, and to be honest, don't blame him.
Honestly, me neither. But it's looking like a very strong push all the way from DRG on side A. Has fully secured side A here as the spike is about to go down on the A side. Nick planning it down into that safe position there, but you know, Trace starting to push in here, but holding it down really well onto that mid there. And Phoenix does get the first kill.
But Vukashu's lurk is solid. As I say that though, Viva and Del B, they just get the rest of the site. The smoke's gonna come down from Del B. Viva's just gonna sit really on it here. And Del B, all he has to do is just sit at the edge of the smoke and wait. As I say that, why do I open my mouth? The spike is at least halved. The reload has to come through, but that smoke is going to disappear. Vukashu does it. He gets the ace. The pistol round is his. A single solitary hold it down. Point to the name. Who is it? Who but Vukashu?
Wow. It's funny, right on the break, you were talking about how he is one of your favorite players, right? And him really was like, I gotta show it for my Dante. I gotta show it for my boy, why I am considered his best player. And pulling on the ace here on the pistol round, blind firing into where the spike would have been, right? Wow. What a clutch moment from Vukashu, putting DRG on the scoreboard here early on.
Oh my God. That's absolutely filthy. As well, this is the thing, had he been on like Cypher, okay, 5 ult points to the neural theft is one thing, but 5 ult points, he's already halfway to the Viper's pit on round number 2. He's got the Outlaw on Breeze as well. You were talking about those sight lines, so he might be adding even more notches to that ultimate charge.
I know, very, very strong start here from Vukashu here, but as we see, a little bit of a sneaky DRG play here, trying to find someone. The guiding light not finding anything, but giving information to Trace that the guiding light was used. But might be a quick rotate to A. I don't know if this is something that will work in their favor here unless they get a few pulls. But the dog does go out to get some scan, get some information. Not finding anything here yet, not even the Omen, but well, Spirit is definitely going to find the Omen.
the Trailblazer might not, but he certainly will back up. But to be honest, DRG, a little bit of an oversight there. They just kind of let that execute come through from life, and they kind of give that, or from Spirit Z, sorry, and they kind of give away that life a little bit. Vukashu, though, he continues to take his pound of flesh. He continues to walk through everyone. Listen to the crowd. Vukashu suddenly has become a golden boy of not just DRG at the moment, but potentially everyone watching it right now, and a demon that Trace are somehow going to have to exercise, because right now the spike isn't even really a concern for them. The site is not a concern for them because they have all just moved on from it. And zoom in on that man, the myth, the legend, Vukashu right now.
He's definitely feeling himself 8-0 already in this part of second round right here. We had an early good start from Spirit here. Vukashu taking down 1, then 2, and 3, might I say. Very, very strong showing here. And then Flexen taking out Kai to end that round here. DRG looking really strong, and Vukashu heading on that mantle as we go on to the third round. And, you know, we might get a Viper spit potential here already.
It'll kind of annoy me if it turns out all this time Vukashu's had a really good Viper. Like, after all this time of the team kind of refusing. I mean, maybe DRG don't need a good Viper if you've got Spirit Z, another frag with the Bucky. But yes, it would genuinely kind of upset me. Vukashu's been dealt with, so the Viper's Pit does come online, but it's not going to be anything further here. Trace really, really want this round, but so far the sell from DRG is quite decent. The flash comes through. It's all down onto whether Kai or not decides to hold his ground. He absolutely does, as Trace look to stem the bleeding here. But Vukashu, you pointed out, will already have the Viper's Pit for round 4.
Yeah, I definitely think, you know, it's a little bit of a cleanup from Trace here, as we have Nick and Flexen still alive, but it's not going to be easy because we have Kai holding down, but does not do enough, as he does go down. And now it's a 3v1 with Flexen putting the bomb down, which will help with the eco there a little bit, but only 30 HP in a dream.
Make it a nightmare. Make it a nightmare. Unfortunately, not going to be enough for DRG. So Trace manages to keep themselves a little bit composed, but I mean, okay, Vukashu, as much as I have been giving a lot of love to Vukashu, I do always say it is not how you start in Valorant, it is how you finish. You could get 12 rounds that are all flawlesses, that everyone does solidly on. If you don't get that 13th, that performance is meaningless.
Yes, I definitely agree. Trace does put themselves on the scoreboard here, 1-2 for favoring DRG. But you know, if Vukashu shows the form he showed in the first 2 pistol rounds, oh, this is going to be a tough game for Trace. Viper spit potential here available for DRG. So all they have to do is make sure they get the spike down and then Viper spit it all the way. You see the Neon aggressive push here, as I just said it, because they need the spike down and the Viper's push. The spike has not gone into B side yet. You know, trying to get a few kills here.
Bit of a heavy lurk from Nick. Yeah, just a little bit of patience, maybe a bit too actually passive on that side, especially if Life's gone down with no support from his team yet. This has been a bit of a shaky kind of execute right now, but the timing from Abo is not fantastic. He is going to bite the bullet because of it. The spike still not planted down just yet. The Viper's Pit going to go down before it does. And surely on the follow-up, we will be seeing that in just a moment. Nick realizing that he is the one there, but we see the Hunter's Fury being dealt with. We see it being danced around, and now it's not going to get anything surgically dealt with. But Kai off the distraction, he's just going to take down Nick. It's not the Viper's Pit, it's not the boss himself, but it is a kill nonetheless as the trades come through. And Shillelagh still has to find a way to break through. He's got the blindside, he's got the curveball, sorry. I'm too used to calling Yoru's flashes, but it is that execute down. Vukashu swings out too early, and Kai takes it for himself. Both are dealt with, and the retake looking so clean.
Trace taking that, you know, clinical finish to the game, even though the Viper's Pit was online, you know, taking that. And here, Kai using the distraction really well to actually taking down the Spike Planner as well as the other Astra and the Viper, Vukashu and Flexen respectively. And wow, Trace bringing it back 2-2. You know, anybody's game at this stage, but you know, we have lost the Viper's Pit here, but we do have Flexen's divider here. But There's a lot happening here, but slow push onto A from DRG.
Life wanting to, or Spursy wanting to make it a little bit faster. The Bucky, though, is an awkward gun. The right clicks is a cruel and fickle mistress. And it does not work out for himself right now. Jalele managed to answer back, and if anyone hasn't seen Phoenix in such a long time, I wouldn't blame you, but he doesn't have to stand in his wall anymore to heal up. He just has to touch it once. The Cosmic Divide, very, very nice, though, to get DRG comfortably into the site and controlled it, but the retakes from Trace been okay so far. Viva certainly making it look a little bit cleaner, even cleaner, as Kai manages to set it up. And the spike not really planted for main regardless allows Trace to take the lead.
Take the lead here. Wow. Yes, that's a good point, right? About Phoenix not holding it down onto the wall. He just has to pass through or touch it and it heals him. But as we look into the replay here, really, really strong showing from Trace here, holding it down really well, getting the defuse here and getting Vokushu as the last kill by Kai. Wow, here's a timeout from DRG side. Yeah, how do we, this is what, you know, I like lip sync them if I could. How do we start pistol rounds so well and then we throw it all out when the gun rounds come in? Are pistols better than guns, folks? Help me understand.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, yes, you had a hell of a pistol round, but it was all Fukaku. It was a one-man ace clutch off the back of it, so DRG maybe didn't have the best pistol round. Fukaku certainly, I will say, on the other hand, though, has. But yeah, Trace just with the guns now online. It is a bigger map, Breeze, very much so. Since the changes to mid, it's nowhere near got kind of the biggest sight lines compared to like Lotus, Abyss, even Fracture. Some of the off angles in Fracture, absolutely huge, but it's still going to be a factor, and it's clearly playing one right now. The gun rounds have came through, and we've kind of seen this all the time, right? It's kind of team. It goes one way for one team. The gun rounds come through. Swing backs the way, and for Bind at least then it was able to swing a couple times. Lotus was a lot more just kind of one back swing, and that was us.
Yep, I completely agree, right? The mid changes in Breeze completely changed how the map works and how the rotations work, so all of these teams had to adapt to the change. As we move on to our next round here, and DRG slowly lurking onto side A, but we do have Abo holding it down as DRG rush into the A side, B side, apologies here.
and they do take one with it. That's a beautiful saturate, and so far it is, well, I was going to say kind of back and forth. It felt a little bit more, but off of that last frag there, yeah, again, another just full site control here. Kai with the operator was not aware that he had that. DRG certainly not with that peeker, sorry. DRG having it. We see the run it back, the value of it, Life's position being known. Now Kai just allowed to hold this. We should see, if this operator shot comes through, we might be able to see the Blade Storm as well, because it is online. But the amount of sight control right now, DRG constant repositioning around the Viper walls, constantly updating these crossfires and these angles. And the patience is good right now from Trace. It's good enough right now, but do they know where he is? The shadow on the wall, the demon behind them. But Kai this time smells blood, and he carves himself up a nice pound of what I would argue is currently very, very premium game.
Yes, that is true. That is, you know, if gamey was the way to go, that's what this game has been. You know, Vokushu had a good trace there, a good hold on trace there, but that flick, 2 op kills there and a complete flick with his jet ult, with his jet blades, really taking it down. Kai showing really, really good gameplay here as we move on to our next round. Trace 4-2.
Allowed to just kind of keep that now. They just sit in the defense and wait. They don't have to meet DRG. It's DRG to execute onto the site, and with only one ultimate, and with life, unfortunately for him, rocking the 0 and 6, could just be more for Trace to capitalize on.
Yep, definitely. But yes, there's both the Jets holding down with the ops here as we see DRG slowly making a push. But do they know if Nick is Trace is holding this down with the op. Kai, should I say, but as the paranoia is about to go through, the push comes in.
Looking clean. It's looking very clean. Life gets his first one. Manages to take down Viva all the way kind of on that back bridge. Conversion path doesn't hit anyone. It's Kai to do the hitting right now. Beautiful flick. The high gear is absolutely knocked back into first. And the information, Nick's position known. Guardian in hand, 2 shots could actually make the difference here. It's not a complete impossibility. But if Jalele is going to have the timing and the aim like that, just a beautiful, quick swing and a peek, you're not going to have any chance right now. And Trace managed to make themselves 5-2. Again, the win streak that they had on Lotus, that 7 rounds back-to-back, Div, looking a little bit likelier to be recreated.
Yes. I completely agree. I think with the way they were playing, they probably might have extended. But look at that flick. Oh my god. The most satisfying way to kill a Neon sliding there. Wow. Taking down Neon and taking down the entire team with that op. As we move on to the next round, Delby taking a very high spot here.
Drops down.
And as soon as I said that, he moves down.
He's like, oh no, they can see me. He's like, oh, I'm getting performance anxiety. I'll need to reposition again. Which, to be honest, again, Trace, you know, the repositioning, that's been their big strength.
Yes, ooh, that drone finding, all drone finding a lot of information there. As we see Kai just being absolutely abysmal with that op and taking down one team member after the other. Absolutely strong showing with the op. Someone needs to take that op off of his hands.
They might be trying to as well. It is currently.
Yes.
Kai's definitely an absolute showman with it right now, and DRG, they've lost their lurk. They've lost the one kind of hope and dream that they could have now, and it's so scary when you're in a low buy on Breeze. What do you actually do? You die, you get cut down by Viva, is exactly what happens. The Astra Stars, the Nebula are not going to save you. And it's not an empty A site either, though. Jalele's still just holding on, and he manages to find not just his first, but the spike to follow it along. Curveball to come through. He knows where Flexen is roughly. Flexen's still a bit fast with it. But Nick has actually got a big lurk up mid, a massive lurk up mid, and he's suddenly made this a very competitive round here. Delby knows that this is currently a 1v1 until Nick can see him. He's got the angle, but Nick's got the drop here. He gets the shot. Beautiful. The op has been salvaged. Guiding light goes right past Abo. Maybe not expecting that close range. He is not. And it's just enough for Trace to hold on despite a beautiful flank up mid.
I know. The next flank there on Trace really put this round almost in the clutches of DRG. But Trace, essentially, Abo being the clutch player there and taking it down. But here's the early kill from Kai. Absolutely phenomenal here. And then Flexen taking down the teams here. But Nick absolutely getting an amazing lurk there, but Abo finishing it off for his team as we go on to our second timeout. A little too early in my opinion, but I guess it's 6-2, so it's getting to that point, right? So might as well take this down and discuss what needs to be done, because this is, again, guys, the last round, last map between these two team members right now. Whoever wins this goes to the takes third place in this group. You know, map 3, third place, 6-2, DRG versus Trace. But Dante, what do you think DRG needs to do?
Vikash just needs to get 4 more aces. It's very easy. I don't know. He's already done 1. What's the harm in getting 4 more?
I feel like there's a little bit of a consciousness bias coming into play there.
Maybe there is. I don't know what you're talking about. I can see, I do agree that the timeout is a little bit early. I see the logic behind getting such a nice flank and then still not being able to convert the round, especially by being able to steal the operator, and not being able to convert that is a big deal. But yeah, to go the rest of this game without a single timeout is pretty scary. You're basically banking that this one timeout alone, it is at least done with a full buy, which was a criticism I had on DRG last time, but we'll see if it's enough.
We do see Kai with the op again, but Viva takes down Life here. Pretty strong start already. I guess not even a second into the round.
Yeah, very, very clean. Very, very clean with that. And we'll see if that can continue. DRG trading out, though, and it always seems like the trades are favoring Trace, especially with the Viper's Pit now online. It's usually not been enough to be fully respected. We've usually seen aggression go into the Viper's Pit, but this time it's currently Vukashu and Spirits to try and make Jalele's life a living hell. Good for one. Abo, though, getting pushed out here. The molly is good, but Flexen has crossed, and there is no way anyone is going to protect that, but the HP is oh so low. If only that mattered, because Nick is there with the regrowth online. Spirit Z not opting for the heal, actually. He's going to sit there on 4 HP, and that could be a problem for him, especially with wallbangs being a factor.
Yep. Viva does coming in onto B side from B main here. He does get a pull here. Oh, that... Oh, good protection from Spirit, because that would have been a very unfortunate timing from Nick here. But Kai with the op here. Can he get one? Can he get two more?
It's unlikely, but the shorty could be something here. He's good for the second, but Nick does have that set up on the third. So an expensive round for DRG, but a round nonetheless.
Yes, for sure. You know, getting a win here really mattered before Trace ran away with it. But 6-3, not a bad scoreline as we head on to our next round. But wow, the Viper's Pit stayed up way too long than I would have expected. But Kai getting 1-2, but Nick holding it down, protecting his teammate as a loyal compatriot, making sure that his team gets that win here. But finally, after 6 rounds, DRG getting back again on the board.
Timeout was good. Timeout was solid, and Tracer now going to have to adapt around it. Kai still managing to keep his operator alive, and there's a lot of ultimates to work with for Trace here. The only one being popped was the Viper's Pit, so see what they can do with those.
The whole team has ults here. A lot of footsteps moving around going on, but B side only has Abo holding it down, right? So if he gets even one kill here, kind of helps his team retake, but gotta be really careful, because I think Trace has starting to realize that they might have all gone to B, and that's a lot of util being used.
A lot of util being used. It's a very clean execute, but not too many people to be impacted. Abo just having to disengage, and now we get to see the power of the run it back potentially. Even if no frags are found, that is information Jalele gives, and the map will flash up the icons and the positioning of these members of DRG. It's now about this actual execute. We're hearing the pre-fires, we're hearing the setups, and the spike yet again taking a decently long time to get planted. It's not came down just yet. Vukashu will manage to re-engage to get it down, but Nick has fallen because of that. The Hunter's Fury at least baited out, so the Viper's Pit a lot safer. There is no run it back either, so it is very much just a case of face checking this pit. One flash from Jalele, I believe, still left. He sees one, he finds life in with it. Good disengage. The operator shot echoing through the Blade Storm as well now, and an additional angle here. The last two members now are in this Viper's Pit. It's up to themselves. It would be a 2 versus 5 clutch. A Viper's Pit is certainly the thing to make that happen. Certainly the world that you would want to live in. But Abu, Delvi, and Jalele just a bit overwhelming. Shut it down before DRG could make something spectacular occur.
Yeah, that Viper's Pit was really strong there, right? Like, it actually almost helped them win the round here, but just not enough, because, you know, Trace really being very strong there, taking down everyone. I almost thought they got the round there, but it's Trace was like, nope, we're gonna trace the steps of every member on your team and make sure we keep getting those wins. But Kai again on that op. Oh, never mind. He probably didn't lose it, but showing very strong signs.
Oh, we're already wanting to play this pace. DRG are trying it. It is a fake. Of course, the spike's actually being committed on towards the B side right now. I say that they've decided against it. Kai's first flick not so good. The second one absolutely the case. Spirit C is absolutely panicking. He pulls out the knife. Switching to your tertiary is faster than reloading. Switching to your secondary as well. All the damage in the world, still enough to keep the A site looking strong. A little bit again though of a staggered push. DRG very, very patient on the control and putting that into an actual spike plant. Very patient work and should not be enough here for Jalele. 3 people with guns, well, 3 guns and a classic to deal with, but either way, surely an impossible task. The curveball goes out, does actually push away Flex, and the 180 is incredible. But Spirits is still there, ready and waiting.
Very, very strong, you know. Spirit switching to his tertiary and killing the jet with the blade. Very, 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 very efficient to see. Yeah, there it is. There is a switch. But yes, DRG being very meticulous here. Lele almost bought it back there. If he got the kill on Abo there, he does help a little bit of his team to get that, but it was just not enough as we go on to our next round. 7-4 for Trace.
And we see DRG get one more round, one more equal, one more chance to get a 7-5. Would be the closest kind of slash line we would have had for a half here. We're seeing Spirits come through. Delby with the paranoia. The TP's absolutely genius. He's good for one. And the convergent pass isn't really going to hit anyone here. Viva's managed to kind of circumnavigate it just by hiding in the nebula. Steps out into Vukashu's line. And he takes an extra one for free. Spike now planted because of it, and this lurk up on towards the double doors. It's not going to be anything further. But Vukashu, that alone gives him the control. It's a double swing from Orange. Jalele gets one. You'd have to reposition to try and then get the run it back in a safe position. Beautiful snake bite from Abo. Double door still being held, but the timing, this is scary here. The Phoenix wall comes through, and Vukashu does it as well. Steps on towards the site, and yet again steps out from his chair to greet the crowd. It's not a positive scoreline for DRG yet, but every round brings them closer to that as a reality.
It was definitely a positive game for Vukashu there, just holding down mid doors, not budging, being the gatekeeper there, taking down not 1 but 2 but 4 people in that round. Really showing very strong showing as we move on to our halftime. 7-5 for Trace. Still anybody's game as we move on to the second half of this game. Oh, what are your thoughts? You know, I thought Trace would have actually ran away with this game.
It was I genuinely, the moment I seen Viper actually existing, that DRG had finally accepted it. Again, if this is not the first time Vukashu has run it, then please feel free to correct and tell me I'm silly, but it's the first time I've certainly seen it, and it's the first time that I could find any type of record of it fully. Yeah, different story. That seems to be it, because Viper does play kind of like a sentinel anyway. None of her utility gets picked up or moved around. It's all about just putting it down and then living to get the value out of it. So the game plan with Viper is quite similar to that of a sentinel, but initially I guess DRG and especially Vukashu not wanting to run that risk. This time there's too much on the line. There's too many developments upcoming, even if not for this specific game, for this specific patch here. You know, of course, Wele's still going to be strong, but for future developments, everything could change here.
Definitely, I completely agree with you. You know, and as we can see, the breakdown here from Vukashu's side per round, right? 5 in the first, 3 in the second, always getting multi-kills in round 4, 5, 6, you know, and then round 9, 10, 11, 12, it's 3 or more consistently for Vukashu here. Really strong showing. Wow, already at almost a 20 bomb. Wow, very strong as we move on to the second half of this map 3 for the 3rd position in the group stage. It's 7-5 for Trace.
The pistol rounds are even looking a little bit cleaner for DRG too. The pistol rounds are even looking a little bit cleaner. Everything could suddenly be going their way. The one thing for DRG, though, is you pointed out Vukashu's multi-kills. The rest of the team do kind of need to start showing up, though. They really do need to get a similar level of impact because multi-kills are good, but they need to be backed up, and that's exactly what I'm saying. That's exactly what I mean. A beautiful series of shots from Spirit Z, and it is Vukashu to line it up. Nice Spirits, now Life off his desk himself, off the floor. And with his team, the laughs and the smiles are there. Even DRG, even Life there. He's always looking a little bit like, what am I seeing? But Spirit Z, it wasn't quite the ace, but a 4K to take the pistol regardless.
Basically said, Vukashu, if you can do it, I can do it too. Yeah, I know I might be the newest team member here, but I gotta prove myself, and this is how I'm gonna prove myself. Getting the 4 kill.
Spirit Z, remember not being the most recent, Life being the most recent. Spirits is just clean with it, but Spirits has always been it. But hey, I asked if some of the other team could show up to meet Vukashu, and Spirits absolutely listened.
Yep. That was a really cool Sheriff play there. As we see moving on to our next round, getting closer and closer. 7-6 for DRG. It does take down Flexen as the first kill, as the kills have started to begin.
Unless these classics, unless the low buy here, you don't have to push this. You really don't. I want Spirit to disengage so badly, and he does, thankfully. He walks into that. He might get Kai, sure, but he gives away a kill and potentially a gun off the back of it. Man and numbers advantage for Trace right now. But in terms of map, in terms of overall firepower, not even going to be in the same caliber as Trace now being spotted out here. Life with the control. He knows that the rotate is kind of coming through the comms, that they are in mid. It's coming through, and here we go. The Bulldog finds its marks. 1 and 2. I think really that is going to be the it of this for Trace. The backup is there. DRG. Are they hungry? Or are they going to just keep this control? So far, it's just keeping this control. Oh, I say that. Not looking as controlled to start. But Life managing to take the reins at the end of the Bulldog and get the frags, even reaching over. He knows it was a little bit shaky, but he got there in the end.
And now I can say he, as the newest member, he had to prove himself. So, but, you know, I think they sometimes listen to you, or you're speaking to them telepathically. Because you did say Vukashu getting those multi-kills, his other team members need to do that. And just the 2 preceding rounds right after that, we saw Spirit do a 4K and then Life do a 4K, making sure DRG brings his game back up.
My crystal ball, I may be able to pin the receipt for my crystal ball is what I'm hearing here. But I'll keep it on hand just in case for the moment. Potential bloodbath in mid coming through here. The stack very different to what we had seen over that first half, and just the most unique stack we have seen thus far. And Abo, despite having the better gun, Life is suddenly warmed up, and this Bulldog is smelling blood.
Yep, very strong here. Abo does go down. DRG still looking very strong. Haven't made a commitment yet. You're seeing very spread out on A, you know, but Life holding down mid here, sees the rotate, communicates that to his team members, but they end up pushing mid here.
Oh, into who else? But Life with that Bulldog currently set up and comfortable. He finally gets dealt with, but he's already good for 2 on the round that Trace need, especially considering the economy situation at the moment. Vukashu with the Outlaw here. Shalele is not going to be able to survive a bullet from it. Kai and Viva can. But if they get even just chipped down a little bit, they'll find themselves in a similar vein. Viva just trying his best to get that member in Flexen moved out of the way. The guiding light not going to find much. Viva takes a bit of damage. The curveball is there. And Trace managed to walk through. 4 seconds left on the clock, and the frags are all one way. Pure red on the kill feed. Vukashu with an Outlaw. Every single person here, though, is 1 shot, 1 kill. He would need to find the time to get a reload for that 3rd one. But that's 1. Gets the headshot even just for good measure, and suddenly 2 bullets remaining. He doesn't want that smoke. He wants the Vandal. but Kai is ready to meet him in the pyramids, and currently the Pharaoh is the one to walk away victorious.
If there was one player who could have clutched that, it was definitely Vokishu. But yeah, I think the Trace was really ready for Vokishu there, getting that kill. But yes, you know, Trace finally taking a lead on this game here, 8-7, and it's a timeout on Trace's side. Okay.
I mean, it kind of makes sense. We looked at a 6-2 one time, and now all of a sudden 8-7. It is getting a bit scary. There's an additional timeout as well. I think this is mainly just to let everything fully reset. I wouldn't even be surprised if there's not too much in the way of strats to adapt, and it is just a make sure DRG can kind of keep the momentum going. We're doing solid here, and we just need to finish solid, because if DRG really focus in here, of course they get to use this timeout as well, we could be seeing a break to the curse. 4-0 could become 4-1 for towards DRG.
Yep, that is true. But currently Trace leading 8-7, and if I'm not wrong, leading for the first time in this map, right?
Yeah, I want to say.
Yep. Yeah.
0-2 and then the 6 win streak. No, 0-2 and then the 6 win streak. Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, the 6 win there. Yes, but back up again. Let's just say that. Yes, it's very tight game. Not as close as I thought it would have been when you know, the Breeze pick was mentioned.
Again, the adaptation. Really love to see it. I'm so happy that DRG have kind of moved that on a little bit. But it's still not over yet. Just because you've moved on to Viper, just because you are playing double controller, it doesn't guarantee you the victory.
Yes, that is true. There's so much more that goes into the gameplay, more than map selection, positioning, aiming, decision making, gunplay.
Oh, and speaking of gunplay, here we go. Not the Cosmic Divide, sorry, but the Nebula. And this Gravity Well comes through. The Star as well. Flexing's good for it. Nick cannot get the support that he needs. Viva, though, is certainly the one to do it. Walks out of Amy and makes a statement for himself. The Relay Bolt's solid. The Flash is even better, though, as Abu backs his teammate up. Snakebite being dropped down. Spirit Z just walks through the Viper wall. But then Jalele on bricks with the control here. The spike is now down. One man yet again stands between DRG and a potential heartbreak, and it is going to be heartbreak. He cannot do that yet again. And Trace are even seeming to adapt their playstyle when they know it's Vukashu as the last player standing.
Yep, they know that this is one player we cannot mess with when it comes to clutch moments, because he does what he does best, brings the game back to his team. So they're playing very, very meticulously, double swinging, doing the high lows, making sure that they do get Vokishu out together, or at least trade, so they can at least get that victory there. But move on to our next round. Trace leading 2 rounds more than DRG on our map 3 here on Breeze.
We're playing for the ults. We're playing for this low buy here. It is just pistols. Trace maybe not expecting it. A decent chunk of damage has been done, but now the aggression. Now all of a sudden they want to force the fight, and Spirit Z has not only got the frag, but that's allowing the convergent paths to come online. Suddenly the lower buy might not be as relevant if you cannot fire the guns as fast. But Nick's not there to support Spirit Z, at least not initially. At least not to start with. But the Sheriff certainly in town picks up 2. And this was DRG's low buy. This was DRG clawing and scrambling for anything they can find. And they've just found themselves, Div, a potential round from nothing.
Wow, very strong from Nick here. You know, taking down 2 early on. Spirit taking down 1 as well. Very, very strong. Bringing them down to just Viva here. But I think the spike is going to go down on B here with Vokishu and Life not having any clue of where Viva might be. But Viva needs to clear this side. And the bomb does go down. This is when the players are going to be notified that the bomb spike has gone down on side B here. And now it's just a waiting game. He does have access to his ultimate here, but might be tough with these two players, especially with a Neon who can run up to you, right?
Oh yeah, every piece of kit Life still has online. Got fast lane relay bolt, and they've just got guns now. By the way, like they went and scavenged exactly that. Love the patience though. Viva doesn't immediately swing as soon as he hears the high gear get kicked into, but he's just not enough. Vukashu still keeping an eye on exactly that. So DRG, they take a thrifty, they steal away a round that should not have been possible, and I do have to say, arguably off of the back of Kai just pushing through there, trying to be a little bit overzealous. And then when all else would fail, it cuts away. We've been censored from the beautiful shots that Nick had landed. But either way, regardless of the fact we didn't get to see them in the replays, we saw them there. And DRG saw them. So 8 rounds.
Yeah, as we get into a round start, looks like a very aggressive push onto B side here. But can be as aggressive as it can, but Life taking down Kai early on, but a bunch of players going down here, just trades after trades, but Abo goes here for 2-2 for either teams as the Viper's Pit goes down for Abo, and Viva does get the spike down.
That was massive. I talked about we mentioned Abu on Bind, and we kind of said that he wasn't showing up as much. That was probably the most pivotal 2k we could have seen off of the entire series. That's 2 kills into the Viper's Pit, into a really comfortable position for the spike. I do say that Flexen's not being held. Main was not being touched at all, and Viva, his life given away for free. The Hunter's Fury as well, not a factor anymore. Flexen is being meticulous, Dev. You used the word itself. The Viper's Pit goes down to potentially sell that Abu has left the site, and that is exactly what he has not done. Catches him in the astral form. Flexen not able to flex enough just at the end there, and we got to see just this hold down there. The back and forth was very, very pivotal, but yeah, Abu, he actually gets, I say it was a 2k, it was a 3k overall to get that ult online. Flex just caught out at that last moment. Oh no. Oh, he got the ult point from the spike being planted. I'm very silly. I was wondering how he got the third one. He gets the 3k in the end, but gets the spike planted, and Abu, as soon as he was needed, comes online for Trace.
Yes, as we move on to our next round here, Trace moving on and trying to secure B here, but this could be a really good 1v1 here. Spirit and Vukashu here for support.
There's 5 people. There were 4 people behind. This was not a 1v1. This was not a 1v1.
Not anymore. Not anymore.
You cannot even hope at the moment. But Vukashu again, still lurking, still in an angle to support his team. The Viper Snakebite does go down to prevent the entry, but Kai is already online. Kai is already here to meet Vukashu, and he gets the frag down. Viva's still rocking this Hunter's Fury. He's been having it for a little while now. Maybe it would be nice just to see it get popped for a little bit, because he's been traded out. Nick, yet again with the Sheriffs, doing some good damage. Seekers being popped gives a little bit of information. Life on window, and because of that angle, he finds it on to Kai. And the fast lane as well being believed. He baits out Abu, and the angle being checked completely wrong. Jalele completely full flash. 2 apiece, 1 either side of him. And we still see the fresh blood for DRG standing up and getting the crowd hyped. I swear most people that play with DRG, whether they're new or old, they do get that from Vukashu.
Yes, for sure. I know, I completely agree with you, right? And like clutching at those moments, it's just something beautiful to watch.
Absolutely.
Wow. But yeah, DRG bringing it closer and closer, you know, not letting Trace running it away. And we saw something similar happened in the previous map here on Bind, but we're here at Breeze. We're trying to see who takes it away on this map 3 with a strong start here from game 1, what Trace had.
Yeah, it's really quite a statement that DRG have managed to bring this back, even make this so close, but they will have to do a little bit more. Trace on the lower buy though, so in theory, this should be DRG's round to lose, and the Outlaw will be doing quite a decent chunk of damage. But the last time I said in theory it was a team's round to lose, DRG managed to come back from an absolutely beautiful thrifting.
And that's what theorems are, right? They're all for notes, but practicality is when, you know, the true physicality comes into play. But then again, if anything, past precedents are shown.
Who knows? You can set a precedent, but can you actually live off the precedent? Oh,
yes.
I say that. The snake bite comes through, does a little bit of damage, but it does mean that Flexen likely not going to get checked here, and that's exactly the case. Not even being looked at by Kai. The comm's not fast enough to let his team know, or to let himself know where that member is in bricks. So because of it, 10-10 scoreline equalized. It's down to the wire.
Wow. 10-10. DRG bringing the game back. It is a game, anybody's game at this stage. I can't even tell if one team deserves it the other one. Like, it's honestly been two phenomenal teams playing a phenomenal game of Valorant here on Breeze. And honestly, this has been such an interesting series to watch and cast.
Liking the pace change though. Really liking it. Trace just wanting to keep the lurk on the mid. We're seeing the Omen TP, and I believe not just seeing the we're not seeing the run it back just yet, but Life is just on it. He knows Delby being quite predictable, and he pays the price.
Wow, taking down Phoenix and his ult, as well as Delby down with his operator here, but still holding it down here. So Guiding Light finding out some information that there is someone out here, but as we see Trace rotating on to A slowly and surely, but Flexen holding this entry point really well. Does get flashed though, but does take down 1, 2, 3 everyone at one point. It's like DRG was ready for Trace. Come on, come into my house. There is no entryway here.
Yeah, just you may walk through, but that door's gonna shut pretty loud behind you. And the guillotine then does fall. And because of it, 2 rounds separate DRG from doing what would be a hell of a comeback, to be honest. I mean, 13-5 on Lotus, it looked so finished already. Bind even looking finished, but DRG just clutching, just bringing it. And you can hear it, everyone is now hyped. All the excitement. A match that means who gets 3rd placed in the group stage overall. And it would be one of the hypest this entire group stage has had.
I definitely agree with you, right? Like, who would have thought? You know, I'm getting that Paul Rudd meme in my head. Look at us. Who would have thought? Who would have thought right now? But yes, Trace do call a timeout here, which honestly I think is pretty apt here. You know, DRG leading 11-10. All DRG needs is to get 2 games in a row to basically take this away from Trace and avoid the overtime. Because if it does go to overtime, we could see this game go back and forth for a while for sure. Which honestly, I'm not going to complain about. But I'm sure the players' fatigue does come into play towards the latter rounds.
I mean, we've seen it last series, right? If anyone missed with Echo and Affinity, it was JDG and it was TYL 2-0 that TYL did manage to take it, but the first map being a quadruple overtime was an absolute slugfest for both teams, and that is now going to be a factor again, especially for Trace, right? You've now got this concern that the comeback could actually happen against you, which could create some nerves, especially if your entry's already done and dusted here. Kai now has to do everything on his own. Spirit Z's already good for another here. Uses the light speed, the refract to get himself out, and the kill feed is all green. The kill feed is everything you could hope for, DRG. And 1 round difference between them and taking this series. Trace 2, just for a chance at OT. This is the exact same situation that happened on Bind, Dev, and you can see the scoreline. We know how it went when.
Yes, you could see the stress here on Trace's face as this game is a little running away from them. But that flick from Spirit and jumping in again with his utility, trying to get that Sova, absolutely great. As we go into match point for DRG, all they need is one clutch round, and they've taken the series away from Trace, which might be an historic one, or at least been a while since DRG has taken it, and it's an early start from Life as he takes down Delby.
No one, I believe, would have said comfortably that this was a 4-0 kind of head-to-head. That Trace, by the way, is Trace on the 4-0. Not even really dropping many maps against DRG over the course of that entire 4-0 series win. So, a historic moment is right, Div. And Delby, that's one controller down. The Viper wall already placed on the A site. So, Trace, a lot less options for their attack now. 2 ultimates. But we'll probably be seeing that Hunter's Fury come through for the post plant, I would imagine. But maybe Viva, understandably so, realizes they don't have the time for that anymore, and that maybe just a Hail Mary play to get some level of value for his team is necessary.
Yeah, Vokishu does have the Viper Spit, and as soon as I said that, the Viper Spit does go down on B side, pushing all of Trace on towards A side here. There is just Flexin holding this down here. So does do the Cosmic Divide, and the Cosmic Divide does go down. Oof.
This is hard. This is tough.
Yes.
This is everything here. Abu, though, be able to make it out once just with his lurk onto double doors, being answered back. No, the play is Storm Kai. It's one of the few times he's properly missed, but it was the most important potentially. Nick, not initially fighting Jalele, but getting the support either way. The op shot lands, and Life, the one to finish it off, the newcomer to DRG, is the one to put the nail in the coffin of Trace.
Wow, what a fantastic series between these two exceptionally well-rounded teams, right? And Vokishu really starting it off and really coming alive in the second and third game here, and really showing it up for his team as he lifts his team members and his coach up. You know, congratulations are in order here, but what a fantastic game from DRG. They really showed up for each other here, right? And honestly, taking this game away from Trace, who would have thought? Like, it's everyone was touting 2-0 for Trace, and it has been since for past precedents, right? But DRG really waking it up towards the end, taking the game away and winning the series 2-1.
Yeah, beautiful. The handshakes and the fist bumps are more than deserved for both teams here. Do not let anything take that away as well. Just Trace finding themselves a couple of really shaky moments. I mean, it's difficult to say just don't get aced in the pistol round, but because Vukashu did something absolutely monumental at that moment, but still just a little bit more adaptive positioning, just a little bit more overall support, and Trace could have found themselves in the third spot for the group stage. We did talk about it. There are no concerns right now of like dropping into relegation or dropping into complete elimination. Wolves and Nova, for anyone that doesn't know, are currently rocking the 0-4. So there's basically no real way for either of those teams to kind of claw their way back in. If they did, it would be nothing short of a miracle.
Yep, I completely agree. As we see them interacting with the fans, celebrating. Oh, must have feel good after that best of 3. Must feel so good taking that away from Trace.
No, absolutely beautiful. I mean, it would have to, right? I mean, again, 13-5 on a map that you kind of that you should be okay with. You managed to then answer back on Bind. That is, of course, your opponent's map pick, but we'll get to the interview so we can hear a little bit more.
比赛的胜利，我们也是请到了 Nick 选手来接受我们的采访。Hello Nick，恭喜你们给常规赛画上了一个圆满的句号。那今天联华古城队
So T changed comms on Lotus
从之前的一个单决斗
to a double duels vice.
也确实打出了比较好的效果。
What happened on Lotus?
出现在哪儿的？
我觉得这张图，我觉得他们对我们的 A 点做。
And he says that T countered their A play quite well.
确实能感觉得到。那微风岛屿其实你们也是做出了一些调整嘛。
And to talk about Breeze, the Vukash's Viper.
过往使用蝰蛇的次数可能是非常。
And why do you guys choose to do that?
其实好像就是前几天吧，他自己说他想。
And he says that he said a few days ago that he wanted to try play Viper for the
当
team.
时大家也都觉得他来到这个位置上可以有一个很好的发挥。
就我觉得他就是。
And he says that Vukash is pretty good on every role.
他是我们最坚强的后盾。
是的，个人能力非常强的一名选手。那要不要也评价一下他今天蝰蛇的表现？你觉得怎么样？
And he says that Vukash is so good on Viper today.
太厉害了，我们都看得到。那你在整个联赛其实也保持着一个非常高的平均每回合
So the Thomas assists.
高的一个击败数，包括今天也提供了非常重要的一些技能支持。那我们也想知道每次你是如何找到这种抓取。
Yeah, how do you find these opportunities to like get information for the team, to like support the team, to flash for the team?
说就是去看小地图，然后。 看队友的站位，然后去想怎么给他。
And he says that he always looks at the minimap to look at his teammates' positions to support them properly. And any sky tips for everyone?
就是就是你多摆自己，多闪队友。
He says that as long as you blind yourself more, blind teammates more, you get the hang of it.
现在其实也有一个比较好的成绩嘛，对于
And any expectations for playoffs? And do you think there was anything that you did well in the regular season?
期待的话就是康哥我来了。
And he says that he wants to play EDG. He says that.
刚刚在赛后采访跟你说的话，很期待。
Yeah, he's really looking forward to playing EDG.
是的，我们也非常期待可以看到你们再次交手。
And that's it for the interview. It's time for the prize show for the audience.
还设有福能掉落的抽奖活动，在比赛期间，现场将随机抽选观众获赠游戏资产。接下来有请 Nick 选手为我们抽取一下幸运的现场观众。
All right. Oh, those you know, checking the minimap is definitely a clutch thing to support his teammates, but it's so nice to hear teammates talking about supporting each other, right? Like that's loyalty. We were talking about loyalty earlier on, right? And that's honestly what DRG helped DRG clutch this. But you know, him mentioning Vokushu on Viper, both of us, you know, discussing, you know, maybe that should have been the play from the start, as we see a few replays here from the game here. Absolutely clutch moments from DRG.
Yeah, it really was. Life coming in as well, by the way, because he was going really, really rough at the start, and then once he got the Bulldog online for that second half, he really started to show up. We get to see the ace yet again, because who but Vukashu could do something like that?
Yep, and celebrating, getting up, cheering, taking it all in. I am the clutch master here. Know my name. This is who I am. But yeah, Kai also putting out a lot of work in this game too. Kai really showing up as well with the op, getting those clutch moments. Oh, those flicks, absolutely gorgeous.
I think that to be honest, that was actually just the difference maker there. It's difficult to do an operator on attack. You really do just need to kind of get yourself in. You need to get your team into the site. So, you know, it's difficult there if you're having such a good op game, if you can't really finish on the op. And do just want to highlight there, we finished the first half of the highlights. Vukashu is 19-9, the only player on his team to go positive. And DRG then rally behind him. Spirit sees what he can do, and he wants to do it himself. He stands up to meet his own compatriot, and the smiles are there. And that moment probably was where DRG realized this was possible.
Yes, and Life basically saying, you know, 1 can do it, 2 can do it, so can 3, right? And him basically putting this. Honestly, you're right. That was the moment where it put it into DRG's belief system that we have what it takes to take this game away from Trace.
Yeah, indeed. And just when we get to see that movement you highlighted, yes, Spirit's looking so good in the light speed, but it's better to see those kind of executions come through. It's another thing to hear them.
Yep.
准备，我可以点烟了。来，准备
打右边吗？
左边，走左边，走左边。
好了，好了，好了，好了。
3, 2, 1, go。电了。
放了吗？
不知道。
放了。
给没。
闪中路烟。
我要加黄香。
跟我清一下吧。
好的。
来，我们清烟。屁股才进，不是进，你就看屁股行吗？
爆能器已部署。
那我留。
他在中路，屁股来不了。
我打。我打行。我起来。前正面。
好的。中路。
中路人多。
来打黄香。
CT
来打黄香。
我们。
黄香。
这样。爆点。
Oh, maybe have go bro. No defuse.
And whoa, indeed, for Mr. Vokashu here. ACS of 311, a 2.1 KDA, an ADR 191, and 83%. Vokashu really being the MVP here, clutching it up for his team, for DRG, an absolute menace. And Medante, let me not take this away from you as your favorite player. Come on, let us know how you feel about this.
Look, to be honest, I'm a bit conflicted because I'm just realizing all my sentiments meant I was going to be wrong regardless, because I pointed out that he would be fantastic on Sentinel, and that was kind of where we've seen him kind of play at his worst, to be honest, just for this series. And then I say, oh, we've not really seen him on the controller. He's refused to play the Viper. He's refused to kind of adapt to the meta, and that's where DRG could maybe fail. All of a sudden, he pulls it out. Not only does he do as good on the Viper as he does in the Sentinel, but he is the reason that his team were able to then rally and get the victory overall. So damn nice work from Vukashu, but I do not want that to take away from what Trace nearly were able to do.
Yes, Trace almost brought it back. You know, very strong showing in the first map, and then on the second map in Bind, it was very close. Both the second and the third map were very close, as we see the head-to-head here. 10-3 for DRG. Kai, 21, not a bad showing at all. Amazing, you know, getting those clutch kills with the operator, an absolute menace, but was not enough while facing against Vokashu with almost a 30 kill with a combat score of 311. Very strong on the Viper. Honestly, this man should just become the Viper main for DRG after this showing.
I mean, yeah, Nick was giving him the love, right? Saying, well, Nick was giving him the love and then saying flash your team. So, you know, depending on which person you want to listen to. I do want to quickly, I'll come back to it. The first kills, DRG basically capitalizing off of any of them. The first bloods were there. The retakes from Trace weren't that bad though, right? 50% post-plant success rate is not the best. It's okay. I mean, it was enough to get DRG over the finish line, but the retakes from Trace proving to be okay. 3 out of 7 though, the post-plants from themselves, also maybe needing a bit of work.
Yeah, and as we move on to our hexagon here from Spirit, showing really good 7 multi-kills, right? And there was a point where I was saying I was counting his multi-kills, and I think I lost track at 6. I thought it was 6, but he proved me wrong and got 7. A KDA 1.8, an ADR 159, so definitely above average there, but the multi-kills and ACS really being very strong, almost 1 kill per round. Very strong showing for Spirit as well. But you know, those were the map picks here, you know, starting off with Lotus, then Bind, then Breeze. But not to, so that you don't lose your train of thought, but you were about to say something.
No, it was very quickly just Vukashu on controller. We've seen like the opposite. We've seen like the Astros and stuff. You know, we've seen kind of Abo, we've seen Flex and all, kind of like 9 to 10 assists. That's what you want on a controller. Vukashu had 2 on Viper. Viper is usually a pretty good agent to kind of farm up assists, and the fact that he just didn't have any, that's kind of cool to see, and a very interesting standpoint, I guess, is just all I wanted to say.
Yeah, and it was a really good showing from both the teams here. Honestly, in the final 2-3 rounds, it could have been anyone's game, right? Trace could have won 2 in a row, or DRG could have won 2 in a row. But yeah, as we see a little bit of a replay from our Bind matchup here.
Key to win. That's the key. The key to win is just, yeah, I mean, it kind of has to highlight Spirit Z. It has to highlight the moment. And there you go, Spirit Z and Vukashu, right? The players that deserve so much love, and the plays that they had done to make these things work. And as we go then, I mean, yeah, key to win, was it the 1v5 pistol ace, I wonder? I think it was.
Yes. Well, there's 4 and the ace. I love the reload in the middle, eh?
I mean, that's the problem when you're spraying through smokes. You have to really get that understanding. Oh my days. We get to see basically what, 5k into 4k from Spirit Z. Absolutely stunning stuff. And yeah, those were the keys to victory. That's exactly what got DRG that start, particularly for Breeze.
Yeah, no, super amazing to see. Honestly, very satisfying to see too, right? And then the neon picks from both of them did not, honestly, from both teams, did not have that much of an effect on Breeze, just because Breeze is such a long open corridor kind of map, right? Like Neon, she excels when there's short corners, tight angles, right? Because you can just turn around the corner and snap someone's head off. But on the long ranges, right, Breeze is where Neon, I think, doesn't shine as much. But you know what agent shines? Viper. And that was the pick that helped Bokashu and DRG take that game away.
Yeah, I genuinely believe if Vukashu's on the usual, like the Cypher, even the Vise occasionally, just any Sentinel, I genuinely believe that doesn't go DRG's way. I genuinely believe that we would see the 2-1, maybe even the 2-0, and Trace continue the curse. But DRG broke it. DRG finally, after the last 4 games they have came against Trace and lost, their 5th one brings them to a staggering 20% win rate.
Wow. No, very strong, you know. It's fine. It's good to be part of history, right? You know, it's always fun to see, like, honestly, like, before knowing that Trace has gone this matchup 4-0, you know, DRG was definitely the underdog. And as we speak about underdogs and everything, today's result was JDG beating TYL in our first game, and what a game it was. They went to quad OT on that second map where JDG took it away from TYL so that TYL couldn't take it to game 3. And that win also put them all the way from relegation to top of the group, which was really important.
Yeah, you could not have asked for a better showing. To 0-2, we get to see this group now. Here we go. JDG were where all gamers were just a moment ago, and DRG taking that top spot, managing to live it up and get above Trace Esports. And you can kind of see why we were saying that maybe that series not as big a concern for Trace or DRG, because unfortunately for them, Wolves and Nova have not been having a stage 1, I must say.
Yes, for sure. As Group Alpha Group Omega has been completely defined now. The top 4 teams from Omega that will be moving forward, but Group Alpha still needs to be a decision needs to be made. And honestly, looking just at the score lines, any 4 of those teams can make it out on top, right? And these are our top 5 players. You know, starting off with Kai, absolute menace. Coconut, which in the earlier game was an absolute threshold of a player to basically help his team take the victory there. And cannot forget Vokashu, the real clutch player on Breeze with the Viper play. Splash again in the first game, making a real good play. And then Yukai to end it off as our top 5 today.
Yeah, it's been very nice. YU on the 43% headshot as well. Absolutely horrifying. Horrifyingly high percentage to go against, but very nice stuff. A bit unfortunate. Commiserations to Kai as well. Just it's always a bit of a shame, at least in my opinion, whenever you see the top 1 and it ends up being the team that lost. Just because, you know, statistically speaking, he did everything that he could and it just wasn't enough to get him over the finish line. I do kind of have to hark back to the previous statement of Vukashu was getting the multi-kills. The rest of his team needed to show up. And then at the end, when they were really needed, they did pop up. But we are done well for the day. The schedule coming up: Titan Esports and FPX tomorrow, followed by All Gamers and BLG. As we said, Group Omega basically has been sorted out. But if you notice, those are both alpha games, Div.
Yes, I know. And that's when the decision's going to be made. Who moves where onto the playoffs? Because any one of these 4 teams, actually any two of these 4 teams are going to be making it to playoffs, right? And it all comes down to who wins how many maps, how many rounds. So it's a lot riding tomorrow.
Yeah, it is. We just had it so if we'll tell you, I'll give you this as a sneak preview. For Titan Esports Club to make it though, and they do need a 2-0. They cannot afford to drop a map. The moment that goes to a map 3 in any capacity, it has already been and gone. But speaking of been and gone, today has been and is now gone. A fantastic set of series, I cannot lie. Echo and Affinity doing a fantastic job with that JDG and TYL series. Please do go back and watch that. Otherwise though, thank you very much for joining us, right? I think, David, I think it's fair to say we got a hell of a series too.
Yes, we did. I was super happy today. You know, I was like, oh, let's go to game 3. Let's go to game 3. You know, we're not allowed to be biased towards the team. We can be biased towards players, right? But I was like, let's get a game 3. Let's get a game 3. Let's no, I'm sure we can. But let's get a game 3 and stuff. You know, my favorite player coming out of this series was definitely Kai, really clutching it out. But Vokishu was very good too. So, you know, there's my favorite player still needs to be decided yet. But you know, it was a very good series nonetheless.
Absolutely, it was. I'm sure a couple of favorite players, but we will round it out there. Again, we've kind of thanked everyone else, but thank you guys for joining us as well. It's always a pleasure to be able to cast these things for you. Big shout out to the production, shout out to BDOS, of course, for the translation stuff. Everyone keeping us sounding and looking nice. We would not be able to do that without them. And Div, a big thank you for joining me on the desk. Always an absolute pleasure to share it with yourself. But until tomorrow, ladies and gentlemen, please do stay safe and please join us then for more VCT China. We'll see you soon.